Let's see if... Okay, we are live. But in typical fashion, I'm not live on Rumble because I fucked up. Unless I didn't. I did. Okay. That's comforting to know that I literally did fuck up. It's okay.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
There we go. Now we're going to be live on Rumble. So, hello everybody. It's been a while since I was back on here, but I thought, hey, this is a great topic I want to talk about, and I have my friend here, GRAPHIX Comics. He's going to be joining me on this. So, without further ado, GRAPHIX, why don't you give everyone a little tidbit about yourself for any of my audience members who don't know anything about you?
Oh, gladly. My name, I go by online, or at least by Twitter, Graphic Comics. Please, Mark. Yeah, my roommate's here with me. Sorry about that.
All right.
Yeah, sometimes he chimes in on stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm in the process because I am a member of COMIXXX because I believe that the comic industry has been changed by a radical movement that decided to swap out things that we grew up with and came accustomed to and just make it female, gay, and lame. And I'm doing a push against that to where I've decided to create my own comics, something I've been doing since I was a kid, but not professionally, but always had a knack for doing because I like storytelling, great storytelling, and I know how to draw. So I thought I'd combine the two and just make a comic and, take comics back to what like Rip is doing, like Eric July's doing, doing his own thing, saying, I'll show you, because people say, well, why don't you make something different? Like someone made the comment to me today, why don't you move on with your life and do something different? I'm like, well, I am. And that's why I'm speaking on what I speak on, because I actually plan on putting comics out there that'll be mature for mature audiences. So they're not for kids, but they're actually for adults who are like my age and miss the good old days in comics. So I'm gonna give you women with big breasts, small hips, and white waists. I'm not gonna give you nothing that the PC culture is trying to give you with Marvel and DC. And I speak my mind on politics, even though I get trouble a lot for it. And what I think is wrong with the culture as a whole today, and why I think why I know the Marvels is going to flop this weekend, because you take something that's made for one audience and you try to market it to another one, and you lose the initial audience, and then you don't get the one you were after in the first place. So we call it a flop, or just going woke. I'm just a laid back guy, just have some principles, some morals, not a perfect saint, but don't like a lot of things that's going on right now, and I just like to voice my opinion about some things sometimes. That's all.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds good. So today's topic for what I want to talk about is good intentions. And what started me on this idea of good intentions was I was in a Twitter space with some people, and Dan and such, and I kept hearing people go back and forth like, oh, this is what they were intending, and the intent is a key thing, I believe, to the Force in Star Wars. The Force in Star Wars is a very mystical, fantastical magic system, and that's what I'm just going to call it. I'm going to call it magic.
Yeah.
And it operates off of intention. And so someone had said, because they were arguing in bad faith, that, okay, so basically what you're intending to do is create an oppressive system. And the other person had said something to the effect of like, well, no, my intention is to create, I think it was Dan. He was like, oh, my intention is to create a system where everyone is happy and everyone doesn't need anything and everything's going to be great. It's going to be a utopia for everybody.
Yeah.
the person was like, well, that's going to be evil. That's going to be bad, because the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Good intentions.
And that made me think of a CinemaSin bit when they were reviewing Jurassic Park 3. If you remember in Jurassic Park 3, when Alan Grant's sidekick, his assistant, when he had stolen the raptor eggs, his idea was, I'll take the raptor eggs back to America, we'll sell the raptor eggs, and we'll be able to fund our archaeological digging, or our paleontology digging. And Alan Grant responded, some of the worst things imaginable to mankind happened because of the best intentions. And that's what Billy said. You know, I was doing this with the best intentions. And CinemaSins gave this a sin because their response was, fine, no more good intentions. And so I thought about that, and it's like the reason why that stood out to me is because of this communist philosophy that dominates a lot of modern day media. But it goes back further. It's been seeding into our
society,
our stories and societies longer than I've been alive. I mean, I like to go to the 80s. I like to cite the 80s, but it's really been longer than that. But it's like you see this in comics heavily. It's really affected Batman of all characters.
Yeah.
People have this idea, this misconception about Batman. And Frank Miller is I would say is probably the godfather of this. But they have this idea, Batman is the ends justify the means type of person. And like, to me, that's absolutely wrong. That's not who Batman is. But they have this idea that the ends justify the means. And to me, when I hear that, it's like my red flags start going off as like, okay, I'm about to get some communist propaganda here.
You already know it.
The ends don't have to justify the means. This is just a way terrible and tyrannical people justify terrible things that they want to do. And so when we talk about sympathetic villains, we were just in a conversation with Dan about sympathetic villains. That's something I note, that like every single villain in today's media is like this sympathetic villain where you have to feel bad for them. You have to feel sorry for them. And that is a part of like, oh, well, they had good intentions. If only someone would have loved them a little bit more, they wouldn't have
came out this way.
And it's like, that's true. But part of what made Westerns fantastic is that sometimes people are just jerks. Sometimes people are just assholes. You know, they don't care. They want to be a bully. They want to fuck your shit up. They have power, you don't. So it's the good, the bad, the ugly line. There's two kinds of people in the world. Those with loaded guns and those who dig. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like this idea of, oh, well, this person would have been a good person, but because of their good intentions, it led them down a dark path and they became evil, and that evil corrupted them. It's like, sure, I'm okay with that as a concept, but that doesn't have to be like, you can have a character who's evil just because they're evil. Like,
yeah, what happened to those days? You don't have to explain their backstory. Like, you know what? It's because he wasn't held enough at night when he was a kid that he turned evil. Some people are just straight evil. The one of the best definitions was given by Alfred Michael Caine in The Dark Knight, where Batman was trying to figure out, why is the Joker doing this kind of shit? Why is this type of person? And Alfred pretty much just said that famous line: "Some people just want to watch the world burn." I mean, there's no good reason. They're just built that way. They just like to see mayhem and destruction and anarchy. And just how you're on the opposite spectrum of that, you have someone who's your opposite on the other side of the spectrum who does what he does for no good reason, but other than that, he can do it.
Yeah, exactly. And we were talking about that earlier in the space that we were just in, where I pointed out The Dark Knight is a great example where you have a sympathetic villain in Harvey Two-Face. Like, you see his rise and fall. You know, he iconically foreshadows it when he says, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself
become the villain. Yep.
And it's like, he's a guy, you know, pretty much his whole story. You understand he's an up-and-coming DA. He's very focused on fighting crime, but he's also like, he wants to be a family guy. He wants to have a wife, and he's looking at having a future. You know, he's making plans where Batman's plans are already made. Batman knows, hey, I'm going to fight crime. You know, I'm going to go down and fight crime. I'm going to do. And then you have the Joker.
I'm saving my city.
You have the Joker who you know nothing about. You get these like rumors and whispers, and then when you hear from the Joker, it's completely random. You know, do you want to know how I got these scars? You know, and he's telling a different story every single time. And you know, it's like everyone's like all enamored. And it's what's hilarious to me about The Dark Knight is that you get enamored by the Joker telling these stories. As the audience, you're supposed to be enamored. And then the one person with any lick of common sense says no, and that's Batman. He's like, by the way, you want to know how I got these stars? Batman's like, no, but I want to know how you got these. And then bam, you know, like Batman's the one who's like, yeah, I don't care whatever bullshit story you're going to start telling me. You know, my job is to stop you because you're wrong. Like full stop. You're wrong. There's nothing you're doing in the right.
Nothing at all. And see, that's why out of all the Batman's villains, the Joker, of course, is the one Batman fears the most because, as the Joker always says, all it takes is one bad day. Batman can have one of those bad days and it can totally change the character forever, how he responds to a situation. Maybe he's a little bit more aggressive than he normally is. Maybe someone gets killed because of his actions. You know, all it takes is one bad day to put you in the Joker's mind state.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought that up because one of the stories that people like to attribute, they like to point out, is Watchmen.
I love Watchmen. I love Watchmen.
Whether it's the comic or whether it's the movie,
which is pretty, for a comic movie was pretty spot on to the comic.
Relatively, I would say, yeah.
I mean, there was things that were different, like the alien invasion at the end and stuff, but overall, it was more real. It was more, true to the source material than it deviated from.
Yeah, and I mean, like I was gonna say, it's not quite, in my opinion, it's not quite like Spawn. Spawn, or I should say Hellboy. Hellboy is the better example. Hellboy deviated from the source material, but maintained very well the story. And in my opinion, the Hellboy movie improved upon the original book. It made it better. Not quite like the Spawn HBO series did to the book.
Oh my God. How do you know about that? You're too young. You're too young to know about that great series.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You know what I liked about that series, Bruce? Like even to this day, HBO, unless you have it on demand where you just watch it anytime you want to, whenever HBO personally aired it on the air, it only came on after midnight. It never came on, even when it was first run. When it first came out, it still only came on at midnight. So I'd have to wait till 12 o'clock at night to watch the brand new Spawn cartoon. I love that, the witching hour.
Yeah, that's hilarious stuff about that because that's where Todd McFarlane was ahead of his time because he saw anime as the way of the future.
Yeah,
HBO was sort of like, it's a cartoon. I don't think anyone's really going to be into it. Like it's
shit. I mean, excuse my language, but I'm
how
in the
wrong
Spawn.
they were. How wrong.
Hey, you know what the countdown at the end of the episodes were, right? Every time, because you remember we watched the show at the end of every episode, it was a countdown.
That's in the comics too.
Yeah, the countdown too, because Spawn is already dead. He's already, it's like, oh, can I, no, he's already dead. So at this point, Spawn's only redeeming factor is to hopefully do enough good deeds to where when Judgment Day comes, which it is going to come, Spawn will still be on the earth and hopefully he's redeemed himself enough in God's eyes to go to heaven like his soul should. So that's what that countdown always represents, the countdown to Judgment Day.
Okay, that wasn't my inference of that.
Oh yeah,
that's interesting. That's what you, because again,
what did you get from
comics? Reading the comics, that countdown is his power.
Oh, so it takes over and goes full Spawn?
No, it's basically like Spawn is operating off of the energy given to him from hell, and what happens in the comics?
Oh, he gets tapped off from it.
He actually loses all of his power. And to get it back, he has to go to hell and beat the shit out of Malbolgia to have Malbolgia restore his power.
Good. Yeah. You against the devil. Yeah. That should be an interesting.
The devil fucks him. So the devil's like, okay, I'm going to give you all of this power. You're going to be really fucking strong and great. And Spawn's like, yeah, hell yeah, cool. But like all of the other Spawns before him, all of them got this ego where it's like, oh, I'm going to kick the devil's ass. I don't need him anymore. And so it's like, okay, the devil built in a failsafe, which is inevitably you need to kiss his ass and come crawling back to him. And that's why
he learns from experience.
That's why if you watch the one episode where he gets like hit by a rocket launcher or some shit, like when he's in the weapons facility and they light up Spawn, they kill him. If you watch the countdown timer for that one, it drops dramatically. It just boom, it floors because he just that him getting a whole rocket hole through him, like a grenade blast and then multiple bullets, that just absorbed so much or consumed so much of his power level that he had to spend more energy to regenerate that lost limb and that lost body part. And then also to teleport to a safe location, which was the cathedral.
Interesting.
And
you know what?
Like I said, in the comics, to my understanding, the comics explain that's his energy source. That's his power level.
You know what? And you know what? See, you're supposed to be. This is why I like talking to you, Bruce. To where, you know, I talk to Dan sometimes. Every once in a while, Dan enlightens me about something. But that was very enlightening what you just told me about that, because that's what I always believe, that the countdown was to Judgment Day, to where it's the final showdown and choices got to be made. But the way you explained it eloquently at that, I can go. I like that. I like that even better. Because I know after he rebelled, pretty much I think his power got tapped off from hell, to where, yeah, I'm sure he derived his power from hell. But once he kind of like went rogue, his power was tapped off from hell. So I would see he would have a power source left in him, but he's like a battery. Every time he uses it, he charges it more.
Yep. And that's, if you remember what Cagliostro told him. Because Spawn was just like, oh, I'm going to do this, that. And Cagliostro was like, you have to understand your power is finite. You don't have unlimited power. Like, you have to reserve it. You have to specifically know when to use it and where.
Yeah. When to hold him, know when to fold him.
And that's, again, that's a part of the creativity. That's well done storytelling. Because if you're like, I'm designing my character, he's a minion from hell, and he can just walk through everything. What's the story? Right? Like,
yeah, you gotta have some opposition that's worthy of. See, that's why DC and Warner Brothers for years have given us BS like, oh, well, it's hard to make a Superman movie because it's hard to find a villain on his power level. At least, are you kidding me? You've never heard of Brainiac? You never heard of Darkseid? You keep using General Zod, which okay, I got no problem. I love General Zod.
But yeah,
I love Zod. You know, you used him twice. Matter of fact, you used him in the original trilogy or the original 4 movies, and you used them in the Man of Steel when you were trying to start a new one. But you know, you got a plethora of villains you could use, but you use the excuse, oh well, there's not too many people on Superman's power level. Well, choose someone who is, and make a good story around that.
There's plenty of people on Superman's power level. I mean, you have
there's plenty of people.
Series did a great job of Sinestro versus Superman.
Shoot, if you want to get down to it, you can put Lex Luthor in the iconic green suit and have him battle Superman in the movie. I mean, there's so many things you could do with this character, but because you're lazy, you have no creativity left, and Jack Kirby's dead, you like, we just gonna like recycle old things and stories. Look, with Batman, the unique thing about Batman, you can put Batman in damn near any scenario, and it's a life-threatening situation for him. He gets shot, he dead. He gets stabbed, he can bleed to death. But Superman, he's unique to where it takes somebody who's a heavy hitter to actually inflict, like the Hulk or Darkseid or Mongol or even Brainiac.
As one of my old friends pointed out to me, that, you know, General Zod's point, his purpose with Superman, is he's basically the Joker to Superman. So it's like the Joker can't really hurt Batman. Like, Batman is relatively impervious to the Joker. But with the Joker,
let's be honest. The Joker doesn't want to. Let's be honest. Because how many times has the Joker, even in the iconic 60 series, has the Joker defeated Batman and caught him in a trap, and we had to wait same bat time, same bat channel to see what happens now that Batman's been trapped by the Joker. The Joker's had so many opportunities to kill Batman, but he doesn't want to. He's like, to me personally, he's like, okay, Batman, I caught you. I proved I can beat you. Now I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to take you.
Yeah, his objective is to basically win against Batman, is to prove, I beat you, I bested you.
Yeah, not to kill him, because you remember when Harley Quinn in the
He's
series,
dead. How
she
does he
beat Batman.
know? How does he know he lost? You can't kill him. You have to let him live so that he knows, you now have to live with the fact I beat you.
Hey,
That's
like the Riddler said in what was it, Batman Forever? Don't kill him. He won't learn nothing.
fantastic. Yes.
See, and the Joker has always defeated Batman from the get go, and that's why Batman, I would say, fears him or respects him the most. Because you remember in Batman Beyond, they had the scene where Terry finds out because Barbara tells him that I. Ooh, that great story where he captured Robin. Great story. And he goes to Bruce and he's like, he was your biggest enemy, wasn't he? And Batman's like, well, there was no popularity contest. He goes, yeah, you ain't got to tell me. That was like the number one villain in your rogues gallery. And I know everybody knows you have the most iconic rogues gallery in history. And he was the number one in that rogues gallery. You know, the Joker's relationship with Batman, they try to play it off like homosexually now. We're like, oh God, I care about Batman. And
Yeah.
no. It's a bond between two men who are strongly heterosexual and realize we have a bond together that, even Heath Ledger's iconic Joker was like, this is something I feel we were destined to do for eternity. Me and you. Where when me and you get together, Gotham turns over like, oh shit, the Joker's in town. Ooh, I can't wait to see how Batman does this one.
Well, see, there's an element to that. There's a very good element to that. All right, the Joker and Batman. Now the Joker is perverse and distorted in his meaning, but the centerpiece to both of them is their conviction. The Joker is very, very determined to do what he's going to do. And Batman is very determined to do what he's going to do. So when the Joker says we're destined to do this forever, it's because these are two guys. You could take that scene. It's so timeless. You could take that scene, drop it into a Western, and you have the lawman versus the bank robber or the assassin.
Unforgiven.
Well, not necessarily. I wouldn't do necessarily Unforgiven.
Yeah, because he's kind of an anti-hero, if anything, because he was a bad guy who was reformed. But I just like the whole aspect of that.
From Little Bill's perspective, Little Bill doesn't have a problem killing bad people. But
yeah,
if you take I don't know, maybe a Maverick character. All right. They're not actively trying to kill people. They're not like, oh, I have to. The only way out of this is to kill them. It's like, if I can avoid killing them, I'll do it. And because I'm the bigger man, I'm going to, if I can disarm the guy, if I can, punch him in the face, kick his gun away, and then tie him up or handcuff him and take him to the police
and leave him for the cops.
But
see, let's get back to Little Bill for a second. Little Bill, what a lot of people, because Unforgiven is my favorite Western of all time. I just still love it.
Same here.
I think it's great. And to me, like I said to you before in the conversation, this movie was about reputations. Who had the biggest reputation? Of course, out of all of them, even Little Bill's like, I know who you are. You're fucking Eddie. What's his name? Yeah. Little Bill was really the good guy of that movie. When you watch it any time as I have, he's really the good guy because he's a sheriff. And yeah, he was an asshole. He was an asshole sheriff, but he was the good guy of the movie.
And the whole purpose of his encounter with English Bob is to show you his character. And the movie frames it in such a sympathetic way for English Bob that you're like, oh my God, this sheriff's an asshole. He's evil, blah. And it's like, no, Little Bill understands the only language criminals and thugs speak is violence. And so his objective was to be as violent and brutal so that English Bob goes back to wherever he came
and he
spreads the word. And
don't go there.
And for all Little Bill knew, it worked. The problem with all of that was the timing of it. William Money had already set out on his journey. He had already set out
to do this.
To do it. So the timing on it was shitty. So like you can imagine in if the story kept going after the credits are rolled, the story kept going. Okay, more bounty hunters would show up. They would show up and be like, "Hey, We're here to collect this bounty. Oh, it was already collected. Oh, okay. All right, then we're gonna stay in town for a few days and then we're gonna head back.
Let's see if any job pop up.
Right, like that's how it would have gone. But again, if William Money and his crew didn't show up, there would have been other assassins showing up, and
to give the
Bill
that
would just
bounty.
have to keep kicking their ass until they stop showing up.
Yeah. See, and little Bill, I mean, yes, he was a dickhead. He was an asshole, but there was one scene, because when you watch a movie enough times, because I'm a type of person, if I love a movie, I don't care if I watch it 30 times. I'm going to watch it 3 times because I enjoy this movie. And through the times of watching the movies, when I realized, wait a minute, I mean, we're set up to like Clint Eastwood because he's the star of the movie and it's a Clint Eastwood movie. But when it's all said and done, he was the villain because he was sent to murder somebody. And the sheriff was just doing his job of making sure nobody in his town got murdered. If you beat the crap out of Clint Eastwood saying, hey, you're an assassin. Yeah, let me kick your ass. So other people realize this is what happens when you're assassins in our town. But as we both know, he made the mistake of messing with William Money.
Yeah. Well,
he should have killed William Money.
He made the mistake of being good. That was his problem. He was good.
Remember, he says, I didn't deserve this. I was building a house. Remember that? He said, I didn't deserve this. I was building a house. I was living a good life.
He kicked the shit out of William Money instead of killing him. He's like, I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna run you out. I'm gonna show everyone what happens to these types of cowards and blah blah blah. And Bill could have just pulled out his gun and shot him. Said, "You're William Money." Yeah. Boom. No. It was like, no. I'm going to be the good guy. It's like he says, and they put it in the start of the movie. Hasn't there been enough bloodshed for one night? Now, again, they frame it like he's an asshole, but he's right.
He's right. Really, really good thing. Yeah, he's right. That's the thing. He was right.
He understands the only thing that stops a bad person with a gun is a good person with a gun.
Yeah,
and so it's
always.
He has to be. If he shows that, oh, I'm sympathetic, in our town we're understanding of people and their circumstance. If he did that, every bandit from fucking Mexico would come into town.
Would be on their way over there,
and they would be robbing and pillaging everything.
I got a question, Bill. Let me. Go ahead, Bill. Bill, you were explaining.
Yeah. So Bill has to be this tough motherfucker. He has to be, and you see that in Tombstone.
I love Bill. I love Bill.
It's why Wyatt Earp in Tombstone is the way he is, because it's like, hey, I have to be a tough son of a bitch, and if you, I don't know,
because if I look coochie, I'm gonna get fucked.
Yeah, if you've ever read anything about Wyatt Earp's and his fantastic fucking adventures.
Hey, you want to know something crazy? I went to his brother Virgil's house out in Rialto, California. They even have a plaque in front of it saying this was Virgil Earp's house when he came to California.
Shit. That's cool.
And the cool thing is, like, it's like in a regular neighborhood to where you wouldn't know it because it's not a big prestigious thing, but there's a plaque in front of the house saying this was a house that Virgil Earp stayed in after him and his brother went separate ways and he came to California himself. This is the house he stayed in.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, it's in Rialto, California.
Yeah. But yeah, my point is that it's like Wyatt Earp, when he went to Tombstone, it's like he's not here looking for a fight. He's not here looking to
make money.
Yeah, he's just here. Hey, I'm trying to make a living. I'm trying to live my life.
Once again, my reputation precedes me to where people know I'm Wyatt Earp. So automatically respect gained.
Yeah. And it's like for him, he understands that criminals don't care about the softies. They don't care about like how many people. I know it's a movie, but it's like how many people in that movie were actively looking to fuck with someone who didn't deserve it. Someone who's completely helpless, someone who's disarmed. They don't care.
The movie starts off with that, where they raid a wedding, kill the groom and rape the bride, and then kill her. The movie starts off with that.
Yep. And it's
and it's sad. You see this guy. He's getting married. It's his happiest day. He gets pulled to the side, beat up, killed. And of course, when they take the bride, this is like a guy movie, so we already know what you ain't got to put on the screen, but we already know what happened. When the bride was seen on the screen screaming, you know they had their way with her and then killed her too. They showed you how ruthless these people were from the first scene, where even Johnny Remo says, "Oh, there's going to be a storm coming for what we just did right now." And later on, when you hear why goes, "Oh, and hell's coming with me," that was the response to that.
Yep, exactly.
Hell's coming with me.
Yeah, it's an iconic line from that movie. And
Kurt Russell is so base, dude. I don't know if you know who Kurt Russell really is. He ain't one of these soy boy lefty Hollywood celebrities. He is with the business. And his relationship with Goldie Hawn is the way every man should handle a relationship. Look, marriage maybe is for some guys, but for me, not never. But do I want to be with a woman? Yes. And Kurt Russell has shown men how to do it, to where he had Goldie Hawn and told her, "Look, I will never marry you, but I'll have children with you. I'll raise a family with you. I'll be with you forever. But if you want to get married and make it official, yeah, I tell you what, I'm Kurt Russell. I'm Snake Plissken. I can go anywhere and get coochie, but I actually care about you. And I'm letting you know my rules." And Goldie Hawn said, "I'm with that." Goldie Hawn said, "I'm with that." And they've been unmarried, but together, they've been together longer than you've been alive, bro. That's how long their relationship has been. You know what I mean?
That's respectful. I'll take that. But yeah, he's a fantastic actor. He's fantastic.
Great actor. I love him. The thing is my favorite. If you ask me, which you didn't, but I'm gonna say my top 3 Kurt Russell movies. Well, I'll say top 2. No, actually, no, yeah, top 2. Escape from New York is number 2. Believe it or not, it's number 2 because great as it is. But number 1 will always be The Thing. That's my favorite Kurt Russell movie. Oh no, 3rd, Big Trouble in Little China. I almost forgot.
I was gonna say, like, that's a fantastic movie, but
yeah, that's why I said 3, and I forgot Big Trouble for a second.
For me, it might surprise you. Stargate is my favorite Kurt Russell movie.
Knock it off. I'm not judging. No judging. Yeah, that was later in his career, and he still was producing great movies. A movie they made a TV series based off where fucking MacGyver pretty much was playing him.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're. I'm a Stargate nerd. So like I know a little bit more details to that.
I know you're more nuanced with it, but basically that's what it was all to me. It was like Richard Dean Anderson was playing Kurt Russell's character on the show. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more nuance between the two characters, but to me, that's who he represented in the show. While the geek of the show represented James Spader.
Yes, exactly. Daniel Jackson. That's actually funny because Michael Shanks, I want to say it was like around season 1 or season 2. He said before, like later in Stargate, like at season 8 and behind the scenes, people were asking him like, how did Daniel change so much from what he was in the movie and then what he was in the first early seasons of the show? And Michael Shanks said, well, basically, I realized very quickly that I was being pigeonholed into this character that James Spader had done in like
which you can never replace.
like in like a 2-hour movie. He only has so much of James Spader in a 2-hour movie that he can pull from. So he's like, I have to do more because the stories are requiring me to act more, but I only have this as a reference. So
much source material for me to go from the master.
Right. So he's like, I had to then just start making my own stuff. I had to start playing.
Be my own man.
I felt he would play and how he would act. And he's like, and from there, the writers began to see how I was acting, and they began to use that to write me into like different angles of different stories.
In different scenarios.
Yes.
I wasn't just a one-dimensional character. I was a brain who was on. No, I actually can have survival skills and put in situations.
He wasn't a one-dimensional character, but, and I don't want to go too much into detail, but I'll put it this way: with your interest in superheroing, if you haven't seen the first episode of Stargate again, watch it. It's a 2-part episode. It's technically like an hour. It's like a 2-hour mini film. The first episode of Stargate SG-1. You'll get some male insight, as you put it, like with Tombstone. You know, you'll get some of that insight with the first episode of Stargate.
Hey,
okay, and you want to make sure you get the uncensored version. Because it's they felt, I don't know how they aired it on TV. I have no idea.
Well, it was I believe it was Showtime, so they had a little more leeway.
Oh, okay. If that's where it originally aired, yeah. Because you get to see full frontal nudity.
Yeah, it was Showtime. Because back when back when I was a kid, watching cable, you knew the channels. HBX. Damn it! Hold on, I'm coughing. Okay, clear my throat. I'm sorry. Okay, you had HBO, which to this day is home box office. It was like the biggest blockbusters were going to be on HBO first. Okay, so the other networks had to do things to be their calling card. Showtime, they would get the movie second run. Like, they didn't get it the first run, but when it comes on for another network, we're going to be the first ones to air it. But Cinemax was called Skinemax because Cinemax pushed the boundaries of late night TV when I was a kid to where, okay, let's like this. The term softcore pretty much came from Cinemax, to where they would show softcore movies all day long after midnight. Now, the thing was, they would never show penetration because then it becomes hardcore. But they could do everything up until penetration. The girl get naked, even showing her coochie, her going, oh, 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 but just showing no penetration. So it became Skinemax. And that's why Stargate had a little more leeway because they had to keep up with Skinemax. So they had to put a little nudity in their show to, like, people watch our shit, because if not, they'll just watch Cinemax all day long and HBO because they're the biggest. So we got to get our niche in there, put some nudity in our shows, and, see where it goes from there.
Yeah, because like that's the only episode that I know of that had. Well, there's some with like there's some episodes where Amanda Tapping is wearing just like a blanket. But it's like she's in like a doctor's office, or not like she's in like an alien doctor's office, it's not like the first episode, the first episode, it's just like, there it is. And there's several episodes in Stargate that are about, sex and relationships, but we're kind of going off on
a tangent here. Yeah. So, I just want to say before we get off this tangent, James Spader is one of the most underrated actors of our generation. I watched The Blacklist for 10 years off and on, but mostly because he was the star. And the dialogue, Bruce, one thing you know about me, when I say I like good writing, and I told you earlier, like even when I watch like adult movies, I want a story to follow through, to understand who the characters are who are having sex. Now, maybe it's like the neighbor's daughter that you've always wanted for years, and she's finally giving you some play, whatever. I want a story that leads up to the sex. I just don't want sex. I want a storyline to where if it's 90% story and 10% sex, I'm good with that, And James Spader, I'm gonna get off this so we can move forward, is one of the most underrated actors, because if you ever watched The Blacklist, which I'm sure you have, the dialogue on that show was 100% up until the last episode. Even the way Red went out, the show was greatly written, and television does not have too many shows like that now. And I miss The Blacklist already. And James Spader, you one of the greatest actors I've ever seen, who does not get the credit that you deserve for your art.
I was gonna say I haven't seen The Blacklist, and funny enough, I'm not a big James Spader fan. I think he's a great actor. Before I used to be like, okay. But as I've gotten older and seen him, it's like, all right, he's pretty good. I wouldn't say he's underrated. But do me a favor, Bruce. I can understand. What's that?
No, I'm sorry, because I was interrupting you. I was saying, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying, I can understand it if someone's like, oh yeah, he's a great actor, he's my favorite. Like, I could understand someone praising him and holding him up as like their favorite actor. It's just, to me, it's like I think of someone like Kurt Russell. I think of like Bruce Willis. They were national. They were national guys. He's
a
fantastic actor to me.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Hey, not to get off subject, but to throw this in here, because I like talking to you, Bruce. The other day I was talking to Gunner, right? And I brought up the name Donna Dixon. And I was like, Gunner, you know who Donna Dixon? He goes, yeah, I know who Donna Dixon is. Of course, everyone else who were younger than us, they didn't know. I'm like, Donna Dixon is a woman that she was on a small TV show with Tom Hanks called Booze and Buddies. She was the hot chick of that show. And her career ended up to where she was an actress, but then she married, and that's why I bring it up, she married Dan Aykroyd. And her and Dan Aykroyd have been husband and wife for like 30-something years. She never left him. She never played him, because at first we were like, Dan Aykroyd's with Donna Dixon? Okay, let's see how long that lasts. The shits last for like 30-something years. And the reason I bring it up is because during this actor strike, which just ended the other day, which the actors lost, just like the writers lost, the actors lost their strike too. Overall, I mean, they act like they won, but they really lost, because now the industry saying, oh yeah, we're going to give you all these new improvements, but there's going to be less jobs. Yeah, because they're going to be more expensive because of this deal we just struck. So instead of making 50 movies a year, we're going to be making 35. And that means a lot of you.
Their unions completely screwed them over. They
Yeah,
completely
they did.
screwed them. They screwed over the very people they're supposed to protect and
Be representing and helping.
It's
See, and this is
ironic that the union that you go to for protection completely
fucking you
out. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, the reason why that's I'm going to tie back into what we're talking about. During the strike, Fanny, I forgot her real name. The nanny, she's the president of the union, and she's been screwing up. Well, during the strike, like last Friday, she put out TGF Friday, going out to a bar with my girlfriend Donna Dixon, and you saw Donna Dixon after all these years, like, God damn it, she's still hot. No wonder why Dan Aykroyd don't work that much, because Dan Aykroyd's having fun at home. But yeah, and it was funny that me and Gunnar had just mentioned her the day before, and the next day Donna Dixon was in the news for going out, and of course, Annie, Fran took a lot of heat, like, bitch, we on strike, and you're showing us you and Donna Dixon going out to like an expensive restaurant to have a good time. Yeah, bad timing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at pictures of her, and I'm like, damn, she's pretty good. Pretty good.
Donna Dixon. Yeah, she was on Booze and Buddies. Matter of fact,
I didn't know who she was. She's before my time.
Yeah. Well, she was because Dan Aykroyd had kept her at home. He made her a housewife and put babies in her. What a man's supposed to do? He made a movie with her. Like, hey, you hot. I want you to be my girl. And she was like, okay, you're Dan Aykroyd, superstar. Okay, I'll date you. And that's why we're like, okay, Donna Dixon. And when you look at Dan Aykroyd, people, I remember, because I'm that old, as old as dirt. I remember when Dan Aykroyd started dating Donna Dixon. It was like, are you telling me Dan Aykroyd from Ghostbusters is dating Donna Dixon? Oh my God. And you saw her picture. And even now, she still looks great. She's got to be in her 50s now, and she still looks great. And Dan Aykroyd has kept her.
Purposes, Dan Aykroyd hasn't aged. He isn't particularly a good-looking guy, but
yeah,
aging wise, I'm looking at different pictures here. It's like, he hasn't aged that terribly either.
No, because he's lived an easy lifestyle. See, that's one thing when people say, "Oh, money don't buy you everything." See, Bruce. Here's a line that Tim Allen taught me, and I love to pass it on. One day on the show, Last Man Standing, he was talking about money issues, right? And one of his daughters go, "Dad, money isn't everything." But Tim quickly responded with, "But money buys everything." And Dan Aykroyd has lived a good life to where he's not stressing like me and you over bullshit. He stresses over other things, but not things that are life-threatening because he's secure with the money he's made through his career. So yeah, he can age a little bit more slower because he's not stressed as me and you would be. So that's what money buys you. It buys you the security of you're not stressing where your next meal comes from. You're not stressing how you're going to pay rent this month. You're okay. You have other problems like maybe your brother who's, just as rich as you wants to take over the family business. Okay, dynasty type of stuff. That's different. But when it comes to life, you're more comfortable and you're not stressing as much as the average man is because you're more comfortable in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was actually going to say, take this with a grain of salt because apparently this is on a U.S. magazine. They say Ghostbusters star Dan Aykroyd and Donna Dixon separate after 39 years together, remain legally married.
Oh, Lord!
This happened last year. That's when this article came out. So,
shit.
Now, I don't know. They could have said, "Hey, let's."
You know what? No, they might still be separated.
Yeah, and then
they might still be separated because I don't follow Dan Aykroyd's life like that, but that told you how many years they were together. 39 years.
Yeah. So like I said, and they're still married. I should check.
Yeah, they might be separated.
But they might be like, "Hey, let's just take a break." So let's just
they might be just doing the Hollywood lifestyle that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett unfortunately exposed to the world. That we're husband and wife on paper, but we're doing things with other people every night. Okay, you don't got to tell everybody that. Nobody cares. People love Will Smith, Jada Pinkett. They don't like you.
So this is according to Wikipedia. Take that with a grain of salt. But
I'll take it with a grain of salt. But that could be the update. But it kind of validates what I was saying, that even if they're not together now, they were together for 39 years. That was the bulk of her career, to where she never acted again because Dan Aykroyd was the breadwinner, and he was probably like, "Nah, I met you on a movie set, and I know what guys on movie sets think. They want to bang you out, and I might be doing Ghostbusters 5 and you're doing a small movie, and because I don't have attention for you, yeah, one of the extras of the movie gets you in bed. No, you won't be my
Yeah.
wife.
Women don't tend to get into the action movies. Especially in the 80s/90s. Their role in action movies is they're the damsel, they're the minor
They're
character.
damsel in distress.
So they might get like a Vicky Vale type where they're like an investigative journalist, but they're still a romantic interest.
They're still they're vulnerable to being hurt because they're a woman.
Yeah, they're not the ones who are running around, like Kurt Russell in Big Trouble in Little China, running around with a MAC-10 or a machine gun, jumping through, doing all sorts of martial arts with people.
No, and the movies we did get like that, we like Kill Bill. Kill Bill was a good movie, but they showed if one thing a lot of people don't know about Kill Bill, that when the bride went up against all the other assassins of that clique, she beat him. But when she came up against Bill's brother, he beat her. AKA the man beat her because he was more experienced and he was a guy, and he beat her.
That's a part of building a threat to the character, when we were talking about this earlier, where it's like, if you made your character just walk up and slaughter everybody, it's like, what's the strife? What's the conflict? What's the struggle this character is going through?
And when there is none, we call it a Mary Sue.
Yes, exactly. And no one likes a Mary Sue as much as no one likes a Mary Sue as much as they don't like a Gary Stu. So
yeah, the hero has to be tested, because if he's not tested, how do we know what his medal is worth? If he wins every battle, even every Spider-Man movie or any superhero movie, even Batman takes a loss where he has to go back to the Batcave and analyze, okay, I didn't take this guy seriously. Let me do my homework on this guy. And see, that's why they say Batman with preparation can be anybody, because he'll learn from his mistake and be like, okay, I wasn't prepared for this. Let me go back and analyze this guy's weakness. There was an episode of Batman Beyond, of the original Batman series, where he had to go against one of his old students that he used to go, like when he was like learning martial arts, and the guy had learned a death touch. Huh?
You're talking about the Day of the Samurai, I think, which was
I think the guy he learned a death touch. He had learned a death touch to where if he touched you, he can kill you. And Batman found his dojo and studied the mannequin he had been practicing the art on, and Batman noticed, and that's what we found out later. That's why that show was so great, because it taught kids how to be smarter, how to analyze shit. And Batman is like, I realized the point of the mannequin that you were attacking most had to be the death spot, because why would you keep attacking that part if it had nothing to do with what you were trying to do?
Yep.
And that show, and we don't get those kind of shows for kids now. Now we get shows where, hey, my pronouns are they, them, dumbing children down instead of giving them quality entertainment like I got when I was a kid. And that's what I feel bad for this generation of kids. You're not getting quality entertainment. You're getting reboots and rehashes of cartoons I watched as a kid, and now they're watering them down for diversity reasons, like Masters of the Universe Menstruation. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Revelation. When they took He-Man out of his own show within the first 10 minutes and made it the Tila show. And Clownfish TV, I love you, Clownfish TV, by the way. Clownfish TV warned us about this, saying it's going to be the Tila show. They're going to take He-Man out of the show and make it about her. And Kevin Smith kept saying, no, that's why when I talked to Z-Wolf, I'm like, Z-Wolf, I love you, bro, but fuck Kevin Smith, because he lied to us and told us it was a He-Man show. And then when we watched it, it was tampon hour for the whole series, except for the last 2 episodes where He-Man had a small role in his own series. The bait and switch is real, and I hate it.
Yeah, there's a lot that you just said there that I want to unpack. So what I was gonna say is something that I used to do, because I role play and I write Batman stories. He's one of my main characters, and when I write and do Batman stories, one of the things I used to love doing is the process of detective work that Batman is walking through and analyzing, like, okay, what fingerprints did I find? What broken glass did I find? Like Sherlock Holmes level of stuff. Just he's
exactly.
He's
And
clowning.
you know what? Not to cut you off because this is what I'm talking about. I like how Commissioner Gordon, if it's a crime scene, he'll let Batman walk through first. Like, they'll be like, "What are you doing?" He's no, that's Batman. Let him analyze it before we touch it, and then we'll go in and analyze and get our own findings. But I want Batman to get first crack at this crime scene, and that's one thing I saw in the Batman movie when they showed the scene where he's walking to the crime scene. They show all the cops standing in a row, like kind of in respect to look at him. Some of them are like, "Yeah, man, who's this dude?" Another like, "Man, that's the Batman." Let him have first crack at this scene, and he's not going to touch the other because trust me, he's just as good as we are. He won't touch the other, but he's going to analyze shit, and then we'll go behind Batman. I like that Gordon gives Batman that respect.
Yeah, exactly. And as I was about to say is that, so I love doing that. However, in my most recent rewatch of the Batman animated series, something I had note, and it didn't dawn on me. It didn't fucking dawn on me until I watched the series and I thought about it, because I was paying very close attention to Batman and his mind, and it just astonished me how quick Batman knows the answer to things. And it's like, how does he knows this is the person who's guilty. And it also came to me from watching Columbo. I had recently watched all of Columbo. I'd never seen all of Columbo start to finish.
Yeah,
and
that's a classic show.
it dawned on me how Batman was able to do it. And it's like both Columbo and Batman, and even Sherlock Holmes. I've been watching Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone. How they're able to do it. And it's like these guys are just well-versed in knowledge. They know a lot of things. And from that knowledge, they're able to make a simple connection. They're able to say, okay.
Process of elimination.
Right. They're able to just say, okay, this is a woman who's been very nice to me. She's very sweet to Bruce Wayne, but she's also connected to this crime. I don't know how, but I know she's connected to it. So what I got to do is just get her in a position where she'll show me that she's connected to it. And it's all kinds of things like that. Like when he's up against Baby Doll.
Oh, that's a classic one. Okay. I didn't mean to. Oh, that's classic.
Right. Like he's looking at her like, okay, she's like, everyone's looking at it like, oh, she kidnapped these people and she's going to hold them for ransom or kill them or something, blah, blah, blah. And Batman's like, no, there's something more. There's something more to this. Like,
yeah, it don't add up.
Logically going on here. So like he uses that against her, and his objective is to make her confront it, but he can't just grab her because obviously she runs away from him. So he's like, okay, I have to use more cunning, and I have to use more smarts to this to capture her. And the Superman animated series does the same thing, but they don't give, like, they typically have those like eureka moments to Lois Lane. She's usually the one who's like, I figured it out. Where Superman,
you know what?
Superman's like a step ahead. He's like, only something's not right here. You know, like when I was talking earlier about Sinestro and Superman. Okay, Superman figured it out. Superman's like, hey, Green Lantern, you have to take on Sinestro, because I can fight Sinestro, but if Sinestro starts destroying the city, I can't take on Sinestro. I need you to help me take on Sinestro because I have to save the people. And that's what gets Kyle Rayner up to start helping Superman. You know, and
you
it's
know,
the same.
No, you go ahead because you're making a good point. I hate to interrupt you like I did.
I was gonna start talking about Steel.
No, you're not rambling. You're not rambling. Trust me, I'm absorbing everything you said to where you even changed my mind about something about Spawn that I believed all these years to where you're good. So go ahead, go with your thought process.
There's that other moment in Superman the animated series with Steel. Okay, Superman is getting his ass handed to him by Metallo, and I don't know if it's Steel's niece. She sees that Superman's getting his butt kicked. And she's like, "Hey, I forget the name of Steel. I think it's like
John Henry, I think, or John Irons.
John Henry, yeah." And he said, John Henry Irons. She says, "Hey, Superman's in trouble. He needs help." And he's like, "Not on my watch." And then he,
exactly
his armor, and he comes out there and kicks the shit out of Metallo, and it starts those two fighting and everything. And it's
I just want to interject. John Henry Irons is a black character in the Superman lore that was done right. They did it from the get go to where I said the other day when we were talking when we were one of the spaces I think you were in it, and I'm like John Henry is a character that I love him on the new Superman show because he's earned the right to be on the show because they didn't portray him as they did at first like the black Superman, but then when you heard a story like he's not Superman, no, but he's a guy that idolizes Superman and believes in justice just like
Yep.
Superman. He just lives in the hood.
And he's like that in the comics. In the comics, he's. I mean,
Exactly.
as crappy as people may think the Death of Superman and the Return of Superman comics are, John Henry Irons is one of the better characters in that story.
He's one of the ones that survived because only one other character survived. Well, actually, 3 of the 4 Superman, the Cyber Superman survived because he's so evil and was a great character. The Superboy, was it, Kent Connors, I think, or Kent Clark, or whatever the fuck, or Kent Connors. He's a
I don't remember, like forgettable character.
Yeah, they're forgettable. Superboy from the '90s, he kind of survived because he's still around today, but his look is different. And of course, Steel survived. And of course, I was alive. You might have been a baby or younger. I'm sure you. I assume you're in your late 20s, early 30s.
I'm early 30s. So like, Death of Superman happened a year after I was born, I think.
Okay, I was already at like 12 or 13, so I remember it. So it was called, okay, what they did, it was a pretty decent storyline. It was called The Reign of Supermen, and it was like the storyline was like one of these 4 guys is possibly Superman reincarnated or coming back, and Steel was one of them. Now from the get-go, we discovered Steel's not Superman because he's black, first of all, and second, they revealed that he's just a guy from the hood that's like, man, I don't like crime. Just because I live in the hood don't mean I'm for crime, and he was for justice, even though he lived in the hood.
Blacksmith or some shit, he's a steelworker.
Yeah, and that's how he created his suit. And Shaquille O'Neal, oh god, you're a Laker, but we forgive you for Steel. But
I didn't get to see Steel. I want to see it. I have that on my list of movies to watch, but I'm told it's a good movie just for the pure comedy of it.
That's not one of them. When you watch that movie, do it for a reason to be like, hey, clowning this movie and how it didn't age well then. And here it is 20 some years later, and the movie's aged even worse. But hey, Steel got a movie. The point is, Steel got a movie. Steel, Shaquille O'Neal played Steel, and Steel has a movie. So as bad as it is, Steel got a movie. You know what I mean?
Dan in the chat says Steel is a cool member of the Superman family. Yes,
yeah, he is. Do you ever watch Superman and Lois?
No, that show you keep telling me I need to watch.
I highly recommend that show, and I don't highly recommend because usually people know me for like rants. That's why when we go to spaces, Samuel say something silly to try and pop me off to go on a rant like motherfucker. I hate that shit. But this is one of the shows I genuinely like because when it comes to the dynamic of the family, like look, okay, Superman has a family now. He has 2 sons, and Lois is his wife. Now, when the show was called Superman and Lois, I thought, okay, they're getting equal billing. Does that mean Lois is going to talk down to Superman and do that girl power shit in the era that we are with the superheroes? And no, that's not the case. When they have a family issue, Lois will say her issue. She'll be like, Clark, I don't, because he's Clark at home. Clark, oh, the boys are making me mad, blah, blah, blah. And she'll say her issue. But her issue ain't the final say. What Clark says is the final say. To where he will say something, and Lois she won't say nothing. She'll just be like, okay, all right. But when the boys walk out, she'll be like, Clark, why'd you do that? Why'd you undermine me in front of the boys? She knows her place. You know what I mean? She knows not to challenge Superman when it comes to raising a family because he's Superman. Whatever he says is the final say. Now, she can have something to say like, I don't agree with how you handle that, Clark. And, when it's just them. But in front of the boys, she will never undermine Superman. She will never undermine him. And that made me love the show that Lois knew her place, but she's still a strong character because she's Lois Lane. And John Henry.
She should, if she feels he did something wrong, she should challenge him. But
yeah, and she will challenge them when it's just them.
But she also knows that he's Superman.
Yeah.
Like he figures the way that other people can't. He's
Superman. And that's what I love about the show is that because they have a few episodes where the sons would do something silly. Like, okay, there was one episode, Lois came home early, right? One of the oldest, huh?
We have Dan said in chat, Steel movie is so hilariously bad. And then he said, you deserve it. I guess he's talking about the flack that you get.
Oh, Shaq or me?
In chat, Dan said that.
Oh, okay. Hey, but we love Dan.
I don't remember what exactly he was saying you deserve it for, but I'm assuming he's smack talking.
Yeah, probably. Hey, see, Superman in that show. I like how no matter what, okay, I was telling you, there was an episode where Lois came home one day and caught the oldest son in a room with his girl, and he didn't have a shirt on, and the girl, she was trying to do something, and they were probably about to do something, but Lois stopped them. She has a beeper on the show where she can push the beeper, and Superman responds instantly. So when she pushed the beeper, he came and said, "What's the problem, Lois?" And she goes, "Our son was in a room with a girl." And Superman straight told her, like, "Really, Lois? You called me here because our son has a girl in the room?" They put that in the show. He's like, "Look, Lois, you knew our agreement. Call me when your life is in danger or there's some worth threatening shit. But our son having a girl in his room is not important to me." And Superman left. Now later on, they had a conversation. We said, "Okay, maybe Lois, maybe I was a little stern, but I'm telling you, look, I'm Superman. Look, I saved the world. Look, our son having a girl in his room. Actually, tell you the truth, I'm proud of him. You know." And Lois, because there'll be times, like I said, she won't agree with Clark, but she never disrespects him in front of their sons. She'll wait until Superman says, "Go to your room, boys," and they go to their rooms, and then they talk.
Yeah, I love that. I really need to check out this show now. I really do.
Yeah, you do. I mean, the scene with the scene that I'm because of you now, I'm going to put it on my page today. When she first meets Superman, Lois Lane is in the street. Okay, Clark is already at the Daily Planet working, and he hears that Lois is like went on a little side mission. He's like, "Where's Lois?" They're like, "Oh, she's out doing something." And the super hearing tells her where she's at and what's going on, and he knows she's about to be attacked. So Superman goes there, saves her, and it's the first meeting. The scene is so cool because there was a guy with a flamethrower, right? And he's getting ready to torch Lois Lane, and Superman jumps right because they show it like his super speed. He gets right in front of the flame and stands there, and the flame's going behind him. And he looks at Lois and goes, "Are you okay?" And she's like standing there like, "Oh my God, I've heard about you, and now I'm actually meeting you." It was a good scene, and after all, it was all said and done. Superman, they defeat the guy, and they have the first. Of course, everybody in the neighborhood, because it was in a small neighborhood. This is the first time they're really getting to see Superman up close and personal. And the way he said, "I won't spoil that for you." The way he saved everybody was so beautiful. And so he goes, Lord, and says, she goes, "Oh, so you're the new guy in town, blah blah blah." He goes, "Yeah, She goes, "What's your name?" And she goes, he goes, "I'll let you think about that." Just like in the comic book, to where a lot of people don't know, Lois Lane came up with the name Superman. She came up with that name. So when he flies off, another person in the neighborhood goes, "Who was that?" And Lois Lane looks up in the sky. She goes, "That's Superman." Yo, the show is great, dude. I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
What? Oh, that's Superman. That's a movie though. That's my favorite Superman. That's my favorite. Yeah, that's my favorite line in that movie. My roommate, he's getting ready to do his thing, but he brought up like Christopher Reeve Superman when he first met Lois. And Lois, you ever see that movie, Bruce?
Oh yeah. I've seen the Christopher Reeve Superman. I've seen all of them.
Yeah, in the original, which of course is still the best Superman movie of all time. I'm sorry to say it is. But when Lois is falling, out of the helicopter, and Superman catches her, and he says, "Don't worry, I got you." And she looks at him and says, "You got me. Who's got you?" Because it's the first time she's ever meeting Superman, and the first time Lois and Superman meet is always usually a special moment, because Superman loves her to death, and they don't understand the character to where they look at Superman when he's around Lois, he starts doing goofy shit, like people think it is that he's trying to be in character by tripping over things and acting goofy, where she's like, "You couldn't be Superman because you're so klutz prone. You trip over a fucking rug." But to me, it's always been Superman is so in love with this girl, he acts like anybody else around a girl he really loves, and he's not confident. He's no longer the guy that we know him to be because he's in love with this one girl. And I've always loved that dynamic of the Clark Kent, Superman, Lois Lane love triangle, or the love story. It's like, this is the one woman who could literally break Superman down and make him act like a bumbling fool.
I think it's kind of cute sometimes, but yeah, I'm not exactly a fan of that idea. That's like, hey, Lois turns him into a bumbling fool.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there, but not like a complete idiot. Well, but he's so enamored by this girl that, he's not thinking like he normally would if it's around anybody else, like Lex Luthor or Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, like I there was the one episode. It's like the only episode of Smallville that I genuinely like. It's the one with Maxima, where Clark is so enamored with Maxima because she has this this pheromone power or something where she's able to just make any guy fall in love with her. And so
that's a cool power, by the way. I'm sorry, that's a cool power.
Yes, it is. Yes. So she's all up on Clark. She has Clark in an elevator. They're making out, and he's like completely like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on, but this chick is great. Like, I like this chick. I'm in love with her. And then the elevator doors open, and there's Lois.
Uh-oh.
And Maxima, which Lois and Clark aren't in a relationship at this time, but there's obviously an interest there from both of them. And so Lois just watches them, and they're both like completely distracted with each other. And then she's like, Smallville. And then, unlike all of the other guys, Maxima was kissing different Earthmen thinking they were Superman, and she was killing them, which is how these two came, how Clark and her got to meet, because Clark was following the dead body, saying something supernatural about this. These men are being crushed in from like a simple makeout session, basically.
That sounds interesting.
So these two start kissing, and they're like roughhousing in the elevator, two superhuman beings, two metahumans.
Oh, wow, I can imagine that scene.
Yeah, as they're like roughhousing in the elevator, they're realizing that they have this natural bond and interest in each other because they're biologically compatible. And she basically tells him, and she told this to all the other guys, you and I are destined to be together. We're meant for each other. And she got Superman in her spell. They're together, but then Lois shows up. And Maxima immediately turns to green because Superman breaks from the spell and is like, Lois, and she walks away. So he then leaves Maxima to go after Lois to just tell her, hey,
is that what you thought?
Right. Like I don't like blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to search it. Like, he's just trying to call an excuse. Maxima, she gets the idea. Okay. So he'll fall in love.
This is the girl he's stuck on.
He'll fall in love with me if I just kill her.
Yeah, putting her in danger.
He goes to try and kill Lois Lane, and Lois Lane, being Lois Lane, is like, oh, okay, bitch, I'm going to fuck you up. And then Superman has to dive in and pull Maxima out of the fight. And he has to then talk to her and be like, look, you can't just go around killing people. And Maxima is like, well, I'm a goddess, or I'm a queen on my planet. I don't care. Like, Earth is nothing.
Yeah, humans are beneath me.
Right. And and then you have Superman trying to explain to her, no, I can't fall in love with someone who doesn't care about life. Like, you have to have some level of respect for life.
That dynamic has been.
You haven't seen that episode, you do?
No, because like you, I'm not a Smallville fan. My dad is a huge Smallville fan. Me, I didn't really get into Smallville because I was in my age where Superman's corny.
There's a sexy Maxima outfit. The actress who plays Maxima, she looks hot as hell. So I mean, if you just want to look up that one episode, go for it.
I think I will because you suggested it. I think I will. Yeah, but the Superman and Lois show is like and here's the thing, Bruce, that made the show even better. They had one of these woke activists in the writing room, which is why the writers lost the strike, because they're like, you got so many writers in this room and they're all arguing about certain shit, and the show comes out shit because so many people are inputting their different ideas, which makes the character convoluted to where one minute they're vengeful, next minute they're passive. You got too many writers. You need to narrow down. Well, one of the writers was a black female who this was her brain trust idea. Let's be progressive with Superman. Let's make him go to Smallville, but instead of being found by the kids, he's found by two gay black men. And he's raised by two gay black men. That way we can push the progressive in. Yeah, and the writer's like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not making Superman's parents black, and we're not making them gay. And she argued about it, and they fired her. Fired her, said, "Bitch, no, we don't need you because your ideas are detrimental to the show, making Superman's parents black and gay." And yeah, no, we're not doing it. And I'm glad they stuck to like most of the stories there are like Superman lore, or like it's not far fetched. It's not like that's why when I saw the show was called Superman and Lois, I thought because she has equal billing, that would mean that there'll be episodes where they're going to make her a girl boss, where she talks down to Clark and embarrasses him. I'm like, this is Superman. It's one thing when She-Hulk talks shit to the Hulk, which was very disrespectful, but it's another thing for Lois to knowingly talk shit to Superman, knowing that Clark is Superman, and you're talking shit to him to belittle him.
There's that comic. I forget which one it is. It's a Superman Batman comic, and I think I brought this up to you before. It might have been Public Enemies. It was Public Enemies. That's what it was. It was at the end of Public Enemies, where Lex Luthor explains to Superman that there's this kryptonite asteroid headed for Earth, and Lex Luthor's plan is to manipulate the government into believing that if they fire their missiles at the asteroid, it's not going to be enough. But a well-placed missile on the asteroid can mitigate the damage of the asteroid. So
it's kind of like the movie Sudden Impact. Not Sudden Impact, but Deep Impact. Excuse me.
Yeah. So he's like, we could probably mitigate the damage. So we might lose half the Earth, and all of this is just bullshit. Luthor knows the asteroid isn't going to hit Earth at all. It's not going to hit Earth. It's going to completely miss it.
But he's able to take advantage of the situation and manipulate the government to where now he gets into power or becomes more powerful because, he is one of the smartest people in the room.
Yes. And he knows the one person who could fix this problem easily enough is Superman. So he does this. That's why it's called Public Enemies. He does this at the very start of the story, where he comes up with this convoluted idea that all superheroes have to register with the government, and Superman and Batman are two characters who he knows aren't going to go along with it. They're going to say no. So Lex Luthor, I forget what it was that he convolutes. He frames them for a crime, and then he sends his Justice Society after them. Like,
and they all come after him.
Yeah.
Hey, Bruce.
It's Batman, Superman against
against everybody. To where Bruce. There's something I was trying to put in edgewise in the space that we were in, but I never got a chance to, but now I can because we're talking about it. Public Enemies, I loved in the movie how when Power Girl finally kind of chose a side, like, okay, and she stood back and let Superman handle and Batman handle all the guys she came with, and she's like, I want to stay with you. He goes, and Superman's like, no, we need you as an undercover agent to understand what's going on there so you can relate to us. And he goes, we got this. And Power Girl goes off. The first thing Superman says is, he looks at Batman and says, have you figured this out yet? Because he already knows Batman's the brains. He's like, and Batman's like, I'm still working on it. But that lets you know, in the world's finest, it's no question. They were the original. Superman is the brawn, Batman is the brains. And the biggest example of this is Justice League, where Superman is still the brawn and Batman is the brains of Justice League. There's no question. Batman is the true leader because of his intelligence. But because Superman is more stronger, people are tending to follow him more because he could destroy a planet with a few punches. But Batman is the brains, and he always has been.
I'm gonna chime in on that in a moment here, but I want to. Dan is talking.
No, chime in, please do.
Well, I want to get to Dan's talking in the chat here. He says, technically, our last story with Christopher Reeves / Brandon Routh Superman is Arrowverse's Crisis on Infinite Earths, where he sadly lost Jimmy, Lois, and many people. His story was based on Kingdom Come. I think that's what they were going for. Yeah, I think that's true. And
I finally saw that clip where it was who was it? It was like a Iris, her, I forgot the other female. I want to say Supergirl, but it wasn't. But they told them that we need you to come to our timeline to help defeat this. And so I did see that timeline where they did the Kingdom Come story to fruition, like you said.
And then Dan says this was probably one of the later seasons of Smallville, probably. And then he says Public Enemies was basically DC's Civil War.
It was not as good, but it was. It was. I mean, technically, you give it to him, Dan. I mean, Bruce. You had the heroes fighting against Superman, which, except for like Atomic Man and maybe a villain or two more, they had no chance. Superman, even Grog. Grog was a beast, but when Superman, I always say this: when Superman gets pissed, that's it. Superman always plays under the guise of I'm the good guy. I don't have to get super violent. I will apply a little pressure to you and I will stop you. But if Superman goes like Injustice, where he goes all out, F you and F the world and F everything, there's nobody on the planet that can stop him. Nobody.
It's like the DCUO opening trailer, if you ever saw it, where the Earth goes, Superman goes fucking crazy. Because Lex Luthor gets this idea that Superman, he knows Superman is out in space. He's hiding behind the moon. He's on the dark side of the moon, like unconscious or some shit. So Lex Luthor convolutes this war of heroes, this global war of superheroes fighting. And he believes if this war happens, Batman or Wonder Woman or someone is going to do something that will provoke Superman to wake up from his sleep and come back to Earth. And that's when Lex Luthor has the plan of what to do to Superman, or he's going to hit him with red kryptonite and then kill him. And Superman gets triggered. Superman comes to Earth. He's pissed off as all hell. And he goes against Black Adam. And in that trailer...
Ooh, that's a tall order. That's a tall order.
Superman is like, Black Adam's just like, oh, I'm going to do my typical villain stuff, and I'm going to threaten Superman, and I'm going to kick his ass, and I'm going to distract him. I'm going to wear him down for Lex. He doesn't realize Lex sent Black Adam to die. Because Superman goes right up to Black Adam, catches Black Adam's fist, and is just like, I'm done. And lasers right through Black Adam's skull. Just boom, and just melts his skull. And that's...
Bruce. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is like the intro to the game. And you're getting told this from Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor is telling you this is all happened. This is all what's happened. This is in the past. And he's basically saying, I was arrogant. I thought I knew what I was doing. And basically he's articulating how after this happens, Superman shows up, Wonder Woman and Batman try to stop Superman from killing everybody. He's going to like just go out and kill each villain one by one. All right. But they can't because the other villains are fighting them. So like Wonder Woman's against Deathstroke, and Deathstroke is buying his time against Wonder Woman. It's a fantastic fight where she's like, there's no way you can beat me, Deathstroke. And Deathstroke's like, he's like, I'm not trying to beat you. Thank you for this. And he shows the magical lasso. And Wonder Woman's like, wait, what? And then Xerxes shows up and blasts Wonder Woman, knocking her away. Deathstroke then runs to Superman with the magic lasso, wrapping him up, leaving him vulnerable for Lex Luthor to deliver the killing blow. And I forget what Batman was doing. Batman was all fucked up. Like his helmet was mechanical, and like part of it, like he was shaved head. He had like stitches in the side of his skull, like all battle damaged, and like he had surgery, like his head has been like ripped off or some shit. And so he's like, armor is like attached to his skin, like it's all like hybridized. And I forget what Batman was fighting, why Batman was distracted. But then Lex Luthor kills Superman with the kryptonite spear right to Superman's heart, killing him. And Lex Luthor was like, and I had won, and everything was great. And then I realized the battle had just begun. And then you see Brainiac descending from the sky, which Brainiac in the game is a villain.
That's what they failed to realize. What Lex fails to realize, all the villains that Superman keeps at bay. With him gone, they're like, oh, Superman's gone. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's Superman is Little Bill. Superman is Little Bill.
Yep.
To bring it circle of what we talked about at the start. You know?
Yep. To where when you take the sheriff out, all the villains go, oh, so just like what's going on in America right now. Did I say that out loud? Did I say? Oh, I meant it. Like what's going on in America right now, where you let criminals believe, oh, you'll be out of jail tomorrow if you get caught stealing because diversity. Yeah, when you embolden criminals, which killing Superman would do automatically, they're all gonna come. Like the Hulk. That's what any hero. That's what makes them classic and super is the battles they go through at night that people when they're sleeping in their beds don't know about. Like when Spider-Man goes in the sewers and fights vermin, or when Superman fights Brainiac in the ship. The villains that these heroes that we love keep at bay or was keeping your life normal. But if the hero's taken out, these villains go, oh, like the Age of Apocalypse. Great storyline for the X-Men. Professor X is killed, and Apocalypse realizes, oh, wait a minute. Professor X is dead. That means the X-Men will not be in my way to stop me in my world conquering views. And they didn't. Apocalypse took over the world because Professor X was dead.
Yeah. And I'm gonna backtrack here because I was getting to something about when we were talking about character and Lois Lane. So with that asteroid as it was coming to Earth, Lex Luthor's plan was he was going to blow it up anyway. He had Lex Tech throw on.
He was prepared.
He had a bunch of nanites or something on it, and he could have detonated at any point. But Lex Luthor was smart, and he gave the controls of it to Lana Lang. And
was she an employee? I'm trying to think she was connected. Like, was she an employee of LexCorp?
Yes, when Lex Luthor in Public Enemies, he's the president. So as president, he can't be CEO of his own company.
Of a company.
So
yeah.
he made Lana Lang the CEO. And so
you see the good writing DC Comics used to have? Yes, the good writing they used to have?
This was, I think, Jeff Johns. A lot of people give him shit, but it was like that's one of that's the Superman Batman, that entire 80 series run is his brainchild. And so so Superman goes to Lana Lang, my good friend Lana Lang. I need you to detonate that asteroid. Or I need you to give me the codes or whatever so that I can dismantle that asteroid or whatever have you. And she's like, I can't do that. If I did that, it would cripple LexCorp. And I have to think about the families and feed the people here
who work for me.
Right. And it goes back and forth. And she says, look, if you force my hand, I'm going to detonate that asteroid. And it's going to cover the planet, or it's going to cover Earth in kryptonite radiation. You will not be allowed to come back here on Earth. You will not be allowed to live here on Earth. And Superman calls her bluff. She detonates covering Earth in kryptonite. So Superman now has to be on the Justice League Watchtower looking at Earth, unable to come back. And, Batman is obviously trying to be Batman. He's trying to figure out a way, and he has a way. He figures it out. And it's one of the great moments with Power Girl. And again, Power Girl comes full circle as to, okay, in the early story, she was against him. Now she's with him. Where Batman talks to Toyman, who's a Japanese toy maker. Okay, he's this little kid. He idolizes Superman and Batman. He loves them. They're his favorite heroes. So much that he made this giant, Optimus Prime Batman Superman robot.
Half Batman, half of Superman, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
iconic story.
The same kid, as he has this giant robot, he also made this special nanite robot that's really tiny. And he was like, what we'll do is, or what Batman managed to convince him to do, because this kid's like, I made these robots, these nanites, to clean my room, so I don't have to clean he's a kid, so he's thinking like a kid. Batman's like, no, this is ingenious. I need to hire you. We clone these little nanites, and we distributed them throughout the world to clean up the kryptonite. So Batman gets him on this project. He says, but I want one thing from you, Batman. I want you to get, in order for me to do this, for me to make these robots, you have to do one thing for me. And Batman's like, anything, name it. Do you know what this kid asked for?
I can't wait for you to tell me.
That's what a 13-year-old Japanese kid wants. More than anything in the world. He wants a date with Power Girl.
Wow.
He wants to go out to dinner with Power Girl.
And this is why we question certain people, which I'm not going to say who. Even if 13-year-old kids like, look, I want to go out with Power Girl. She's hot. And even if I don't have a chance, I at least want to be in the same room with her to talk to her, just me and her.
Right. And it's fantastic because at the end of that story, there's a little bit of a hint with Power Girl as she's like, hey, Batman, you owe me big for this. Like, hey, wink, wink, you owe me. So
hey, and with the movies that I share, you know what that favor had to be. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Like again, it's like Power Girl is female Superman. Okay, so
yes,
it's like,
yeah, I believe she's what, a Supergirl clone or an alternate universe Supergirl. Really?
Yeah, I'll explain that in just a moment. But it's like she's female Superman. So if Superman being male Superman, if Superman and Batman get along absolutely well, you can imagine Batman and Power Girl also get along really well.
Yeah, I get. Trust me, I am already imagining.
But yeah, Power Girl is Earth 2 Supergirl. When Earth 2 got destroyed, Power Girl got pulled through a portal and brought to Earth 1 or Prime Earth. And how kryptonite works, this is why kryptonite doesn't affect Power Girl.
It doesn't? I didn't know that. I thought
she's
her being Kryptonian, even though she's supposed to be a clone or whatever, I was thinking her biology, her being Kryptonian, that kryptonite should automatically affect her.
Yeah, she is not a clone. People refer to her as a clone because they don't know. In Earth 2, Power Girl was like 25. So she's Supergirl, but she's reached the, I think, maturity of 25. That's why when she meets Supergirl is like 16. But regardless, Power Girl's from Earth 2. When she got sucked through the portal, some kryptonite from Earth 2 came over. And that's when she is weak to kryptonite, it's Earth 2 kryptonite. Or it's kryptonite that's been harmonically changed. But what happened is when she got pulled through, her harmonic frequency, her body's chemistry is different from Earth 1's. So in the Flash TV series, the CW Flash series, they do a really good job explaining this, that each Earth has its own frequency. And so that's how you can tell if someone's not from the Earth that they're from. And so basically, kryptonite from Earth 1 has a different frequency and radiation scale from Earth 2, and that's why she's immune to it. But also, if Earth 2 kryptonite comes near Superman or Supergirl in Earth 1, it won't affect them. They're like, why? Now, Superman is a cheeky motherfucker, if you didn't know this. Superman will act like any kryptonite hurts him. He'll go, kryptonite, and then the villain's like, ha, 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 yes, your core weakness. I have you right where and then Superman just waits for them to explain their plan, their whole elaborate idea, and then he gets up, punches them, and it's like, okay, done. Like, all right, now I know where the nuclear missiles are. Let me go and disarm them.
Yeah, thank you for your information. Thank you for your contribution to me saving the day.
Dan has some stuff here. He says, the Justice League, from my opinion, Superman is the captain most of the time. Batman is usually vice captain or co-captain. That's about true. The Justice League's leadership has shifted command. Wonder Woman's been the commander. Superman's been the commander. Batman's been the commander. My personal favorite is Black Canary. Black Canary is my favorite commander.
Really?
Yeah, she is very underrated in her command ability. And, she's almost as good as Superman and Wonder Woman.
What about Batman?
What she gets from Batman is she gets the tactician side of Batman. But that's what I was going to say when you were talking about that earlier. I'll address that in a moment. I'll address that in a moment. Don't make me
Please
forget.
do.
So then Dan says, guess we know where Zack Snyder got his idea of the kryptonite spear from. He's talking about with Lex Luthor having the spear. Like when Superman was dead in Zack Snyder's Justice League and Josh Whedon's Justice League, Darkseid and his forces immediately started attacking. Yes, that's what the mother boxes, when Superman died, the mother boxes relayed to Steppenwolf and Darkseid, hey, Superman is dead.
Superman's gone.
His death rung out into his universe. They knew Earth's protector, the Kryptonian, was gone. Yeah. She's also been a clone of Superman. She's been an alternate universe version of Supergirl too. There are many versions of her origins. Yes, kryptonite doesn't affect her in some versions. In the main continuity of the comics, she's a doppelganger from Earth 2. In the other versions, the DCU example exchange, she's a clone. Or origin, she's a clone. Yeah. Many Earths being different frequencies is a staple in DC's multiverse lore. Yes. So, getting back to Batman and him being the leader of the Justice League. When you read Superman Batman, you find that Superman is not as dumb as people make him out to be. And this is the terrible writing of DC when characters around Batman become dumb. They become stupid. And Superman is way smarter than what they give him credit for. Like in his own stories, you watch Superman solve crimes in like 2 seconds. It's like, I know the solution. I know what the problem is. Here's what you do. But it's like whenever characters get around Batman, they suddenly become dumb and stupid, and they need Batman to think for them. I hate that. I really do. I like it when it's like you have Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. All of them are simultaneously able to come to the conclusion, able to be like, this is what you got to do. The thing is, and this is why I like pointing to Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Trinity, why I like pointing to that story, because all 3 of them are competent, they're smart, they're intelligent, they know what they got to do. The difference is they have personality clashes. So Wonder Woman's like, I'm going to use my lasso and I'm going to get them to tell me what I want to know. And Batman's like, no, I'm going to have to dangle them off the rooftop and force them to speak. And Wonder Woman's over here like, I don't like Batman. Like, he's too brutal. He's ruthless. He's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And Superman's like, he has a different method because he's not like you and I. But he gets results. He's
human.
Yeah. And like,
he don't have his vulnerability like we do.
Right. So it's like if Batman were to have this conversation with Wonder Woman, she would just dismiss him and he would dismiss her. But with Superman in the middle, he is able to talk her off the ledge. He's able to talk to Batman.
Well, yeah, because he can kick her ass. Let's be honest, because he can kick her ass.
Not kick her ass. Not. There's like no physical element to it. It's just a matter of
no. But I'm just saying, like in the bigger scheme of things, like yes, Wonder Woman, like will when Superman gives his opinion, she will side with it out of respect. But when it's all said and done, he can kick her ass. Not too many guys can kick Wonder Woman's ass, and she takes that into account also.
Yeah, well, in that story, she actually took it to, Superman, like, okay, this guy is powerful and strong like I am, and he wields it responsibly. Like he's reserved, he's honorable with his power. So she
and that makes you respect him more.
Yeah, she has respect for him in this way, where she looks at Batman, it's like, you have this power, and all you know how to do is destruction, violence, and harm. And Batman is looking at it like he has a completely different angle on her. He's like, I know one of the criminals I'm chasing is an Amazon. And I don't know who this Wonder Woman lady is, but I know
so it could be her.
She's freely telling me she's an Amazon. So
yeah, it could be her. So Batman going to the detective mode's like, could she be my suspect? Even though he'll rationalize, she wouldn't willingly tell me she's Amazon if she was a suspect. But he does take it into consideration.
And even so, he might say, okay, she's not my target, but she's going to cover for the Amazon that I'm trying to bring to justice. She's going to lie for it. Oh, I don't know this person.
It's a girl thing.
You just both happen to come from the same apartment building, the same apartment room,
Same hood.
you know each other, right? So Superman's over here able to talk to Batman and say, look, she's just as lost and confused as you are. She's looking for the exact same answers that you are. Okay, we're all on the same side. Let's work together and find out what the truth is. And Batman's like, I don't trust her, but okay, you're right.
I trust you.
I
trust you.
Again, it's like Superman knows how to just talk to Batman. So it's like Batman goes off of logic and facts. So it's like, Superman just gently reminding Batman, you're a detective. Don't jump to conclusions. See where the evidence takes you.
You know, one of the best aspects about the relationship I love is when someone meets Batman for the first time and they're like, hi, I'm blah, blah, blah. And they try to shake Batman's hand and Batman don't shake their hand. And Superman be like, oh, he's like that with everybody. Don't take it personal. He even did that to me.
Yeah, exactly. So like I said, I love that story. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Trinity, fantastic story where you get to see each of the characters in their prime. You get to see each character in their state, and you get to see why these characters work really fucking well together, why they mesh, why it's to get on topic of what I like to talk about, Dungeons and Dragons.
Go ahead then. Hey, I hate how the story people have destroyed Dungeons and Dragons, but hey, let's talk about it.
Well, it's like you have in Dungeons and Dragons terms, you have Batman, who's the rogue. You have Superman, who is, depending on how you want to look at him, whether you want to say he's a barbarian or you want to say he's a paladin. And then you have Wonder Woman. Sorry, go on. Who would you say he is?
I would say, believe it or not, I would say Superman's a barbarian. And here's why I'm going with that. Because he's all power, and like you just eloquently stated again, he's not dumb, but when you think of Superman, you think of raw power. So, when I think of barbarians, I think of raw power.
Well, I don't know if you know this about D&D, but there's a mechanic that barbarians have called rage, and when they rage, they reduce all physical damage they take by half. So it's like, okay.
So could this be a berserker rage?
Yeah, effectively, yeah. That's what the archetype of barbarian is in D&D, is a berserker.
Wolverine.
Norse mythology berserker. So now here's the thing. Here's again why he can make a great barbarian. Their rage doesn't mitigate magic. But the barbarian's natural defense against magic is they have so much goddamn health that they can just take fireball after fireball. They can just keep eating these gigantic blows. And whereas melee, they can eat a lot of melee blows. Like you're slashing them with a sword or an axe, their rage just cuts. You're doing 2d8 damage.
As long as you're not cutting no limbs off.
Yeah. So
I mean, if you have flesh wound, okay, the barbarian can power through that because it's like, I'm so mad. Ooh, that okay, I'm gonna kill you for that. Yeah. But if you cut off limbs, okay, that's different.
And so I would then say Wonder Woman is either a ranger or she's a paladin as well. And that's because both classes, ranger and paladin, have like a light tier of magic that they can do. Like rangers can do things like they can talk to animals. They can summon different arrows. They can imbue their arrows with fire or cold damage. And paladins, they have blessings or spells that can do like holy magic and things like that, which Wonder Woman can do magic. She typically uses like physical magical items, but she also doesn't really
her lasso was based in magic, so you would think that maybe she has some capabilities, maybe not her personally, but her lasso, of course, is strongly based in magic.
Well, she's knowledgeable of magic, but she understands that's like she shouldn't be using it, because it's like you have to have a good reason for using magic because magic has a cost in DC. So
one of the retcons
understands it's a balancing act.
One of the retcons of Wonder Woman that I do respect, and I'm like, okay, that goes with the character, is the bands of submission. Have you heard of those?
Oh yeah. I love them. I love the fact that it's like, okay, she's got a weakness to her. It's like Superman's kryptonite.
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
if she's just, oh, if I don't have if I don't have my magic items, I'm just a regular person, which they did that with Donna Troy. But no, it's like Wonder Woman, she's got rules she has to follow. She has like restrictions to her that she has to adhere to
But
and obey.
you are aware of what the bands of submission are, correct?
Yeah. We've talked about that
Okay,
before.
okay. I thought you were going down another route. So I'm asking you. You know what those are? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
shutting up. Go ahead, Bruce.
yeah. My main thing about it is like, okay, the bands of submission for the audience is basically if she gets bound by a man, she has to now submit to them. Okay.
Well,
And
I'm not going to refute that, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, well, yeah, to where you're right. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let you explain it, and then I will just co-sign on what you're saying because I agree with what you're saying right now.
the origins of this is the whole origin of the island of Themyscira, which was women were a part of the at the time a part of the world, and they were being all kinds of terrible things. I'm censoring my words here because of YouTube, but they were doing
And I'm
all
trying to
kinds
do
of,
mine too.
yeah, they're all these terrible things that happened to women in the medieval world, and they the goddess Hera decided, okay, I will create an island for women, protecting you from the god of war Ares, because Ares was the main guy who was bringing war, pillaging, and all kinds of terrible things to women. So Hera created the island of Themyscira, brought the women there, put them under a protective shield, and she gave them rules to protect them. Among these rules, everyone knows no men are allowed on Themyscira. Another one was that, or specifically for Wonder Woman and the bracers, is if a man were to tie up an Amazon,
Oh, she's submissive.
she becomes submissive to them. She becomes effectively his property, and
Yep.
it's a part of
Feminists
why
hate to hear that.
it's a part of why the Amazonians are very hostile to men, because Hera wanted to send a message. It's Greek mythology. Hera wanted to send a message to these women. Men are not your friend. Men are everything terrible, and they only bring terrible things to you.
The
And
patriarchy.
so long as you understand this, so long as you understand the threat that is a man, you will be safe. And so the Amazons were like, okay, if that's all we got to do to stay safe and live a normal, peaceful life, awesome. And it's a part of why Wonder Woman and her character, she is so baffled by the man's world. It's why she is also the bridge. The Amazonians do not like the world, but Wonder Woman has a bigger perspective. It's again, it's what makes her fantastic. It's what makes her different from all the other Amazons. It's why she's Wonder Woman, because
Yeah.
it's like, we can't just shut out the entire world now. It's
Hey,
changed.
hey,
It needs our influence.
hey, Bruce. To interject you here, one of my favorite scenes for the animated universe is when Diana, because I was watching, I think, Watch Mojo, and they were talking about the top 10 superheroines, and of course, number one was Wonder Woman. And it's a scene where it shows Diana, she's in a trench coat, but she runs in the alley and she throws it off and she comes out as Wonder Woman. And they show a little black girl with her dad who goes, "It's Wonder Woman." I love that scene because it shows that everybody knows who Wonder Woman is. Black girls from the hood or white girls from the suburbs, it don't matter. Girls know who Wonder Woman is. And she is like perhaps the biggest feminist icon of all time. Even though what you just said would make them go, wait a minute. So if a guy ties me up, I become his property? Yeah, that's Wonder Woman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
And
exactly it.
and when I was talking about the business of mission, like, that's what I say. I know you were going somewhere else with it, and I agree with you 100%. But the business of mission is something kind of retcon in to where, you know, the bracelets on her wrist,
Yeah, go on.
those are the bands of mission. And what they're supposed to mean is Wonder Woman is way more powerful than we know. But because of those bands, it limits her power to where she has a finite strength level. But if she take those bracelets off, her strength levels can go to maybe Superman levels. But that's why they're called the bands of submission, because they hold her power in check to where, she can't go all
You're
out
talking
to
about
where.
okay, yeah. You're talking about the fact they limit her power.
Yeah, exactly. They limit her power, and then that's what I was talking about. But what you're talking about, yo, I co-sign with you 100%. That's what I said. I'm not going to interrupt and say, okay, this is what I meant. But what you're saying, I agree with you 100%. That's the character of Wonder Woman, and the bands of submission was something they introduced like later on, which was like the bracelets on her wrist. Those aren't just bracelets; those are bracelets that limit her power to where if she didn't have them on, her strength level would literally be at Superman's strength level, to where she can like just demolish shit. I mean, she still can, but not at Superman's level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I agree with you that she definitely has. She should be on par with Superman innately.
But she's not. Let's be honest. She's not on par with Superman, and she never will be, because it's never meant for her to be on par with Superman. That's the distinctive thing that makes Superman Superman. He's the most powerful of them all. Like, because people always ask, who will win in a battle between the Hulk and Superman? And that's really one of the questions that will go on even after me and you are dead. People will still be asking that in the comic books. But here's the thing: the Hulk has unlimited strength. He can eventually, here's the key word, eventually overpower any opponent he has. But on the natch, when it comes to how powerful you are before the Hulk gets Superman, Superman is way more powerful than the Hulk. That's why the Hulk has to anger up to get to Superman levels to eventually beat him. Like we saw in the Incredible Hulk, where the Abomination, another being who on the natch is more powerful physically than the Hulk. You had to see the Hulk get angered and eventually defeat Abomination because he just got too mad. And Ed Norton is a way better Hulk than Mark Ruffalo will ever be. I wish he would have came back. I wish they hadn't fired him. I'm going to shut up now.
I was going to say, what's it called? Real quick here. What is your Twitter handle? What is your twat handle?
COMIXXX Inc.
COMIXXX. Okay.
Because I told you I'm with the COMIXXX stuff. I really believe that comics used to be a beautiful thing for everybody, but when you got these activists who are like, we want to push our social justice, no, that's why the comics in America are failing now, and why manga is kicking our ass in a genre we created, because they'll do identity politics to a certain degree, but they got specific comics for that. Their main comics like Chainsaw Man and whatever academic, they're not going to do that because they understand their fan base. They're like, okay, we're not going to make it about guys at first, and then when we get super popular, make it about girls. No, you don't do that. That's stupid. If you based it in male core audience, then you should always appeal to your male core audience. And if girls like it, hey, that's cool. Girls like it too. But we're not going to kiss your ass and put Barbie shit in one of our superhero movies. We're not going to do that. And that's why Marvel this weekend is going to finally find out nobody cares about Captain Marvel. The only reason they saw the first movie because you told them, oh, well, Infinity War came out and you have to watch Captain Marvel to understand what goes on in Endgame. And people found out, no, you didn't. You could have skipped it like I did, and you would have been all right. So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. People aren't falling for, oh, Captain Marvel is so important to the MCU. No one cares anymore. And when this movie flops, oh God, I can't wait to watch everybody clowning, from Clownfish to Yellow Flash to Ryan Kennel. Everybody clowning this movie like, yeah, you thought the first one made that $1 billion because it was a great movie. No, it made $1 billion because you told people they had to watch it. But now that people know they don't got to watch it, they didn't. Fuck Captain
I was gonna
Marvel.
say, I didn't see Captain Marvel. I completely skipped that. I was like, it's not Carol Danvers. It's not Miss Marvel. You know.
Yeah,
So
that Bruce is the best iteration of Captain Marvel, if you want to call her that, which I don't. Captain Marvel is something totally different. Miss Marvel, who was the best iteration of Carol Danvers as a superhero we ever had, so iconic that the moment with Rogue, that I mean, it sucks that they destroyed Miss Marvel with Rogue, but the point is she was a beautiful character, and the superheroine in the comic book that I'm making that I've seen you pictures of, I base her costume design off of Miss Marvel because I to this day I still love. To me, the top 2 sexy superheroines of all time is number 1. No question, Wonder Woman. She's the sexiest. And number 2 was Miss Marvel because of her costume and the way her personality. She was a very easygoing character, you know, and they made her into a lesbian bull dyke dagger who like, oh, I'm bisexual. No, you weren't. Miss Marvel was all about guys, from Spider-Man to Iron Man, whatever. It was the guys, she liked them. She wasn't into girls, but hey, for modern audiences, let's make her into girls too. And I don't like what they've done to Carol Danvers. I hate that. And I wish they would go back to the Miss Marvel years because that was the best years for Carol Danvers. It was. The Captain Marvel years, they suck because we know she's a lesbian who hates guys, who wants to destroy the patriarchy. When the original Carol Danvers was a character who, like, not only did she like boys, yeah, she had a lot of flings with a lot of Avengers. And it made her character enduring to guys because she was a girl that kind of got it. You know, she got it. I mean, she liked guys, we liked her, and it was cool. It wasn't until you made her a lesbian that we started hating her. I'm shutting up now.
I was gonna say that, like, that's a bit of a tangent, but you know, it's like it comes down to I had one of the role players I used to play with, because I'm not a big Marvel guy. You know, I've said this many times. I'm not a big Marvel guy, but one of the players, I really wanted to role play with her with a Batman's Miss Marvel crossover, because she didn't know anything about Batman. Not really, and I didn't know anything about her character.
Well, okay. No, you know, I want to hear the story, but I'm like, wait a minute. A human being in the 2020s that don't know about Batman? Wow, you found a special one, Bruce.
Well, no, it's like, you know, it's like I know things about Spider-Man, but I'm not a big Spider-Man guy, right? Like I know the basic stuff, like Uncle Ben
Uncle
died.
Ben.
Great power came great responsibility.
Yeah.
Miles Morales. Like I know the basic stuff that everyone
Then
knows,
you know
right?
all you need to know about Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. You know everything you didn't know.
I know Peter Parker went crazy for a while there, and it turned out to be Ben Reilly. Like I know little things like that, right? It's like someone saying, "Oh, I don't really know Batman, but I know Batman's villain is the Joker." You know, I know he likes a Catwoman. Batman and Catwoman are a thing. You know, it's like little things like that. So
You know what's funny about that, Bruce? And I'm gonna shut up so you can get back because I don't want to ruin your rant or what you going on, tension going on. But they might not be too familiar with Batman, but they know Batman has the best rogues gallery in comic book history.
yes, yeah. So I was like, okay, it's a cool opportunity for our characters to meet and for us to educate each other in character through storytelling and you know, exploring things.
How'd that go?
We didn't get to do it.
What happened?
Her and I, funny enough, we got to do more Hellboy writing because she liked Hellboy. I liked Hellboy. So we got to do Hellboy writing. But it was like, it was funny because it's like, and it was one of the funniest moments for me listening to her was listening to her rant about modern day Marvel comics about Captain Marvel. Now, when her and I were talking, this was like 2016, 2015 is when like her and actually, I think 2017 is when we had a last conversation, but I known her since like 2013 on and off. Like we weren't talking every day. It was like, you know, once every 2 or 3 months, we'd have a talk.
You interact with each other.
Yeah. And so she was ranting at me one time Like normally she wouldn't open up, but she was ranting at me. She's like, I hate everything they're doing with Captain Marvel in the comics today. I don't read them anymore. I go back to the stuff.
Exactly.
She's like, the stuff in the 80s, that's Carol Danvers. That's who I
Yeah.
like. That's who I'm inspired off of. And I forget the writers that she cited. But she's
Miss
like,
Marvel.
listing off the writers that she's based on. And I'm like, I could tell this woman loved Miss Marvel, loved Carol Danvers.
I did too. And that's why for fans like her and me, what they did to her character, because I'm gonna be honest, like even Van Skyler, I'm gonna call the elephant in your room, because feminists took over the comic book industry. They decided, hey, these girl characters who are always side characters in the main stories, let's make them the main characters and change a lot of their personality where they like girls now, even though historically they've only been with men in the comic books. All of a sudden, they're lesbian now or they're bisexual now. You destroyed a beautiful character for your own ideology. And Miss Marvel, her most iconic moment does involve Rogue, where Rogue stole her power. That's why a lot of people remember Miss Marvel. And a lot of them don't realize that was Carol Danvers. They just know, oh, there was a white girl called Miss Marvel. Yeah, that was Carol Danvers. And Rogue stole her power to where now Rogue can fly. She has super strength and she has invulnerability, which all came from Miss Marvel, which proved how great a character she was. You know, she was a really beautiful character, and I hate what they've done with her.
And you know, going to the topic at hand. Okay, how did Rogue get her powers? Why? Why did Rogue do that?
Because of Mystique.
Well, elaborate on that. Elaborate on that. What did Mystique do? How did Mystique
Okay. Mystique realized because Rogue was her stepdaughter, and she being a mutant also, and you know how they always portray Mystique, even in the movies, like so pro mutant. She's like, yeah, I'm about mutants, fuck humans, and blah blah blah. Well, Mystique understood Rogue's power, and she knew Rogue had the ability to steal people's abilities, at least for a little bit of time, if she touched them. Well, she had the idea to entrap Miss Marvel, and her main plan was like, Rogue, I want you to touch Miss Marvel, because Rogue at that time still was sympathetic to people. Like she would touch them and she knew what she was doing. So at the time she would stop touching them because she didn't want to kill him. And she would like her boyfriend. That's when her powers first emerged. She was kissing a boyfriend, and when she was kissing him, of course, lip locking, she stole a lot of things from him, and that's when she knew what she could do. And Mystique was like, okay, I have an idea. If we get a superpower being and you keep touching them continuously, maybe you could permanently take their powers. And unfortunately, it was Miss Marvel they decided to do that to where when Rogue was like, even in the cartoon show, Rogue's like, hey, Mama, because she calls Mystique Mama, Mama, I don't want to keep touching her. Can I let her go? And Mystique's like, no, keep touching her. Keep stealing her abilities, to where Rogue held on to Miss Marvel so long, she permanently stole her powers, which is like I said earlier. That's why, because before she touched Miss Marvel, all Rogue could do was steal your powers for a few minutes or whatever. But after Miss Marvel, she got the ability of flight, she got the ability of super strength, and she got the ability of invulnerability, all from Miss Marvel, which once again I'm saying proves Miss Marvel was a great character. You just got tired of her and decided to make her Rogue. You know, hey, it is what it is.
Well, you're beautifully explained. Beautifully explained. A lot of that is manipulation, and that's why I was saying, you know, bring it back to the topic, which is intentions. Rogue was, as my understanding, and I think I'm based on the animated series of it, where they were doing a heist, and Mystique knew Miss Marvel would be there, and her ace up her sleeve was Rogue. She's like, okay,
yeah,
Miss Marvel's not going to expect Rogue. She's going to think like, oh, she's a mutant like these other people, or a thug like these other people. And if I recall in the animated show, Miss Marvel kicked the shit out of all of them.
Yeah, except for Rogue.
Even Rogue. If I recall, she beat Rogue in their first.
Oh yeah, she was distracted. She was distracted.
Right. Mystique had to then play distraction so that Rogue could grab her. And that's what did in Miss Marvel. She was like, wait, what? Because she didn't know, like, okay, like as a fighter and with fighting experience, you know, like some punches and hits you can take, right? And this is something that a lot of people don't understand about like real life fighting and combat. You know, like Batman, one of the things Batman will do is he'll take the first punch from someone just to know how hard do they hit. And Deathstroke does the same thing. Deathstroke will give you one free blow, one free hit on him. And that way he knows how hard do you hit. And Superman also does this. Well,
Superman is notorious for doing it to where he'll take a beating from his villains until he said, you know what, enough is enough. Let me show you how strong I really am.
So Miss Marvel shows up and she's like, okay, Rogue is just this little girl. Like, what's this little girl going to do to me? Right? Like, what's this tiny, skinny girl?
Yeah, because I think Leroy was technically like 16 at the time when this happened, yeah. 16 or 17.
But still, like to Miss Marvel, it's like this is just a girl. You know, I'm a superhero. I have this superpower. You know,
arrogance. The arrogance.
Right. So that's what gave Rogue the drop on her. But again, Rogue was coming at it like, hey, I don't want to hurt anybody. Like this job we're doing isn't supposed to involve hurting anybody. You know, I just want enough to feed our family, you know, to help us get from one day to the next, right? You know, she's coming at this with innocent intentions. You know?
But Mystique isn't.
Mystique is not.
Mystique's coming with the like, yeah. Mystique was pure evil.
I'm now, as I'm thinking about it, it's like I'm thinking of GRAPHIX from Star Wars. He was the handler for Han Solo when Han Solo was a kid. He taught Han Solo how to pickpocket. He taught Han Solo how to wheel and deal, and he was trying to teach Han Solo how to become an assassin. But Han Solo didn't want to do that. Han Solo was like, I don't feel comfortable killing people. Like, no. And so, like, GRAPHIX kept Han Solo to just, like, really childish things, you know? Like, Han Solo would be a spotter. Instead of actually going in and doing dirty deeds, he'd be a lookout. Hey, someone's coming, like, that sort of thing. But, yeah, that was basically Mystique. You know, her intentions are self-motivated. Her intentions are, how do I get
always have been. And that's what makes her a beautiful character. And that's what does what we were talking about earlier, where sometimes villains are just villains to be villains. I don't care what the backstory is. The point is what they're doing now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have in the one Jim Lee X-Men, I'm forgetting the name of the guy, but you know, it's the iconic story arc where Magneto wants to drop nukes on Earth. You know, and I forget the guy's name who manipulates Magneto into.
Oh, Exodus.
Exodus? Okay. Yeah, he manipulates.
Yeah, you said Jim Lee X-Men, right?
Yes.
It was Exodus.
Yeah. So
who you found out. I mean, because at first he was like playing a lackey to Magneto, where he's like, like you said, he was in, but his power level is it's like beyond God tier. But he was playing a level like, hey, Magneto, maybe you should do this. With Magneto knowing that if you fight this guy, oh, Magneto, you're gonna have a problem.
Well, his power, if I recall, was he could buff mutants. So, like, he was buffing Magneto, making Magneto feel like he was stronger than he actually was.
Yeah.
And the way they
Exodus
found out.
Exodus is a beautiful character, and they brought him back recently. Of course, they misused him, but Exodus was a beautiful character.
Yeah, is the crux of the story was, I forget who found out on the X-Men. It might have been Forge, but they were like, Magneto's dying. If Magneto keeps doing this, he's going to die. And Magneto's like, I feel stronger than I've ever been. I feel young again. I feel rejuvenated and powerful. And I forget what it was that tipped him off, but he realized, he's like, wait a minute. They're right. I think he's like, Cyclops is right. I'm going to die if I keep doing, if I drop these nukes, I'm going to die because I'm not powerful enough to control it.
Do you know what iconic moment happened during that time phase with Magneto and Exodus? It's an iconic X-Men moment. It will be the moment where Magneto ripped the adamantium out of Wolverine. That's an iconic moment. It's like you see Magneto saying, "Enough. I've been dealing with you for too long, Wolverine, and I could have easily done this years ago, but because of Charles Xavier, I never did it, but I'm going to do it now." And he nearly killed Wolverine, ripping all the adamantium off his bones.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that I had read that, but that's in that run. I forgot that.
Yeah, that was something that happened during that time period.
Yeah, that was a part of, again, the build-up to them realizing that Magneto's going to die.
Yeah.
And that's, again, going back to story elements, how fantastic is that? It's like the Emperor. The Emperor, like, imagine the Emperor from Star Wars. He's on the cusp of victory, the cusp of just completely annihilating the rebels. And then you tell him, look, if you annihilate them, you die. And he's just like,
you no longer have a purpose.
Like, well, shit.
Yeah, you no longer have a purpose. You've defeated opposition. Who is that? Who is left to oppose you now?
Well, no, if, like I said, in Magneto's case, it would physically kill him because of the power required for him to do it. You know, that was Exodus's plan. It was Magneto creates this nation of mutants, and then he wipes out Earth, and then
becomes a martyr.
But Magneto names Exodius as his successor. He's my right-hand man. He's my most trusted guy.
I like how you threw that in there, Exodius. I like how you threw that in there.
Yeah, it's like the tale as old as times. Stalin did this. Fidel Castro did this. You know, like this is a common trait amongst warlords and criminals. That's what it came down to, and that's what pissed off Magneto. Magneto was like, here I am.
I'm a pawn.
I'm trying to unite humanity. I'm trying to stop a Holocaust, and you're over here just trying to become famous. Like, what the fuck is this?
Hey, you know,
I remember he was pissed.
You know, my favorite line from it is my favorite line in the original X-Men movie that came out years ago. To make a long story short, is when Professor X catches Eric at the hearings that the humans were throwing, like, we need to know what humans are. And he's walking away, and Xavier goes, after a conversation, he goes, look, Eric, they can evolve. And Magneto responds, they have evolved into us. I love that because he wasn't lying. Humanity eventually evolves into mutants because of DNA. And Magneto has always been a special character. That's why when people talk about race swapping, I'm like, if you race swap Magneto, you destroy everything that makes Magneto special. Why? Because, sorry to tell you, people who root for Palestine, Magneto is a Jew. And he went through the Holocaust. And if you change his race, you just take a major backstory of Magneto's origin because you want to make him black now. You know, I hate that bullshit, dude. I'm sorry, I do. I hate that race swapping shit. I hate that you take characters that are iconic and change their race because it makes you feel better.
It's essential to Magneto's character that he is tied to the Holocaust.
That's a major part of Magneto's character, is that he's a Jew who got persecuted, and of course he had the power to kill them all, but didn't know it because he was a child. And he was in Nazi war camps as a child. You know, Magneto is such a beautiful character. And when they talk about, oh boy, I forgot his name, but you know, he was like the main villain in The Mandalorian for a few seasons. When they talk about making him Professor X or Magneto, it's like, dude, you're changing a major part of this character's story. If he's black now instead of him being part of the Holocaust, you'll make a social justice statement like, oh, I was black in the hood and the cops kept messing with me. That is so disrespectful to the Magneto character. Bruce, you don't know how much it infuriates me. And I enjoy talking to Dan, and when he says, well, I don't care, I'm like, I do care. Because if you change the background of this character, you change the whole character, you know. And like I said, I'm a black man, and I never needed to be Spider-Man to be black for me to identify what Spider-Man stood for. And people who do, you're weak-minded. Oh, I need Spider-Man to look at me so I can like Spider-Man. Then you're a weak-minded. That means you never liked Spider-Man because he didn't cater to you. I love Spider-Man, always will. And anybody who ever says Miles Morales is Spider-Man, me and you need to talk in the back alley one night. That's not happening.
Well, I said it the other day when I said it in a tweet where I was like, look, I like Spawn as much as I like Batman, as much as I like Hellboy. I like all of them a lot. They're all great characters to me. Okay. One's a white guy, one's a black guy, and the other's a red-skinned demon. Right? What do they all have in common? Well, they all deal with murder, violence, and crime. Okay. They all do detective work. And on the other end of the scope, I will shit on the character Black Lightning just as quick as I will shit on Grant Morrison as a writer.
Because they're not greatly written characters.
Yeah, I hate Grant Morrison's the one who added in there that Talia raped Batman, by the way. He's the guy.
Okay, the more you know.
Because prior to that, them having sex was consensual. They both wanted it. It was completely, they both were okay with it. And what had happened was Talia lied about having a miscarriage. And she lied about it because Batman was out fighting crime. And it was something like he had to jump a roof or something. And he hesitated because he realized he was going to be a dad. She told him that night, hey, I'm pregnant. And he's like, oh, this is great, fantastic. We should get married and we'll be a family and everything. Like he was all happy and excited. But then he goes to fight crime and he's now holding back. And when he got back and he got his ass kicked, he told her, I'm holding back. I'm afraid. I don't want our child to grow up without a father. And that's when Talia made the hardcore choice. And this, I keep missing it when we're talking about Lana Lang earlier. I keep walking away from that. But again, going back to, I'm going to finish this with Talia. Talia made the choice. So long as Batman has to worry about raising a kid, he's going to die. He's going to be too focused and worried.
He can't be Batman.
Right. So she came up with the idea. I'm going to lie to him and tell him I have a miscarriage. And that I'm going to be so distraught, so emotional, I can't be with him. I can't see him.
Because I'm a girl and I'm just dealing with this. When she knew what she was doing.
Right. And she's like, it'll hurt him in the short term, but he'll get over it. He'll get better. And
hey, how do you feel about Damon?
What?
How do you feel about Damian Wayne?
As an idea, I'm okay with it. And Damian Wayne is the character being his creation is Grant Morrison's idea. However, Damian Wayne, the name, Damian Wayne, the personality that we got, that is Grant Morrison's idea. That he's 100% Grant Morrison in that regard. The child itself was just known as like Batman's child or Batman's baby, Batman and Talia's baby.
Son of Batman.
So, like it didn't have a name assigned to it. It was just a baby. So Grant Morrison came along in 2000 and was like, okay, because the story that I'm talking about happened in the 70s. That's one of the Denny O'Neil Elseworld stories. So like that happened years ago. And sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say what Grant Morrison did infamously. This is why a lot of people praise him and love him. And Dan will tell you what Grant Morrison did was he went back to the old Batman comics and he was reading through them and just grabbing ideas, things he was like, hey, I want to put this in my story. I want to put this in my story. I want to make this like.
He did the homework.
I wouldn't say that, but basically what he
did.
He
went back and saw stories that he could probably pick from and change a little bit and make it more modern.
No, he didn't do that even. Well, he made them modern, but what he did was he wanted to make it all canon. That's what he wanted to do. So he went back to reference old stories and he was like, okay, I'm going to put it into my story, my Batman arc. So it's like Batman's going to have a flashback of a memory. He's going to remember the time he was working for the U.S. Army. He's going to have the time where he remembers plotting the downfall of the Justice League. And all these things are Elseworld comics. They're all in the past. They aren't canon anymore. They became decanonized in 1986 with Crisis on Infinite Earths. So Grant Morrison was saying, I'm going to take all those old stories and I'm going to make them all mashed together in a time frame of like 6 to 2 years, 6 months to 2 years. So that's what he was doing with his Batman run. And as great as that sounds, Grant Morrison was basically setting it up to kill Batman, which is why they had to make the New 52, because Grant Morrison's arc was, I'm going to take all of Batman's history, put it together, and then kill Batman, which should be of no surprise to anyone because that's basically what he did to Superman with Superman 1 million or whatever. It was like, oh, everyone knows Grant Morrison. This is why they gave Grant Morrison Batman. They were like, hey, he is the infamous writer that made Superman. He did a Superman comic. It was a great Superman comic. And it's like, what happened in that comic? Oh, Superman dies. Gee, thanks. I'm really glad. Your most infamous work is that you killed Superman.
You killed the most iconic superhero of all time.
Yeah. Now, again, like...
Oh, shit. I'm shutting down. Hey, I'm going to get back into space in a minute. Give me a second, all right? I'm so sorry. Fuck. Because I wasn't charging my tab.
All right. No problem. I'll continue to elaborate to the audience. Actually, wait, we have some conversation here from Dan in chat. Let's see. What's better than the world's finest? The Holy Trinity. Yes, I'd agree. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Heck, I lost it when they all teamed up in Superman or Batman v Superman, even though the film wasn't the best. Yeah, I didn't think it was particularly good. I thought it was there were like bits in there that were good, but it could have been way better. Absolutely way better. It was I'd say Dr. Fate at the max or Wally West's Flash currently could easily take down Superman. Currently, yeah, I would say yes. Black Lightning is an okay character. He has his highs and lows. I'd say he has more lows than highs. I absolutely would say he has more lows than highs. Talia raping Batman always felt off to me, but I always found it funny that in later adaptations, she lies about Damian Wayne existing. I will say Terry McGinnis is the better blood son. Yeah, I would say that's all up to your preferences. I'm a big Damian Wayne fan, though. I have defended the character for a long time. Man, how Grant Morrison tied in so many Elseworld stories into the current continuity of Batman at that time was insane. And then typical graphics always shutting down. Oh, talking smack. So, what I was going to say about Batman and going back to intentions, that's the topic of this stream here, is the intentions of things, of characters and making good characters. Talia is a love interest for Batman. She's a romantic interest that genuinely cares about him. And I was talking earlier about Nocturna. She was another one who genuinely cared about him. She liked him as a guy. And so it's like you have these people that are like, all right, we're genuinely invested in caring of this person that we like. And that motivates them to do things that normal people would be like, that's crazy. That's insane. Why would you do that? And in D&D, we have that where we call it chaotic stupid is the alignment. And we had someone who said there was a meme I had saw the other day, and one of my players took it personally. One of my other players posted it, but one of my players took it personally, like, oh, this is an attack at me. Yeah, I sense it's Obi-Wan Kenobi from A New Hope. I sense a disturbance in the story, as if some idiot is about to do something stupid. And one of my players took that very personally from the other player. And, I'm over here as the DM. I'm just like, hey, it's okay. Like, I'm a seasoned player at Dungeons and Dragons. I'm a seasoned player in storytelling, and I can tell you that I make plenty of dumb mistakes and dumb decisions. It's a matter of, what do I believe my character would do? What do I believe my character would figure out? What do I believe my character can infer and understand out of people? And one of the ones I did, I think I've talked about this before on stream. Maybe I didn't. In my Star Wars campaign, my one player, Niraj, his character got asked by a NPC on their ship. She said, "So do you guys always do criminal behavior or criminal activity?" And he thought that was a very odd thing for her to ask. And it changed his demeanor. It changed his thought process that she even brought this up. Because it's like a casual moment for them to just talk and get to know each other. And he didn't know it at the time. The player didn't know it. The player was like, wait a minute. Like, Niraj himself was like, wait a minute. That's bold of her to say that about me. All I've done is lawful things up until now. And now she's coming at me like, oh, I'm a criminal. And he in hindsight, he began to understand that her intent was to trigger that reaction from him, to see how did he feel about being called a criminal? How did he feel about someone thinking of him in that way? And so she put him through this mind puzzle that his character is now weary and mindful about how others perceive him, that he's now weary and mindful about what actions he does. He's not actively looking to be a criminal, and he's not actively looking for others to see him as a criminal. So he's trying to keep himself on the down low, trying to keep himself out of the public sight of what his criminal dealings are, if he does any. And, as I said, he was asking me about it afterwards. He's like, well, what was that about? And I told him, I was like, well, you have to understand this character. Her personality is, she's a social bug. She likes to talk to people. And so her objective is to poke and prod and get you into or out of your comfort zone and into somewhere where you're awkward, just so that you can open up and just so that you can experience something different. And what's hilarious about this in her character is that she's one of the characters that everyone loves to socialize with, because she's like that. The same character, they got done bringing in their alt characters. Everyone has a second character. So they're getting them onto the ship. And she's one of the people that goes with them to interview the new players, the new player characters. And she asks every single character a question, at least two questions that they're uncomfortable with, that it makes them feel uneven, awkward. She doesn't ask the same question to the same person. And it's like, she let them talk during the first half of the interview. She's letting the interviewer and the interviewee, she's letting them talk, and she's just listening. And then when it comes time for them to end, the interviewer turns to her and says, do you have any questions for them? And then that's when she hits them with her curveballs. And like I said, it caught the players off guard. But as a DM, as a storyteller, my objective here in doing this, I'm not trying to like humiliate them or embarrass them. My objective is to get the players to think, have you thought about this aspect of your character? Because when you're creating a character, you're like, oh, I want my character to be a tinkerer, and I want them to be like an Iron Man character, a Tony Stark, where I'm building gadgets and robots and things, and I build these gadgets and robots, and everything's all fine and fantastic with these robots, and I'm just super smart. But they didn't think of anything else. Like, okay, what about their family? What's their family like? It's like, oh, well, I guess I'll be like Tony Stark, and his mom's dead, and his dad's dead, and, it's kind of like they're not there. Okay. I guess that's a story. And that's like, okay, what type of music does your character like? Oh, and again, as a DM, as a storyteller, my objective with my players is to get those gears turning in their head, so they're thinking about things like this. So they think about, well, my character has this personality and this interest of building and construction and mechanics. They might be interested in classical music. They might be interested in hip hop because, you know, they're a little tense. Their work is very labor intensive, so they want to listen to something that'll calm them down, relax them, make them chill. You know, I don't know. And so when I have a character like this one, you know, her goal, her role is to help the players get the gears turning in their head, get them thinking about things that they otherwise wouldn't. Where a lot of other characters on the ship don't care. You know, a lot of the other characters are, hey, I'm here punching the clock, doing my job on this ship, and, you know, whoever's next to me to help me secure the ship and survive from one day to the next is whatever. You know, when combat happens, we have to man the weapons and be ready to fight. But other than that, you know, I'm not going to go prying into anyone else's business. But she is a character who's like, no, you're a person. I care about you. I want to know more about you. I want to know, like, what's your ticks and what's your behaviors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, she's someone, again, she genuinely cares about people. And it's fascinating when you get storytellers and writers and players who have that as an interest. When that's a part of their interest of, I want my character to be a social character. I want my character to be interested in the other players. And let's see. We have Dan. Hey, Jackaran, does your live chats get saved or do they get erased over time? I have no idea. If it were up to me, I would have them save. I would have them remain there indefinitely because that's the type of guy I am. I don't have a problem with saving any of that stuff or anyone seeing that stuff. And of the 8 people watching on Rumble, thank you for watching us on Rumble. I appreciate it. We're also on YouTube, which you might be cussing at me because if you're watching this, you probably got my links and I sent out the Rumble ones. But yeah, I had the YouTubes up, but I'm like so many levels of I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube so much. Dan says, cool, just curious. Yeah. I guess GRAPHIX he's probably still trying to get his tablet going. So I'll give him some time, let him charge it up. If you guys didn't know, his Twitter handle is @COMIXXX Inc. It's the @ COMIXXX Inc. I think he's like shadow banned or something because it doesn't allow you to tag him. You can't even search him. I actually had to like do some digging and find someone who was replying to him in order to find his name. So if you go to my Twitter for this thing, @Feral_Jackaran, you'll see my most recent post is a link to this episode, and it has his Twitter tagged. So if you're interested, he does some adult comics, as he was saying at the start of this. He's got some interesting ideas. He's a fascinating guy. At least I think he's fascinating. I don't know about anyone out there finds him fascinating. I find him fascinating. I'm very much interested. I do plan to bring him on again for a different talk in the future. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty good conversation. It went nowhere near where I thought it would go. Well, the exception of comics. I knew we were going to talk about comics because he's a comic book guy. I'm a comic book guy. And we both like Batman. We both like Superman. So it's like, this conversation is going to happen. We're going to be nerding out about Superman and Batman. Like, it's going to happen. And then I also like X-Men, and he likes X-Men. Now, where we diverge is he likes the Hulk, and he likes Fantastic Four, things like that, and Spider-Man. And yeah, like I said, one of the things that got me with this topic was I hate the ends justify the means topic. That's where I see a lot of people talk about the ends justify the means. That sounds like he might have returned. Yes, he did. Yeah, graphics, you hear me? You have your camera on. Nope, he disconnected. So the ends justify the means is a part of the thing that got me with it. That really gets me. It's a bunch of it's a communist narrative that I see way too often. I see it way too often in media and storytelling, and it annoys me to no ends. It's like I hate characters who have that idea that's like, oh, I'm going to do something terrible, but it's going to come out with a good thing in the end. And it's like, no, that's a terrible justification to do something horrible. You know, absolutely terrible. Graphics, if you can hear me, you have to turn off your camera in StreamYard. So you just got to go to your setting. There you go. Oh, you had it for a moment, and then he just disconnected. So, yeah, the ends justify the means is my big issue. And so I like the idea of, no, my goals are to do good. My goals and my intentions are to do good, and I'm not going to settle for I'm going to have to do the hard decision and inflict pain or damage or suffering to do good. Furthermore, I'm not going to do I'm doing something good and righteous and just, and in me doing something good, righteous and just, I turn evil. Like I don't like those. I don't like those ideas. I like for the character, or I like for characters more specifically, this is just their way. This is how they operate. This is who they are. You know, I threw off a bunch of my players. They couldn't believe it when it happened. They sort of could. But my one character, the ship captain, had lost it with one of the players, one of the player characters. Brought them to somewhere isolated. Said, hey, you and I are going to we got some errands to run in town. I need you because you're particularly good at this job. They go off, and sure enough, the captain engineered a trap, hired some bounty hunters. They came, shot the hell out of this player's character. He was a droid. They stun locked him. And then for the killing blow, the captain shot the droid in the back, killing it. And the player was like, holy shit. All of the other players at the table, I'm going to let you in, graphics, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. So
I'm curious what you're talking about, because I apologize, everybody, not to cut you off, Bruce. I apologize. Sometimes my tablet, well, I'll have it unconnected. I don't know what happened right now because I had it connected and it died out on me. It happens to me a lot. People think I be BS and like, oh, he just wouldn't talk about this. No, my tablet, because I'll be having a good time talking and it'll lose juice. And I apologize because I was having a good conversation with you, Bruce. But I'm interested in what the story you're talking about this guy getting capped by his leader.
Yeah. So there's the party, and then the party in my game, they're a part of a crew, a ship's crew. And the players can decide if they're going to be the captain of the ship or if they're going to nominate a set of NPCs. So the perks of being captain of the ship is you get to set who's your main lineup of officers. If you delegate it to an NPC captain, the NPC then decides who he wants to be relegated
Loyal to.
the position, right? So naturally, the NPC decided to select a character who would prevent anyone from mutinying against him.
Ha, smart.
And this captain they picked is a shady guy who works for a criminal empire. Or not a criminal empire, but a criminal conspiracy with the aspirations to become an empire. So, you know, this guy is like, all right, I can lead a ship and I can do the job. It's fine. And for the most part, the players like him. For the most part, they like him. They understand that, like, they're learning now. At first, they were like, he's incompetent. They don't like some of the decisions he's making, but they're starting to understand he is
decisions that were made.
Yeah, well, he is like a, I'm going to use a comic book analogy. He is like a right-hand man, or not right-hand man. He's like a servant, a minion to Wilson Fisk from Daredevil. Okay, like he's not a big.
He's disposable.
Right, he is disposable. All right, so he's got his crew. The captain's got his crew of players and NPCs, and they're supposed to do the dirty jobs. And if the dirty job isn't done right, he now has to go to the boss and risk getting his head chopped off. So this one player, the droid player, was the ship. There was all kinds of stuff going on Kashyyyk. And one of the players had gotten taken to jail on Kashyyyk. And so this droid player decided, all right, I can try and convince the colonel, the Imperial officer, the colonel, to release our friend. All right, just let me talk to him. And everyone, every player, every crew member was like, that is a terrible idea. None of us know this colonel. None of us.
You're going by yourself.
No one knows anything about this guy. You're just going to go up to him and convince him. How? And he's like, I have a feeling I can. This guy is playing a droid who has no connections, no interest at all in any of the other player characters. So he hasn't convinced any of the other player characters
to join him.
That this droid is capable of any type of like human connection, any type of emotional competency, nothing. He's literally a vending machine with a rocket launcher. That's what everyone sees him as. He's a vending machine with a rocket launcher.
Hey, so, Bruce, how did this great story turn out? Because I'm curious.
I'm getting there. I'm sorry. I'm taking forever.
No. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just letting you know I'm intrigued by this story and I want to see how it ends.
So the crew, the captain, everyone says, no, don't do that. Let's wait. Okay, let's wait. So the narrative from the story perspective, me as the dungeon master, the idea of it is they're supposed to go through the Imperial missions. So they start out talking to the lieutenant. The lieutenant takes them to the captain. The captain takes them to the major. The major takes them to the colonel. They didn't want to do that. They said, oh, the lieutenant is offering the missions, and the missions are like chump change. It's not a lot of money. So,
but you're the dungeon master, so you decide what happens, right?
Sort of. I control the game, and the players control themselves. So if they want to skip the line and try talking to the major, they can try that. You can
decide their fate.
Right. I'm the one who reminds them the consequences on what their actions are. Okay.
Take accountability. Hint, hint.
Yeah. So this guy decides, I'm not going to listen to the players. I'm not going to listen to my teammates. I'm not going to listen to the captain. I'm going to go up to the lieutenant and ask to speak to the
traitor.
He's going up, goes to speak
traitor.
To the colonel. Well, no, he's trying to do good.
He's trying to, what this whole discussion was about?
He's trying
good intentions, right?
He's trying to get his other party mate out of jail. Okay, so he's trying to do a noble thing. He's looking at this like, this is my time.
Good intentions.
But his character is effectively a barbarian. And
So
barbarian,
he's not eloquent. He can't talk.
right, exactly. He's not eloquent at all. So he goes up to
It's
the
like
lieutenant, asks the lieutenant, hey, I want to speak to the colonel. He knows the colonel's name, so he says the colonel's name. And the lieutenant's like, and you are? like,
I'm
like, and the colonel
Conan,
looks at him.
damn it.
He's a drone. He's a battle droid from the Clone Wars. So the colonel is like, why does this combat warrior droid want to speak to the colonel? like, just out of nowhere. Like, this guy's clearly an assassin.
Yeah, who are you? Who the F are you?
So the lieutenant says, okay, give me your information. The player, no fault of his own. Like this is what the droid would do. The player, if he knew better, he wouldn't have done this. But the droid,
because you give him too much intel how to get you.
Yep, gives them the information.
You know what?
Here's my name. Here's my designation. Here's my intention.
Oh God!
So
we'll be visiting your abode very soon.
So then the lieutenant says, "Okay, excellent. I will let the colonel know you're coming. I want you to go to this location. That's where he's at, and have your conversation. I'll let him know
and
you're on your way."
You dictated this whole thing, didn't you?
No, I didn't dictate it. I gave him the option.
I mean, you followed along, but you saw how this could turn bad for him.
Yes. And I
where you're like, you know what? I'm going to play variables.
I was telegraphing that this is not exactly a good scenario you're going into. And so he was like, he felt uneasy, but he's like, I'm going to go forward and see what happens. Like, I'm like, the DM is hiding something. I know he's hiding something. And what you have to understand about the Empire in Star Wars is they are fucking Nazis. They're not your friend.
Literally.
And so what does he do? He goes off and he takes one of the other players with him. She's like, hey, I'll go with you.
Oh, wow.
So he's like, okay. Like she's able to hold her own in combat. She's a fucking samurai. She's a Star Wars samurai. So he's like,
but okay, you put her in insurmountable odds.
Yeah. So they walk into a room. Now it's a house. That's the first thing. It's a house. But he articulates it to everyone else. It's like a command structure room. And I'm like looking at him like, that's why there's a dishwasher? Like, that's why there's a sink? And so like he's trying to articulate to the other players what's going on. But as he walks in, you're gonna it's that Goodfellas moment with Joe Pesci.
No. Yeah. When he walks into the room and realizes what's really going on.
Yep. He walks in, he sees 3 stormtroopers sitting at a table. And stormtroopers are like, droid and a lady. So then 3 stormtroopers come out from back. 3 stormtroopers come out from back. 3 more stormtroopers come from out back. So he's watching as they're lining up. He's like, I'm here to see the colonel. And they're like, oh, you're here to see the colonel. Well, the guy who just got off the communication knows what's up. So he basically signals to the other stormtroopers, hey, this is the guy. So they pull out
we've been after.
They pull out their blasters and they try lighting him up. Okay. They try lighting him up. They kick his ass, but he's a battle droid and he's got a samurai with him. So these two, she gets fucked up too. These two go to town. They go in and start annihilating them. Oh, we have let me pause the story here. We have Chaos Rising, my old co-host. Oh, this is happening. The benefactor here saying hello.
Hey, that's cool.
So they survive. The samurai and the droid survive. But because they just got done slaughtering 12 stormtroopers in the command, they have to leave the planet.
Wanted.
Yes, they have to leave the planet. They have to get out of there. So they pick up and go. They leave. Now, this is after another one of the crewmates. Why the guy who got sent to jail? He got sent to jail because he went to the starport because him and another party member, they decided they were going to plant a bomb on a bounty hunter spaceship as a prank. They were going to blow up the landing
kidding
as
me?
a prank. So
Are you kidding me?
no. So the guy who planted the bomb, he wasn't intending on hurting anybody. But you want to know who he took with him? He took a
Who?
Mandalorian. Mandalorians only speak violence. So the Mandalorian gets caught and decides, okay, I'm going to start slaughtering people. And Mandalorians don't hide their armor. They wear their armor all the time. So he's slaughtering stormtroopers on camera in his armor. So when he gets caught and gets turned into jail, okay, like the Imperial Guard's like, oh my God, this is the guy at the starport. We have to get him. So yeah, they capture him. So the bomb goes off. That sets off a whole security alarm, and the Empire use it as an excuse to blame the Wookiees and the rebels. And so they
slaughter them.
They mass execute a bunch of Wookiees. So after this incident with the stormtroopers and the battle droid, they're like, we have to get off planet. This is too hot. Too much is going on. The security is through the roof. We have to leave. So when they finally get off the planet, they get to Corellia, which is sectors away. It's in the inner rim. Kashyyyk is in the outer rim. So, or outer rim or mid rim, I forget where. I think it's outer rim. So they come to Corellia. It's in the inner rim, and they're now calm. The captain calls the droid over. Hey, I have some errands I need to run. I need you to come with me because I'm dealing with some shady people. I don't know if I can trust them. I need some firepower in my back pocket. The droid's like, well, I'm a battle droid. Like that's why people hire me, you know? So, okay, yeah, I'll go with you. He thinks nothing of it as he leads. Oh, and the droid has this obsession with cloning. So he takes the droid to a cloning facility where the droid sees two bounty hunters who are talking to an insurance machine. And then there's a little R2 droid sitting there. And the R2 droid says, who are you? And so they start talking in binary back and forth. And when he gives the droid his name, his designation, the droid now knows to detonate the bomb that he is carrying. He blows up an EMP. He blows up an EMP, disabling the battle droid. Then the bounty hunters show their hand and begin annihilating him. Now, at this point, he believes that he was set up. He knows, he's like, I was set up. This guy turned on me. The captain turned on me. And that's when all the players, their jaws dropped. They were like, oh my God. The captain is literally offing our own crew. And so when that happened, the captain didn't make his move immediately. The captain ducked into a corner and was like, grab cover. He told him, grab cover. So the droid did his best to get close to the captain and grab cover, but he there was no way. He was just getting annihilated. The one guy had an ion cannon, just annihilating him. So when it came down to the last blow, the last shot, that's when the captain pulled out his gun and shot the droid in the back of the head, killing him. And the player was like, fuck him. Fuck that character. And everyone else is like, holy shit, that was savage. Like, he lured him.
But they loved it.
He was like, oh,
they loved it.
Some errands. It's like, yeah, you.
That's when they joined the story forward. Like backstabbing moments like that come out of nowhere.
Yeah. And it caught them all off guard. They were like, holy shit. And then when they got back to the ship, the droid, the battle droid, had a companion droid who was his backup. He had backup memory and everything. And so the droid was getting worried. He's like, I lost signal with them. Like, where's the signal? What happened? I'm going to begin, like, he tried metagaming it, where his droid was going to begin, like, run away from the ship and try to rebuild his main body part, all this shit. But the captain was smart enough to know that he was watching the security logs to see what the droids were doing. And so when they pulled a meeting together, the party is talking about this droid as the captain tells them, hey, we were attacked, blah, blah, blah. Like, the captain's lying to them, saying, oh, yeah, he had to get disposed of because he got destroyed by two bounty hunters. Not leaving out the fact that he was the one who hired them. So everyone's like, that's very shady. That's very suspicious. And then when the battle droid's R2 unit came in, the captain turned on the droid and began firing at it. Well, one of the players jumped in to protect the droid, and they're like, what the hell are you doing? And captain didn't waste time. He shot the droid and then killed it. The players pulled their guns on the captain, ready to shoot him. And that's when the captain pulled out the information from the first session that droid player had been on the ship. When he joined the game, his character immediately tried to hack into the security systems of the ship to take it over. And he didn't realize what that would mean. But the captain knew that it would look very incriminating to show that to the rest of the crew. So he explained to the crew, hey, this droid isn't our friend since day one. Since day one, I've been watching him since he's been trying to crack into our security and override our security protocols. And because the player himself didn't socialize and bond with the other crewmen,
he didn't have a bond with them.
Believe him. No one had like.
So nobody. Yeah.
They trust the captain. The captain has a record of being solid, of helping everyone, being there. This droid didn't. This droid had this reputation of completely disobeying the rules, completely ignoring what everyone wants, completely being erratic and not supportive. He didn't act like a droid. He acted like a weirdo. So when it came down to mutiny or let this problematic crew member die, they decided let the problematic crew member die.
People will do that.
Yes. And it was so fantastic. Like my players loved it, but it was like they were.
Yeah, that's what I said. They loved the plot twist and how things turned out. And you played it magnificently to where you gave him the worst possible outcome from the situation you were trying to handle. And your group loved it because they didn't see that coming. When you see things coming, you're like, okay, I expected that. Let's keep it forward. But when you see things that aren't coming, you're like, oh shit, that's an interesting twist. I love it.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's Joe Pesci and the Goodfellas. When it's like, oh shit.
That was a great moment when he realized, oh shit, they're about to kill me. But he realized it a second before they killed him.
Yep, exactly. And the entire time I was thinking, it's like, he's going to pick it up. He's going to know. Like, he was suspicious. But he's like, I don't know, like, what's his, like, end game? Like, I don't know if he was thinking, like, oh, he's not going to be able to 1v1 me. Like, the DM is going to have to seriously bullshit because he could see the character sheet of the captain. So he's like, he's going to have to seriously bullshit me for this guy to beat me in a fair fight. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, I'm going to dominate him in a fight. And it's like, right. See, the captain, he's a scoundrel. He's like Han Solo. Okay? The captain's going to hire some Boba Fett's to be the ones to do the dirty work, the heavy lifting. Right?
Oh, and by the way, Han shot first. For anybody who still questions that, Han shot first.
Sacrilege.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
No, I agree with you. I agree. I love that Han shot first.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
You have to acknowledge that George Lucas's perspective is that Han didn't shoot first. And so it's like, okay, if that's what you want to be lore, fine. But it's a hell of a lot cooler if Han shot first.
Let's go through the original concept that Han, okay, when George Lucas first made Star Wars, he did not expect, he thought, I'm not going to say he thought Han was a throwaway character, but he didn't think Han would be beloved as he became. And that was a smite on the history of Han, that he was a rogue. And a hero will wait. A hero is usually responsive, or, they wait for you to be attacked and then they'll attack. When Han, from the get-go, was like, fuck that, and pulled the trigger. And you can't have that from a hero. Even though Han slowly became the second biggest hero in Star Wars. He wasn't supposed to be, but the fans loved him. and they're like, "Oh, damn it, Han's too popular. We can't get rid of him, and we kind of got to clean up." Okay,
Han's
huh?
job was to allow Luke to give Luke that cover to get away from the Death Star, so Luke could be a hero and still survive.
If it
Because
wasn't for
Obi-Wan,
Han, Darth Vader would have blew Luke out of the sky. If it wasn't for Han,
right? But it's like on the Death Star, Obi-Wan is supposed to be Luke's protector. And when Obi-Wan has to go off to do the job that only Obi-Wan can do,
yeah.
Han becomes Luke's protector. And Han's job is to keep Luke alive. So,
And you know the best example of that was the Empire Strikes Back when when Han finally, because you remember he went back to the base like, okay, has Captain Skywalker or Lieutenant Skywalker? No, he hasn't checked in. And Han was like, he hasn't checked in. Fuck that! I'm going out after him. And Han went after him, and Aaron was like, "Oh shit!" Now Han's going after him, and Han found Luke, and he protected. If it wasn't for Han, once again, that's 2 times Han saved Luke's life when he cut open
yeah, that's
the
why I said,
tauntaun or whatever.
Junior. Yeah, but see,
And that's why Leia was attracted to Han because she saw that father figure in him, like he's a protector. He. I mean, even though he's a scoundrel and everything, and let's be honest, her panties got wet the first time she met Han, and they played it up from Star Wars up until Return of the Jedi, where her panties were wet for him. But she had to do the girl shit, like, oh, you think I like me? He's like, I know you want me. Stop playing. So she kissed Luke, which now is incest, but you know it is what it is. But she wanted to throw Han off so much that she kissed her brother to throw him off to how much she really felt about him. And Empire Strikes Back is the greatest.
You got to go with the context there, right? Like she wasn't kissing him because she was his brother. She kissed him because she knew it was another guy.
That was his rival, love-wise, because she kind of was interested in Luke too. She kind of liked Luke too, but until she found out the whole story.
Same age, or they're in the same age bracket. You know, they weren't necessarily twins, but that became later on. It's like, oh yeah, they're twins. But it was
Empire Strikes Back. They were what? Go ahead, my bad.
They were in the same age bracket. You know, you could assume that there was a 1 to 2 year age gap between Luke and Leia. Like you if they were the same age, but like again, conceptually, you could see, okay, there's probably a 1 to 2 year gap between them. So it's like this, whereas Han clearly had a 10-year age gap. So it's like
more experience.
Right. So it's like Han is now competing with a younger guy for a younger girl. You know?
Yeah. And that's what made that dynamic cool for that movie.
Yeah, in a normal dynamic, Luke and Leia would be together and Han would be out on the outside. So Han is like, man, I want the girl, but my competition
inside,
strong, you know?
Inside track, for people who don't know, Harrison Ford really banged Carrie Fisher while he was married, and she basically became his mistress for a while. So that plays a lot into everything we talk about now, to where, yeah, Leia liked Han, well, Carrie Fisher liked Harrison Ford, and they messed around. But getting back to the story, go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, but see, like when Leia realized that they're related, she was like, okay, you know, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of why I have this attraction for you, you know, because it's the Force.
But she also had already made her decision. She wanted Han. She just wanted to put Han through the things that girls do, like, oh, there's another guy that likes me too. It ain't just you. There's another guy that likes me.
No. She was conflicted because she had this bond for Luke. She didn't understand why she had this attraction to Luke. She had this natural attraction to Luke, and Luke had that same natural attraction to her. And, you know, like a human, you would think that it's a sexual attraction. It's like, hey, I want to romance this person. But they didn't understand the power of the Force. They didn't understand the Force was trying to tell them, your brother and sister, your family, you guys have a bond because you're related. They didn't understand that until later on. But
you know,
that in mind, you know, Leia found out their brother and sister in Return of the Jedi. Like
I think that's when she fully learned but
Yeah.
we got an inclination, and well, we got inclination in Empire Strikes Back when Yoda said there is another. We didn't know who it
Yes.
was, and it wasn't really played out until, like you said, Return of the Jedi, where Luke
Yeah.
officially told her, "You're my sister." But until then, only Yoda knew. And it's funny, like that's why Disney Star Wars is garbage. Anyone listening, Disney Star Wars is garbage because they threw away all the things we learned in Empire Strikes Back, the most pivotal movie in the franchise, which told us there's another. What do you mean there's another? And Yoda, not giving too many secrets away, was like, there's another Skywalker that you don't know about. But even Obi-Wan didn't know. Remember? He's like, or Yoda said, there's another. That if Luke fails, I mean, we got another Skywalker we can use to stop this what's going on. And that's why Empire Strikes Back is still, to this day, the most pivotal movie. Because it told you everything that's happened, everything that is happening, and everything that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't
And no
take
movie
that.
in Star
I don't
Wars
take
history has
that.
ever done that.
I don't take that as Obi-Wan not knowing. I don't take that as Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan is
Oh, you thought
hinging everything.
you thought because she was female, the Force is female. I had to
No,
throw it
no,
in there.
no.
You thought because she was female.
No, it was because from Obi-Wan's perspective, Leia isn't trained. She isn't trained in the Force. And he believes that Luke has everything necessary to beat Darth Vader. And if Luke falls to the dark side, he's powerful enough to turn his sister. Likewise, if Leia turned to
And
the
he
dark
would have
side,
been.
he's powerful enough
He would
to
have
turn to
been.
the dark side.
In my opinion, Luke would have been, and that was the whole point. That
Yeah.
Luke, when Vader started bringing up Leia, that's when Luke lost it. Like, no, she like look, she's got her place, but she does not belong in this what we're going through, Father. This is between me and you, Father. Leave my little sister out of this.
And that's the other thing is we know about that with Darth Vader's confirmation when he says Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. So, Darth Vader correctly assessed that, which he got that from Luke, which Luke got it from Obi-Wan, that Leia was his sister.
Which is why they kept it from them.
But,
for this exact reason.
Backtrack. Part of what made Leia like Han is because she saw in him what he didn't see in himself. So at the end, when he says to Leia, look, when we get back, I can see you and Luke have a very special bond together. I won't stand in your way.
He's my brother.
He's like, he's like, I'll step aside. I'll let you two be together.
Yeah, he straight told her, being a G, saying, look, is it Luke? I mean, if you want, and she goes, no, Han, I want you. Luke's my brother. Yeah.
See, like when he's doing that, right? He doesn't realize that that's exactly why she likes him. I'm going to talk about Lana Lang here in a moment, but it's exactly why she likes him, because he doesn't see himself as a hero. He doesn't see himself as doing anything noble, anything heroic. He's never going to amount to anything good.
But Leia did.
But
Leia did.
Then he's making a choice to say, I'll step aside so that you can be
you know what? Yeah, exactly. You know what? In Empire Strikes Back, once again, for anyone listening, the greatest Star Wars movie of all time. You can see from the moment when Han returns to the base that Leia, they put emphasis on. He walked in like, hey, everybody, Han Solo checking in, and Leia stopped what she was doing to look at Han, and she was like for about 5 seconds just staring at Han like, oh my God, he's so dreamy. But she had to catch herself like, okay, I'm Princess Leia, I can't be doing that. But the whole movie, you see the give and go that they gave to each other, and that's why, in my opinion, Bruce, the most iconic line in Star Wars history, of course, is "I am your father." I mean, there's no scene bigger in Star Wars than that revelation. But the second biggest scene, to me personally, comes from Empire Strikes Back 2, where Leia finally professes her love to Han and says, "I love you." After all these girl games. After all this bullshit she's been putting him through, saying you're a fucking, you're a scullion, you're beneath me. But when it was all said and done, when she thought he was gonna die, she goes, "I love you," and Han responded with, "I know." That is the second biggest scene in Star Wars history to me. I mean, people can try to say different, but those are my two biggest scenes. Luke and Vader and Han and Leia are the two biggest scenes in the franchise. I'm going to shut up now.
So I'm going to circle around to the thing I should have said like an hour or 2 hours ago because I keep forgetting about it. When I was talking about Lana Lang and Earth being covered in kryptonite and Power Girl going on a date with Toy Man. So at the end of that story, Lana Lang detonates the kryptonite, spreads it all throughout the planet, and Superman is distraught. He's upset. He's like, I can never go back and see Lois again. I'm never allowed to go back to Earth. And Batman and Toyman come up with a solution. They fix it. They fix it very quickly. Earth gets cured of the kryptonite pollution, and Superman goes immediately to Lana Lang. And Lana Lang is in complete distress as she hinged everything on this kryptonite stockpile and everything. And she fucked up. She knows she fucked up. And so he tries talking to her, and she's like, you forced my hand. You did this because of your rivalry with Lex Luthor, blah, blah, blah. And Clark is just staring at her. Just fucking staring at her. And then he says, there are nights, and I don't know if you think this way, but I can tell you there are nights where I think and wonder, what if it were you and not Lois?
See, that's what makes Lana Lang such a compelling character to where she easily could have been Lois.
Yes. And so he's breaking this down for her. He's like, it could have been you, or what if it were you instead of Lois? And he's like, and I'm looking at
Bruce.
this and saying, so one moment. So he's saying,
Bruce.
What's that?
No, yeah, go ahead.
So he's
no.
I
want to hear what you're saying. I'm going to respond.
So he's looking at it and saying, what if it were you instead of Lois? And he's like, and I now know why I chose Lois. You push the button. He's like, you push the button, detonating the kryptonite to save your corporate assets and your company. And he's like, Lois wouldn't have done it. And then he fucking flies off. He just leaves her on. And she immediately hangs her head. She puts her face into her hands, groveling as she just starts breaking down into tears. And that's when you get to like Batman and I think Power Girl, and they're talking, and she's like, you owe me for this, Batman. He's like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And Toyman's like, yeah.
See, hey, and the new Superman show, Lana Lang is in there, and it's that's what say I highly recommend this show. The moment that he tells her, because for the first season she still didn't know he was Superman. It wasn't until the second season she found out, and the way he told her, she was so pissed. Like, wait a minute. You're telling me in high school that you were always like this, and then you became Superman, went to Metropolis and got with Lois Lane when I was here the whole time for you? The show is beautiful, bro. If you're a Superman fan, which I am, I mean, he's not my favorite hero. Spider-Man is. Obviously, anybody knows me knows I love Spider-Man, but I do not. Huh?
Yeah, but Superman's still a good hero,
No, Superman's a great hero. He's the greatest. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm a Spider-Man fan, and I love people. That's why when people say Miles Morales, I'm like, suck my dick and kiss my ass. No, Peter Parker, Spider-Man. But overall, Superman is the greatest superhero of all time. And even I don't feud that. How could you feud it? He started this genre. Superman was the first, and he's still the greatest in the genre. Every superhero that comes from this genre, their powers derive of Superman. Whether they're super fast or super this or super whatever, super strength, that all it comes from Superman. And you might not want to acknowledge it directly, but because of the character Superman, we got this beautiful genre that we still love to this day. And that's why, in my personal opinion, and not just my personal opinion, but period, Superman, as a Spider-Man fan, once again I say, as a Spider-Man fan, I say this: Superman is the greatest superhero of all time, and there's no question. There's no question about that. You name a hero, Wolverine, really? You're gonna compare Wolverine to Superman? The Hulk,
Well,
okay, super strong.
but
Superman can still beat that.
my whole reason of bringing up that example with Lois versus Lana is, as I said, with as Superman put it, it's like Lana is looking at this as, oh, I am protecting corporate assets. I am protecting the families and the people and their livelihood. Where Lois Lane would have been like, no, if I
How will it affect Superman?
it,
How will it affect Superman if I make this decision? Because there was one storyline where Lois actually worked for Lex Luthor, but when it came down to it, she sided with Superman and helped him.
yes, but I was gonna say, with that story, uh, Lois Lane would have been like, I have to trust Superman because, this is the entire Earth at stake. It's Superman versus Lex Luthor here. So as much as I'm trying to protect LexCorp and protect, that's what it was. I'm sorry, I thought it was Public Enemies. No, it was, what they were trying to do is they were trying to get all of the kryptonite off of Earth. That's what was happening in that story, because they realized that all of the kryptonite on Earth was dangerous to Superman. I said it was Public Enemies earlier. It wasn't Public Enemies. It was I forget which story, but it was like Superman, Batman, story.
World Finest.
It was one of those, like story 6 or something, 6 or 8. But that's where they fight I think he's called the All-American Boy. But at any rate, the gist of it was that LexCorp obviously had the largest stockpile of kryptonite, and Superman was asking Lana to give it over to him so that he can throw it away and destroy it so that Earth is safe. And Lana decided, no, I'm going to detonate it if you try to force my hand. Because the LexCorp needs kryptonite because most of its business and research is based on kryptonite. So that caused their rift between them.
You know what? And that pretty much. Hold on, let me pause my game because while I'm grinding while I'm talking to you on this game, that pretty much, like you said, defines the difference between Lana and um, um, Lois. To where Lois was deep down in her core, she would never go against Superman. She might talk that girl shit like, "Well, I don't need you. I'm a man." Say what?
Here we have Spider Morales in chat. Peter Parker is Peter Parker. And Miles Morales is Spider-Man.
Okay. You guys love to hear me rant.
Wait.
Yeah, because I'm about to do it.
Wait, then he says, people are just saying Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man because they're racist.
Okay, first of all, who is this again? Before I destroy them, who is it again?
This is someone in Rumble chat here.
Yeah. Bring their name up because I'm about to destroy you, bro. So I can know how I'm destroying.
That's his name. You're a Spider-Man fan, so
it doesn't matter what your name is. Check this out, bro. I am a black man from South Central Los Angeles who will tell you for a fact Peter Parker is Spider-Man. I'm not a white guy going, oh, for my white.
You got cut off graphics. I don't know if you muted. Oh, he dropped. Wow, that's shitty timing. Yeah, Spider Morales. It's funny to say that because he just got done telling me or telling Stream that he is a big Spider-Man fan. He absolutely loves Spider-Man. Spider-Man's his go-to hero. Though he likes Superman. Superman is among those he likes, but he said Spider-Man is his number one. Oh, here he's back. There you go.
Okay, yeah. But when I started blowing up, it sent me out. Look, first of all, like I said, I am a black man, not a white man saying this. I'm a black man telling you Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. Peter Parker is. Why? Because Peter Parker has been Spider-Man since 1960. It's only since fans like you. I'm about to get vicious. Hold on. Let me take the gloves off. I'm about to get vicious. It's fans like you who came into the Spider-Man fandom within the last 10, 15 years ago. You know what? Maybe we should change. No. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Don't ever get it too construed or mistaken. Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. And I will tell you why I feel this way. Because back in the 1990s, Marvel decided they wanted to do a storyline called, well, it became the Clone Wars or the Clone Saga, excuse me, where you actually had a clone who was Peter Parker saying, I'm Peter Parker, I'm the real Spider-Man. And we found out he wasn't. And the reason why we found out he wasn't was because fans like me who speak our opinion say, fuck you, Marvel. You're trying to tell me Peter Parker that I followed for years is not Spider-Man, and this guy named, so that's to kill your racist argument. It don't matter who you try to say is Spider-Man. If his name ain't Peter Parker, he's not Spider-Man. And you have Ben Reilly, who was a straight Spider-Man clone, claiming to be Spider-Man, and fans said, yeah, you're not Spider-Man because you're a clone of Peter Parker. And guess what? Whoever, because I don't care. Like I said, don't matter what your name is.
Peter Parker is Peter Parker. But as I said earlier, when someone had someone questioned me on this in the space that we were on, they said, oh, you're only saying that because Nerdrotic had said that. Peter.
Nerdrotic makes a great point.
And I was like, no, I'm saying that because that's literally what Marvel has said. That's literally what they have said.
And that's why Marvel is pussy. Marvel, well, because you got a lot of feminists working for you, you're pussy now, but you're not willing to stand up for Peter Parker. But you put out there, like even with the video game, Spider-Man, technically Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales, Spider-Man. Why do you have to say Miles Morales? Oh, because Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. But you want us to know it's a Spider-Man game because he has Spider-Man powers. Miles Morales will never, let me repeat, never be Spider-Man. As long as Peter Parker is breathing, he is Spider-Man. Point blank in the story.
Well, I'd also say, saying Peter Parker is Peter Parker is also not wrong. Peter Parker is Peter Parker. That's true. You're saying Peter
Bruce,
Parker
you're better than that. You're better than that. Bruce, I know where you're going at to where he is Peter Parker, but last time I checked, Peter Parker was the one that created the Spider-Man moniker. So he is Spider-Man.
Yes.
And until he's dead, which in most Miles Morales timelines, he's not, except for one. He is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is just a guy who has Spider-Man-like powers, but that's like being in the hood. If you got a guy named Big Smokey and you join the gang that he's in, you can't call yourself Big Smokey because there's already a Big Smokey. Same thing goes here. You can't call yourself Spider-Man if Peter Parker is still breathing, which is why they killed Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe, because now it allowed Miles Morales to call himself Spider-Man, which he is not. Well, look, I get passionate about this shit. I'm a Spider-Man fan.
We have Dan, the Clone Saga. Ha 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 ha. GRAPHIX can't even get it right. The Clone Wars isn't the Clone Saga. There are two different.
Didn't I correct myself?
Franchises. Which
didn't I correct myself? Say, excuse me, the Clone Saga.
Yes. Yeah,
Well, Dan just
Dan
wanted
is
to
just
chime in because Dan likes pounding on
yeah,
me,
yeah,
and I love you, Dan. No matter how different our opinions are, I still love you, bro. And I don't think you're a certain way, even though we talked about that earlier.
yeah. So like that's Dan being Dan. He's
It's Dan being Dan. But
he's
anybody,
joking too.
because
Ha ha
your
ha ha
fan,
ha.
you have a many. Yeah, I'm sure you have many fans. But anyone just be introduced to me, graphic comics. I'm gonna let you know straight up. Peter Parker, Spider Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, and the point. That's it. There's no, well, when Peter died, and that's always the preface. It when Peter died, Miles Morales became Spider-Man. But wait a minute. But what about in timelines where Peter don't die? Well, I don't know. Yeah, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop playing yourself. Stop the cap. Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
I
And
like
for you,
he's moving the goalpost here with this one. I like it. He says Miles Morales is Spider-Man, and you can't accept it because it's not your Spider-Man, crybaby. Now let's hold up. Let's back up. What was his original claim? People are just saying Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man because they're racist. So now you're no longer racist, graphics. We got over
well,
that.
because
But
I'm
now you're
black.
a crybaby.
That's why I thought they're on black. And let
Right.
me get this guy again, dude. Stop the cap. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm sorry. Uh, uh, Bruce, I'm gonna have to get ignorant. Stop the cap, nigga.
It's
Miles
like
Morales is not Spider Man. He never will be Spider Man.
it's
Peter Parker is Spider Man. Period. Stop the cap, nigga. Stop the cap.
it's the goalpost moving. That this is why I don't
Oh,
take
well, what would liberals be known for if they don't move the goalposts? Hey,
that's
if it
fine.
wasn't for double standards, they wouldn't have none at all, bro.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like this guy isn't a fan. Like he's not a Spider-Man fan. He doesn't like
No, he's
Spider-Man.
not.
He doesn't read it. He played a
No, he
video
don't.
game. He watched a movie, and that's fine. Like
He watched. And Dan, this for you. He watched Between the Spider Verse, that bullshit movie about the multiverse of Spider Man. That's why I say fuck that multiverse and fuck that shit. Because I'm not gonna call him an idiot. I'll be nice and say this idiot has a nerve to call Miles Morales Spider Man because he's not mine, dude. I was alive before you were even breathing, and he was a Spider Man then, and he still ain't Spider Man. Get off it and stop the cap, nigga. Stop it.
okay.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I'm trying to get ignorant, but
Right.
the Spider-Man thing is that really rubs me the wrong way. I can like absorb a lot of things, but when it comes to Miles Morales Spider-Man because he's black and fuck you, I'm black and I want Peter Parker.
Graphics. Listen to what he said next. Listen to this. Peter Parker, and I don't know, like this guy can't be saying this with a serious face, but Peter Parker will never reach the level of Miles Morales Spider-Man.
Are you? Hold on. Let's laugh at. Hold, Bruce. Let's laugh at that poor ass statement together. Okay. So is that why Miles Morales fights nothing but Peter Parker enemies because he's such a nothing character? They can't make characters for him to fight, dude. If you want to do this battle, you will lose all day long. You will lose all day.
He's over here saying this to me. Fuck you. I'm a fan of Spider-Man and have been since I was 5. And I'm over here just.
When were you born? 2012. When were you born? 2012. I've been a Spider-Man fan since the 1980s. Knock it off. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Graphics. I'm going to ask you this question in just a moment, but I'm going to ask this guy. I'm going to ask him. Name an iconic Miles Morales story that isn't from a video game or a movie. Now, I know Graphics, you're able to do the exact same thing with Spider-Man or Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Okay.
Easily, I can name stories and games based off of Peter Parker.
I can name 3, I think. And I'm not a big Spider-Man guy. I can name Gwen Stacy falling off the bridge. That's an iconic story. Spider-Man versus Venom, and or Venom's debut against Spider-Man, and then The Punisher. right? Like I can name those. I have no idea. I don't know anything. Into the Spider-Verse is the only Miles Morales story I know about.
And guess what? And guess what? And guess what? When it comes to toy sales, whoever this guy is, once again, because it don't matter what his name because I don't care. The sales tell the truth. When it comes to toy sales, guess what Spider-Man sells more? And spoiler alert, it ain't Miles Morales, you buster.
But I think it's great. I appreciate you livening up the the conversation here, Spider Morales. I appreciate it. I honestly do. You know, I find you funny. You know, I know GRAPHIX doesn't, but I find you funny. And like I said, like it's not a shirt off my back. I don't care about Spider-Man. You know, I don't care about Miles Morales. But, you know, I recognize that people do. And like, it's like I've argued with people before. They're like, oh, Dick Grayson's Batman. No, Dick Grayson is not Batman. Dick Grayson is Nightwing. You know, that's who Dick Grayson is. And someone saying, oh no, Terry McGinnis is Batman. That's true. Terry McGinnis is Batman. But when you think Batman, Bruce Wayne is who everyone goes to. He's Batman. You know, so if someone would say, oh, well, Terry McGinnis is Batman. It's like, all right, you know, you get half a point for that. You know, that's a B, not an A plus or an S, you know. So it's like, to me, it's like, that's fine. You know, I'm perfectly fine with a misstep and a misanswer. But,
you know what?
If
you know what? Yeah. Terry McGinnis is different to where they still integrated the original Batman in the story. That's why that is kind of a special thing to where you didn't like go, oh, this guy's Batman and blah, blah. You had the original Batman, Bruce Wayne, training him how to be Batman.
Yep, exactly. It was very, it was like a modern, futuristic Karate Kid.
And you know what? It was beautiful to where at first, look, to where whoever that guy is, like I said, it don't matter what his name is, because I'm about to destroy you when I go on my rant in a minute. Anyway, when Batman Beyond came on, trust me, I was of the generation of Batman the animated series. So any series after that was sacrilegious to me. But I did eventually bond to Batman Beyond because I said, okay, they're not trying to erase Bruce Wayne totally. They're like, he's old, he can't do it no more, and he has a protege, which technically was his son, which we found out later. And that's what makes that story special. It was like Bruce Wayne was teaching his protege how to be Batman. Unlike these stories where Miles Morales is Spider-Man. Let me go, I'm about to destroy you, bro. Look, like I said, Spider-Man has been my favorite superhero since I was born because he came out before I was born. So that naturally, when I was born, he was around. And I didn't go, oh my God, I wish Spider-Man was black so I can like him. Fuck that. I like Spider-Man because he was a great character. And it's simp-ass people like you that make them go, well, let's make him black for the simps who want to see themselves like a female in a character. Men don't do that shit. Of any race. If we see a character like Optimus Prime, guess what? I'm Optimus Prime. I'm a Transformer. And let's do this shit. It's simp ass people like you, like, well, the character's black now, so I can see myself. You a simp ass simp. Simp. Beta.
Okay.
Beta.
Okay. So he named some stories here. So he said we have Ultimate Fallout 2011.
No one knows about.
Miles
no one knows about.
Ultimate Spider-Man 2014 to 2015, which is a comic.
Nobody knows about.
Never heard of it. And then he said,
no, exactly. Nobody knows about. Nobody knows about.
2020. I never heard of it.
See,
again, I'm not
the stories we know of Peter Parker are known, like Secret Wars, where he first got the symbiote costume, which eventually became Venom. We know that story because it's iconic. We know the story of fucking Gwen Stacy's the night Gwen Stacy died. That is probably the most iconic Spider-Man story of all time. And then of course we know Kraven's Last Hunt. You oh hey story boy attacking me. You heard of Kraven, right? Oh yeah, he's in a new Spider-Man game. Well, there's a story called Kraven's Last Hunt where he killed Spider-Man supposedly, and it became a great yeah. Soy boy, you are not a Spider-Man fan. You're a Marvel Cinematic Universe fan, and I will tell you the difference. Bruce, okay. I'm trying to calm down because I'm on your podcast, and I'm not trying to get too crazy, but it really offends me when these Johnny Come Latelys who see a couple stories go, "Oh, Miles Morales is great. He's dude." You obviously do not know the history of Spider-Man. And before you speak on this, sorry, boy, because when you respond, I'll respond again. Don't think you go, oh, he said this. I'll go, oh, he's right. Man, sorry, boy. I know you're still listening. Sorry, boy. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. If you ever get the two confused, I will gladly educate you on who Spider-Man is.
Well, I was going to say it's something with the generational torch and the passing of it. It's funny you were saying that about Terry McGinnis because I loved Terry McGinnis when he came out. I thought he was fantastic. I liked how they did that transition period. I absolutely hate what they did to Terry McGinnis with Justice League Unlimited. I hate that he's the son of Batman. I hate that. I really do. I think it's terrible. Especially the pseudoscience they put into it, the bullshit science they came up with. I absolutely hate that. But I love the fact that Batman picked up this random kid in the streets and decided, I'm going to train you to be Batman.
Okay, you talking about Jason Todd?
No, I'm talking about Terry McGinnis. That was Terry McGinnis' story, is that he was basically fighting a bunch of jokers. They were chasing him, and he got on the outside of Wayne Manor, and they were going to kick the shit out of him. And as they were kicking the shit out of him,
Bruce intervened
to save them.
Yeah, Bruce intervened.
Bruce had overstrained his heart, and he collapsed. So Terry McGinnis helped him, and that's when their relationship basically started to bloom. And Terry had stayed with Bruce, found out about the Batcave, and was trying to encourage Batman to, find a protege or find someone to take up the mantle and be Batman again. And Bruce was like, no more. No one ever again. And then next thing Terry knows, Batman's like, all right, you know what? You're up, kid. I'm going to make you Batman. We lost graphics again. And there he is. So yeah, it's like, next thing Batman knows that Terry McGinnis he's going to make Terry McGinnis Bruce Wayne's assistant. And that was the other factor to the story. It's again, the beauty of that story. Bruce Wayne felt responsible. He felt responsible because Derek Powers was using his company to ruin Gotham and ruin the lives of people. And Bruce just couldn't, it's just not in his character. We're talking about intentions. It's not in Bruce's character to allow someone to destroy his family name, to allow someone to do evil in his name. Again,
you know what?
You do.
And that's what made Batman Beyond special, because Bruce was incapable of physically being Batman anymore. And when Terry came around, it was the perfect synergy to where Justice League, it was funny. Here's an inside story, which I know you.
He's probably coughing right now because I could hear that he needed to cough. Don't get old, people. That's what my grandfather used to say. Don't get old. Only problem is he didn't like the alternative. But yeah, that was effectively the problem with Terry McGinnis. Oh, he's double connected. Yeah, he's right now having connection issues. So, yeah, the problem with I had with Terry McGinnis, or the problem I had with Terry McGinnis was they did the same thing they did to Agent J in the MIB movies with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. They did this thing where it's like, oh, Agent K was always watching Agent J, so Agent J's destiny was going to be an MIB agent. Always, it was always going to happen.
And you know what? The first movie really showed that, even though they like what you're saying, they just get to where he's like, "Hey, man, I like this guy. This guy can really be an agent for us." And the first movie will always be classic because it showed how Jay realized, look, I'm getting old, and this guy can like replace me. He was literally recruiting his replacement.
K, you mean K, not J?
Oh, excuse me, K. Yeah, Jay is Will.
Right,
And
exactly. And
yeah, and Kay, did you ever watch the cartoon? Tell me you did.
Oh, I fucking love the cartoon. Oh, it's
Okay.
so
Okay. The cartoon really showed how Kay really liked Jay. He really liked Jay. And it wasn't because he was a black man. It was because he's like, this guy is capable. I mean, even in the first movie, he said he chased down an alien race that is nearly unchaseable. He chased them down. We need this guy as the agent.
Yep. Exactly. And that I love that. I love that it was like Jay got into the MIB on his own merit. And that was the whole purpose of the recruitment scene with the military, where it's like, oh, we're the best of the best of the best, sir. Like,
but it was always about Jay.
That whole scene was, the MIB was looking for a new agent, and they had taken like the top agents across the world or across America.
Yeah, what only they would know about the secret society type shit.
Well, not necessarily, because they neuralized all of them at the end, if you remember.
Well, yeah, I was going to get to that, but you
right.
jump started that, but yeah,
so
to where it's like, okay, thank you all guys for coming. We coming right quick. We just want you to get this little sick wand. Yeah.
Right. But it's like,
but it was always about Jay, because Jay in the movie and the comic, I can't really say because I went into the comic, but I saw the movie, and in the movie it was about dude, and even like Rip Torn, the leader, was like, dude's too it was like a Luke Skywalker situation. He's too impulsive. He's too old. We can't recruit him. And Kay was like, nah, dude. Do you realize he chased down alien race that when they go on a run, they're hard to chase down. And he chased this dude down. We need this guy.
Yep. And that's what I was saying. Like, I love that was his character. And that the fact that him and Agent K crossed paths by circumstance. Beautiful. Like, on a normal day, Agent K wouldn't give him two shits.
Hey, Bruce, that scene with Monk, because yes, I'm sorry,
dudes,
Tony Shaw, blah, 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 whatever, is Monk, but he's in that scene where Kay shoots him, and Jay, instinctively being a cop, pulls together, hey man, you're under arrest for killing somebody, but you found out, no, he didn't kill him. He just proved to you he's an alien species who, that's why I shot him in the head, because he can mass heal and reproduce another head. And that's when Jay became acclimated to where, wait a minute, what's going on here? What the fuck, bro?
And like I was saying, like, Agent K on a normal day wouldn't look twice at Agent J.
No, it wouldn't.
Like, he's just a regular cop walking the beat. He's not worth my time. All right. But with MIB 3, they retconned that. And it was Agent K was responsible for Agent J's dad dying. So from that point forward, Agent K kept an eye
became his dad
on Agent J. No, he didn't become his dad, but
he became his dad, but he became the overseer to make
Yeah,
sure this guy went on the right path.
yeah,
He didn't become his dad officially, but he's like, I'm gonna keep an eye on this guy because I put circumstances in effect to where now his mother is
yeah.
the only one there, and we both know how women raise children. They can't.
Right.
So
Well,
Agent K had to watch out for this guy.
so I absolutely hated that because it's like you took away, like, you can look at it as Agent K manipulated circumstances all throughout Agent J's life so that he could succeed. And again, I feel like that
And that's
takes
why
away from Agent J and his incredible ability, you know?
and
So
and
that's why
that's
I don't
why
like the
Mask of the Phantasm. That's why Mask of the Phantasm is a brilliant movie because they tried to engineer Terry. Remember, or no, it wasn't Mask. Excuse me, it wasn't Mask of the Phantasm, but that was the introduction of that character. It was in Justice League, the episode where Amanda Waller
yes.
got the Phantasm to try and kill Terry's dad, and the Phantasm was like, "No, this isn't right. Look, I know Bruce's story too, but it's not right to kill the parents to try and mold him into what you want him to be."
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and so I
And that's
like that
why
part I
these
was fine with.
giant
But
And
when
that's
they did
why
the
these
whole
giant newcomers that like are in your stream right now, like, oh, Miles Morales, man, shut the. Okay, I'm trying to be nice because I don't want to ruin this guy's thing going Rumble and to YouTube. But if you ever come to me and say Miles Morales is Spider Man, I'm damn near gonna ball my fist and swing you in the face to you because I am a Spider Man. I am an actual Spider Man fan, and it's offensive that you try to tell me Miles Morales is Spider. No, he's not. Why? Why? Why is he Spider Man? He fights all of Peter's enemies. He dates Peter's dead girlfriends like Gwen. Why is he his own? He's not his own independent. I'm gonna tell you a character that was done beautifully. That was a black character, and it's not Black Panther because I'm not even going. I will if you want me to, but I'm not gonna go to that shit. Todd McFarlane in the 1990s created a great black character, and nobody knew he was black unless they read the comics because Todd McFarlane didn't make it his business to say, oh, hey, I got a black character. Read my comics for diversity. No, he didn't. Spawn for a lot of these ignorant motherfuckers, excuse my language, who claim they know comics but know nothing about comics. Spawn is a black superhero, but you didn't know that because you only read Marvel that race swaps characters. You're not a comic book fan. You're not. And I kill your argument all day long because I know you're not a comic book fan. If you're a comic book fan, you would lead out with, hey, we got a lot of black characters. We got Static Shock. We got Icon.
well,
We got Black Panther.
my curiosity for you then, graphics, is how much Miles Morales have you read? Have you read any?
Never.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Because, like, you know, and in fairness to this guy, which he deserves no benefit of the doubt, because, like I said, to me, he doesn't come off as a genuine person. But again, in fairness, just for my own intellectual honesty, it's like, okay, you haven't read any of it, so like it's like, or you may have read panels here and there, but you actually haven't actually sat down to read it. So because you haven't read it, it's like, all right, it could be interesting, it could be fun, you don't know, but you're already turned off because the premise of it is terrible. It's like, oh, here's Black Spider-Man, which I know he's not black. I think he's like technically like Puerto Rican or something. But it's like, that's the premise. That's their sales pitch. This is Black Spider-Man or a brown Spider-Man. And it's like, that shouldn't be your pitch. Your pitch, like if I'm telling you Batman, I'm selling Batman. It's like, okay, what makes Batman different than Zorro? Well, Batman solves detective mysteries. And it's like, oh, okay. All right. So Zorro doesn't really solve detective mysteries. Zorro fights, bandits and saves damsels and solves the local town problem. So Batman and Zorro aren't the same character. Zorro's a sword fighter. Batman's a detective. Batman's more closer to Sherlock Holmes. So you're like, what's the difference between Sherlock Holmes and Batman? Well, effectively, Batman fights super geniuses all the time and criminal masterminds all the time, where Sherlock Holmes has a public identity and he's more like a consultant on the detective, or with the detectives. He's not really.
He always has been.
Yeah, he's not looking to do illegal activity, but he understands you have to do some illegal activity now and again. So
And look, maybe this guy, because maybe he's like 12 or 13 or some shit, and maybe you were raised in a generation with that Miles existing, and you know what? I can't really fault you. I can, because I think it's bullshit, but I will. So where if you ever come at me, trust me, we're gonna have problems. Not problems, but it's simple fact that Peter Parker. Are you still there, Bruce? Because my tablet's tripping. Okay, cool. Bruce, it's like Bruce Willis. Not Bruce Willis. Bruce Wayne is Batman. Clark Kent is Superman. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. There's three characters who are and when I say characters, once again, Bruce, notice I didn't say superheroes, like, oh, they're the three biggest superheroes of all time. No, they're the three biggest characters in comic book history.
Yes.
Number one, Superman. Number two, Batman. Number three, Spider-Man. So everybody knows who their secret identity is: Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, and Peter Parker. So when you dilute the damn conversation with, oh no, there's a new Spider-Man. Who is he? Oh, he's Miles Morales. No, he's not. There's only one Spider-Man. That's like if you, like with Thor, it got so bad with this shit that Jane Foster, one of Thor's ex-girlfriends, became Thor because it's a mantle now. No, Thor is not a mantle. That is literally his fucking name, is Thor. So how is his name a mantle for someone else to take up? No. And that's why I'm saying these soy boy idiots, male feminists, who say this crap like, oh, a female can be Thor. No, a female can never be Thor.
Here's another reason why I don't give them the time of day. Okay, here's another reason why. 1 second here. We have Dan. He says, Terry McGinnis is Batman, parentheses, Batman Beyond. Bruce Wayne is the Batman. And then he says, Spider Morales says, no, I'm not introverted, bigot, racist, comic book fan. Okay. Dan says, I love Terry McGinnis twist in Justice League Unlimited. Spider Morales then says, Spider-Man has never been better than it is now. I'm going to come back to that. He says, I
will go through it right now. Spider-Man is garbage. You notice they made a movie with 3 Peter Parkers and no Miles Morales around? You know why? Because they wanted to make money. Man, stop with this premise. First of all, the toy sales will tell you what the public thinks, not what your personal opinion is, because Peter Parker Spider-Man sells. Miles Morales toys are still sitting in fucking toy shops 2 years later. Stop it, bro. Stop the cap, nigga. No one believes Miles Morales is Spider-Man because he's not.
And then he says Miles Morales is Spider-Man, which is predictable. But here's my thing.
Hey, at that point, you gotta let a lost soul be a lost soul.
Yeah. If you recall, when we started first talking about Superman and Batman, if you remember graphics, what comic? What comic did I cite?
Say again. I'm sorry, I was making noise.
What comic book did I cite? I was saying this comic book specifically.
When it comes to Superman and Batman?
Yeah, when I was talking about them.
Well, you were talking about the world's finest.
Yeah, I was talking about Superman, Batman, right?
Yeah, the world's finest, where, it's like these are characters that Soy Boy over there don't seem to realize These are established characters. It's one thing when you take a character who's not established and you race swap them, and people later find out originally that character was white. But with Superman and Batman, we always know they're white. It's like soy boys like you male feminists, because I know you're a male feminist too, that love to see iconic characters change so you can identify with them like a girl does. Hey, dude, check your tampon. Because I'm going to let you know right now, we don't need these characters changed because they've been cool since 1938 and they're going to be cool forever. And that's why, Soy Boy, the Marvel is going to flop this weekend because guys don't want to see girls changing characters with males. Not that that movie does that, but the point is, male feminists like you love to see the patriarchy attacked, even though you're a male, which is redundant to me. I'm going to try and be nice now because I know your audience might be different than mine, but I'm going to let them know. Look, male feminists, we don't care for race swapping our favorite superheroes. We don't care for that. We don't want to see race swapping or gender swapping. Now, while you might be cool with it, once again, black man from South Central LA don't care for Miles Morales. I like Peter Parker. Do what you want to and respond. And trust me, I'll respond to you again because I got no problem with beating your dick in the dirt.
So what I was going to say is the reason why I brought up those Superman Batman comics is because I want you to read them. You know, viewers out there, I highly recommend reading the Jeff Johns World's Finest is like issue 3 of that, I think. But the entire run, it's an 80 series or 80 issue run, Superman Batman. There's some wonky stories in there, but it's an entire run is great.
Nothing's ever perfect.
The one story that I told Dan should read, they obviously do a Justice League, or not Justice League, it's Superman Batman versus the Avengers. And they're not the
Avengers. I'll say Superman and Batman.
They're not the Avengers, but it's like, this is totally not the Hulk, wink, wink. This is totally not Thor, wink, wink, you know? And, this Arrow guy is totally not Hawkeye, wink, wink. Like,
the Hulk is totally not Solomon Grundy.
Yeah. Nuclear Man is totally not Iron Man, wink, wink.
Hey, Bruce. When it comes to that, in Injustice, a video game that we all know became huge because Superman went ballistic and Batman's trying to correct it. I think it was in Injustice 1 or 2 where the final sequence, you know the name, because in that game they always had chapters to where a name would define that chapter, and in the last segment of I think was Injustice 2. Yeah, I think it was Injustice 2. The chapter was called The World's Finest because they had Batman and Superman before they battled talking to each other like, hey man, I remember the old days when we were like this, and Superman talking to Batman like, I miss our old camaraderie where we disagree but we still work together and we saved the world. And Batman was like, I miss that too. And Superman attacked Batman, and that's how it starts. But even when they're defiant against each other, they're still the world's finest, and I will always give them that. There is no team up in comic books more iconic than Batman and Superman. Deadpool and Wolverine, you're good, but you are nowhere near Batman and Superman. Nowhere near it.
Well, I was gonna say there's a comic in there in the Superman Batman. There's The World's Finest, and then they did The World's Finest again towards the end. And you could tell they were changing their direction of what they wanted to do with it, because when they threw in the Power Girl Huntress arc, they were trying to say, they were trying to test the waters. How would our fans feel if we turned Superman Batman into Huntress Power Girl or Power Girl Huntress?
Yeah.
How can women handle taking lead over the World's Finest title? And
no,
they did it. They did it. and it didn't pan very well. They had to cancel it.
Look, Bruce, because I can tell you right now, there's only one world's finest. That's what makes that is to me the code name. When I hear the world's finest, when it comes to comic book lore, I already know who that is. I don't go, oh, maybe it could be Batgirl and Supergirl. No. The world's finest in comic book lore is Batman and Superman teaming up against everybody. And look, you can change the dynamic as much as you want to, as much as Marvel has. And now, this weekend, once again, I will proudly say to all you male feminists, that male feminist movie called The Marvels is about to flop because real men are not about to watch this movie because we realize what they've done to Marvel. You took something that was a male genre. Wait a minute. Girls like it too? Yeah, girls like it too, but here's the truth. It's a male-based genre. And you're trying to make it feminine? Fuck you, fuck this movie, and fuck those kids. I hate to be so blunt with it, Bruce, but these male feminists, like the guy who said, oh, Miles Morales is Spider-Man, have to be told, no, you are the minority. The majority hate Miles Morales as Spider-Man. And how you know this? Because when Spider-Man 2 came out, technically, which was Miles Morales Spider-Man, it made half the money the Peter Parker original game made. So, dude, fuck what you're going through. Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. Spider-Man fans know this. And when you make Miles Morales the official Spider-Man in Spider-Man 3, guess what? The game is not going to make as much money. And then, and guess what? And here's the inside. Here's the inside. Nigga I'm going to be, when Spider-Man 4 comes out, they're going to go back to Peter Parker. Why? Because Peter Parker makes money as Spider-Man, not a black-ass, ghetto-ass nigga named Miles Morales. You about to give me, oh my God. I'm going to digress.
You need to calm down.
I'm going to calm down now. I'm going to calm down now.
It says Miles Morales is a Spider-Man. Peter Parker is the Spider-Man. Both sides can chew on crow, but that will always be my take. All No Way Home, Into the Spider-Verse, and Across the Spider-Verse all made massive bank, especially Across the Spider-Verse. People just want good Spider-Man stories with good writing. Right.
And here's the thing, Bruce. People will go, well, okay, I want a great Spider-Man story, but I don't mind if it's not Peter Parker. And that's why they watch the movie. Okay, it's a Spider-Man 40 story that Peter Parker is not Spider-Man. But overall, that same person, if you ask them, they're like, well, I prefer Peter. But I don't mind a story where he's not Spider-Man. But overall, I like Peter as Spider-Man. And the residuals show this because anytime Peter Parker, look, you had a movie called No Way Home where you didn't have one, not two, but three Peter Parkers and no Miles Morales because they like Miles Morales don't make money. Peter Parker do. And if we got three Peter Parkers, oh, we're going to make money. And guess what? Outside of Infinity War and Endgame, Spider-Man No Way Home is the biggest, which says a lot, the biggest Spider-Man movie of all time. Why? You had three Peter Parkers. No Miles Morales. You simp-ass motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I'm going to calm down.
Yeah, calm down. All right. So.
I'm going to calm down. Because it's these simps that go, Miles Morales is Spider-Man now, so deal with it. Really, bitch? I ain't going to show you. Really, bitch? Miles Morales can't even sell toys, let alone movie tickets.
Well, that's why, like I said, I keep saying, it's like I don't, like you're getting worked up over it. I'm
an actual Spider-Man fan. It offends me. It offends me.
Yeah, and like as I've said before, what triggered me to start doing videos at all is Disney Star Wars. Like I am a Star Wars fan. I was perfectly fine letting things go with anything else going on in today's media, but Star Wars was the thing that made me say, okay, I got to start getting involved in these culture war discussions. because people are missing the message of like Star Wars, for example. They don't understand what Star Wars is. And as I was listening to people talk about Star Wars, it's just like, how are people getting it so wrong? How are people missing the point of Star Wars? It baffled me. So, I get it, but it's like, understand when you're talking to an ideologue. You're talking to someone who they don't want a conversation. They want to trigger you into being unhinged. So,
and here's the thing, Bruce. When they trigger me, because I understand everything you're saying, and I don't know I'm biting in, but I just wanted to know, as an OG Spider-Man fan, this is how we feel. And yes, I know you're triggering me, but I'm gonna let you know that you will never want to battle me or debate me on Spider-Man ever again. To where you might go, okay, I'm not gonna fuck with that guy. I'll fuck with this Spider-Man fan. Yeah, but you won't do it with me, because I'm gonna let you know point blank. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. And if you got a problem with that, come talk to me in a dark alley. Come talk to me on YouTube. Come talk to me on Twitter. But we gonna talk, because I'm gonna let you know Peter Parker is Spider-Man and nobody else.
All right. So this guy says, Spider Morales says, I feel sorry for you too. You can't see the bigger picture. I can't. I guess I'm missing something.
No, I see the bigger picture. No. I see the bigger picture. Simps like you, who they tell you, hey, you know what? Spider-Man's been around since 1960, but because of simps like you, the 1% of the audience, we're going to make him black. Even though the 99% love Peter Parker, we're going to cater to your simp ass. You simp ass simp. Look, don't get me started, but you got me started. Look, simp, you keep responding, I'm going to keep coming back with fire too. Because simps like you are the reason why they made him black. Because they're like, we want to cater to the 1% that like Spider-Man to like them, instead of the 99%, and that's a fact, who like Peter Parker.
Well, what I'm going to say is he then throws in, you are a misogynist. I don't know if he's directing that towards you, or he's directing that towards me, or both of us. Maybe
I hope he's directing it to me, because I'm going to tell him straight up, misogynist, yeah, I got a dick, and I like Peter Parker Spider-Man. If that makes me misogynist, guess what, simp? I will be misogynist all day. Because I like Peter Parker. I don't like Spider-Gwen. I don't like all these Spider people. Peter Parker is the only Spider-Man I need. And if a simp like you needs to like, Spider-Man's black like me, or he's Puerto Rican like me, I like him now. That means you were never a Spider-Man fan. Get off this damn conversation, because simp, I will roast you all day.
Here's why I don't take this person seriously. Okay.
I mean, no, I don't take him seriously, but I'm gonna let him know. When you talk to me, I will roast your little fake ass.
We were talking for about an hour. All right, maybe a little under an hour. We were talking for about an hour about Miss Marvel, Rogue, Mystique. These are great characters. Like we love these characters. They're fantastic. What do they all have in common? They're women. They're women.
Wait, Bruce. We don't like women. You know what, Bruce? It kills me when these simp ass male feminists like this Spider dude, Morales, whatever dude, come out and say you don't like women. So why is Wonder Woman so popular? Because girls didn't gravitate to Wonder Woman until after boys liked her, and they're like, well, why do boys like this girl character? It's always things that boys do that male feminists like you, which
Lara
is
Croft. Lara Croft.
Exactly. Girls were not onto Lara Croft until boys liked her.
She's a female Indiana Jones. She's Indiana Jones with boobs and a British accent.
And this is how you kill these feminists, these male feminists, because you know what? As far as I'm concerned, this Spider Morales, yeah, it's a joke ass name. You're a male feminist, and men have always liked female strong characters. We don't like Mary Sue.
So
that's the thing.
Morales says the Marvels is a thing, whether you want it to or whether you want.
Oh my God! Did you go there? I'm sorry. The movie, the biggest flop, that shows you this dude's out of touch. Dude, you're really using the Marvels to make an argument? You're crazy, bro.
GRAPHIX. He might be buying 100 tickets to it. I'm sure he's going to love this movie. He's gonna tell all of his friends, you got to see this movie. It's the most iconic movie of the century. This is like the must-see movie.
Dude, Bruce, Hey Bruce, that argument proves this dude is out of touch. Do we gotta acknowledge this guy anymore? He's so out of touch. The Marvels is a thing, and it's gonna like make as much money as Captain Marvel, even though.
So yeah, he's reason why I like reading the chat. I like engaging with the chat. That's why I'm reading, because I like engaging with the chat. So I usually do this in my other streams whenever like Niraj is on. Usually Niraj and I will go back and forth. So he says, No Way Home is a great movie on its own. It didn't need 3 Spider-Mans. I'd actually agree with that. I thought it didn't, like, I thought having the 3 Spider-Mans was like nifty, but it didn't need to have the 3 Spider-Mans. It was like, it just felt like excess, unnecessary stuff they added in the movie. I know Dan is probably like screaming at me. Dan is probably.
I'm sorry. All I'm saying is, dude used the Marvels as an example. It's like, do we still got to acknowledge this dude after this point? Really, Bruce? I mean, at this point, we got to ignore this guy.
I don't know if you got disconnected when I said it. I said I like to engage with the chat. So, like, when Niraj, usually my friend Niraj, he's in the chat, and I'll engage with him. Nathan is sometimes in the chat. Dan is right now. He's in the chat. So it's like I like to engage.
We love you, Dan.
But I just said, this guy said, No Way Home is a great movie on its own, and it didn't need 3 Spider-Mans. And I'm like, I'm sure I agree with that, but I'm sure Dan is like having an aneurysm over that. It's like, oh my God, no. You need to have 20 Spider-Mans in it.
Okay, I'm not with that, but I do think it did need 3 Spider-Mans. Because personally, and I'm a diehard Spider-Man fan, I'll be honest, I do not like Tom Holland as Spider-Man. I really don't. Because some of the things he said off camera, like, we need a female Spider-Man. No, we don't. What the hell's wrong with you, bro? Well, when I stop being Spider-Man, we should let a woman take over. No, Tom Holland, you're not Mark Hamill. I can ignore Mark Hamill with the stupid shit he says, because Mark Hamill says some of the stupid shit I've ever heard politically. But because he played the Joker and Luke Skywalker, I give him a pass. Tom Holland, you do not get that pass. You do not get to say the next Spider-Man movie should have a girl and we should make Spider-Man a girl. So Tom Holland is my least favorite Spider-Man. My favorite is Andrew Garfield, believe it or not. I love Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I thought I didn't like the first Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. I felt like it was like, okay, this is Batman Begins, but with Spider-Man. That's how I felt about it. Now I know
it was.
A lot of my friends disagree with me on that, but I'm just like, that's how I read it. I was like, I'm watching Batman Begins, but instead of a Batman origin story, it's a Spider-Man story.
But see, here's the thing.
But the second Amazing Spider-Man, I liked it more, but I really didn't like
Jamie Foxx as Electro. I'm gonna say that right now. I did not like Jamie Foxx as Electro.
I thought Emma Stone was fantastic. I thought the scenes where we got to see him be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I thought more of this. They should have done more of this. It's been a while since it's been years since I've seen the movie.
See, here's my thing, Bruce. I think Tobey Maguire was the ultimate Peter Parker. He fit the mold perfectly. He looked dorky when he wore glasses, even though he was older. He was the perfect Peter Parker. But when it comes to actual Spider-Man and live action, Andrew Garfield nailed it. He nailed it. He was the perfect Spider-Man because the quips he gave and the jokes he told, I'm like, as a Spider-Man fan, I'm like, that's Spider-Man. Spider-Man talks shit during battles. And Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, he really didn't do that. He might say something every once in a while after he like punched somebody and they're like healing. He's like, oh, are you a little hurt? No. Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man was talking shit during the battle like Spider-Man does. And that's why I say Andrew Garfield was the perfect Spider-Man. But Tobey Maguire was the perfect Peter Parker. He nailed it. They both nailed it.
I didn't like that. Like I said, my problem with with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man it was very like tongue-in-cheek superhero stuff. I mean, it's good superhero stuff, but it's also, well, I say the first two were good superhero.
We're not allowed to talk bad. Let's be honest. We are not allowed to talk bad about the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans.
Oh no,
We're not allowed to.
will. I don't care. I will dunk on him. I will take a shit on him like I will shit on him.
And that's why I like you, kid.
You know. All right, so we have all right, this kid's trolling. This kid's like, all the Marvel shows, such as Loki and She-Hulk, are prime examples of how the franchise is getting better and better for each. He's completely trolling.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
Then you have Dan. 3 Peter Parkers in a Spider-Man story is great. You can never get it. I told you, can never get enough Peter Parker in Spider-Man story, especially a Spider-Verse event. Like, he wants 20 million Spider-Mans. I'm telling you. And then he says, "Fuck you, graphics." Ha 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 ha. That's Dan.
Oh, okay. Hey. Don't be mad because I tell you the truth. I don't tell you what you want to hear. I tell you the truth. And the truth is, Miles Morales stories are still sitting on the shelves 3 years later from that Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse movie. But yet, you put a Peter Parker toy out there, I'm a collector. Those are hard to find. Peter Parker Spider-Man toys are hard to find. But you can find Miles Morales at Target all day long. Get out of here with that shit, bro.
Well, like I said, it's and he's trying to make a point here, where he says Spider-Man making jokes makes Amazing Spider-Man 2 good. You know, and it's like, well, sort of, yeah. And that's because you got to understand with the first Amazing Spider-Man, it was a doom and gloom origin story for Spider-Man. And it hit all the nails it needed to for Spider-Man. Okay. The second movie, you're expecting Spider-Man to be himself, where he's happy-go-lucky. He's, doing the daily grind and doing the struggles. He's trying to make ends meet. Like, you're expecting that out of Spider-Man. So for the second movie, that's exactly what it should be. Where this is where I fucking hate the Tobey Maguire / Sam Raimi Spider-Man, is it's like in every single movie, he's the exact same character. Meanwhile, everyone else is progressing forward. Everyone else is evolving and having change. And it's like the second movie and the first movie, he learns the exact same moral of the story. And it's like, why? Why is he going through the same arc? It's like, we forgot the first movie existed. Like, even if in real life that happens, right? In a story that you're watching, it's like if Lord of the Rings did Fellowship of the Ring in the second movie, and it was also still the first movie. You're like, why are you just repeating the same arc? So that was
I agree.
That was a part of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man. It was just felt like, okay, Peter Parker is just retarded, and he can't learn from his own mistakes. He can't accept accountability. He can't accept anything. He can't accept that he makes any mistakes. It's like, oh, it's always someone else's fault. That's part of my problem with Spider-Man, is that seems to be his reoccurring character feat, even in the comics, is that he just can never accept accountability for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault.
You know what? And I have to agree with you to some degree, because I actually am a huge Spider-Man fan. But that is something that I do agree with. It's like Peter doesn't grow from his life experiences, to where the one time he grew was when he decided to be Spider-Man, because his uncle got killed because he decided to let a common robber get away. And days later, that same robber killed his uncle, which is what created Spider-Man. Instead of being a wrestler to get money, created Spider-Man, the crime fighter. And it's like we don't get away from that story, to where Peter learned that inaction causes repercussions in their own ways. And you're right. It's like, at this point, Spider-Man should be beyond the point of, look, Um, I'm trying to atone for my inactions. At this point, he should be full on Spider-Man. Like, look, I fight crime because it's the right thing to do, not because I still feel guilty of letting a guy go who killed my uncle, which will always be the central point of Spider-Man. And me personally, it always should be, because it showed that what Uncle Ben told him: with great power comes great responsibility. And Peter didn't understand that until he officially became Spider-Man, to where you literally could have stopped the man that killed your uncle, but because you were selfish and you were in your feelings like a female, you let him get away. And days later, he killed the most important person in your life. And that's why I gravitate towards Spider-Man, because it he could have, it like with Superman, he was a baby. His parents did what was right by him and sent him off the planet. With Batman, he was a child. He couldn't do nothing while this robber, Joe Chill, killed his parents in front of him. But with Peter Parker, he's a difference. He could have stopped the guy. He could have stopped him, but he didn't, because he was in his in his feelings like a woman. And because he was in his feelings like, oh, a guy's robbing you, you should have paid me more.
You're gonna
And I
say
would have
like
stopped
a
him.
woman, and I would say it's more like he was emotionally undeveloped. You know, he was still childish. He didn't grow up, and that's a part of his. It's like Bruce Wayne when he sees his parents get murdered. It's
That's a nice way of putting it, but I'm
he
more blank with
immediately
it.
grows.
But I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Because you're right. You know, people already hear the truth about that, about being a woman and letting your emotions to control your judgment.
Well,
But
I've
the
I've said
point
this
is being
before. I've said this before in private conversations where there's been studies shown with testosterone in men, where as you grow older and you have more testosterone, the testosterone suppresses your tear ducts and suppresses certain emotions in you. Now, it also cultivates other emotions like aggression and things like that, because there's an element or a degree of, and this is where the science is a little bit hazy. They don't quite understand it, but there is the suppression of your emotions makes it difficult for men to express themselves or to understand how to express themselves. This is called emotional intelligence.
which is understandable.
It's your ability to understand how you feel and how to articulate how you feel when you're feeling that way. So
This is why I say that, to where you made a statement earlier, which once again I'm not going to reveal, but I'll just say when it comes to voting, I agree with you 100% on this, and this is why you certain like genders, like there's only two of them, by the way, only two genders, not 1,000. And the funny thing is, in a year or two, when all this is disproven, people are like, oh my god, they were, oh shit, are you kidding me?
but well, what I was getting at was that,
My
with
phone's
men,
like what again? Give me a minute or two.
okay. Well, I'll explain to the audience what I'm referring to. With men, because we have trouble articulating our emotions, it causes us to have some problems with communicating. And since we have problems communicating with people, it it causes us to break down. It causes us to lose our shit, and we get frustrated. And I mean, we've all been there. We've all had moments of being frustrated, and we're trying to tell someone something, they don't understand us, and we think they're either ignoring us or they're just stupid or whatever have you. And so that's something that testosterone in men directly affects. And you can combat it if you're aware that it's a problem, and if you can practice some form of discipline. So like a martial arts or meditation, or if you take some form of like a supplement, because like, we made fun of, not we make fun of now, but we did. We used to make fun of soldiers in war for having shell shock or PTSD, battle fatigue, because it was like, you're weak, you're a coward, blah, blah, blah. And it really came down to, it's like, these are people who are having trouble processing their emotions and after a very traumatic event. And that's the crux, that's the core inspiration for Batman. This is an 8-year-old kid who watched his parents get killed in front of him, and he didn't know how to process it. And so from him struggling to process that, he figured, okay, he went through his life, he matured through his life to come to the idea that I have to stop this thing from happening again. This is my motivation. I want vengeance. I want to stop another kid from having to experience what I just went through. And I want the villains behind it to pay. I want them to be held accountable and responsible for murdering my parents. So I'm going to get all of the criminals. I'm going to hunt down every single criminal I can. I'm going to put them all in jail, make them face the court, have them confess, do what I got to do so that they're, so justice is met for Judgment Day. All right, what we got here? Spider Morales says, there are more than 2 genders. Stop being homophobic and transphobic. Okay. I'm going to ignore that because that's just silly to me. So, I was gonna ask him. I was gonna ask him about the '90s Spider-Man animated series, because when I was growing up, that was one of the things that was on TV. It was an option for me to watch. Again, I never really got into Spider-Man. It didn't interest me at all. The Sam Raimi movies were like, okay, I'll watch it. And I was like, all right, it's okay, but didn't really strike my fancy. I was more interested in military stuff and tanks and machine guns and things like that. So, but as far as I understand, the animated series, from what I remember of all the like Fox morning cartoons, they always had these promotionals of Spider-Man having these little quips and snarky comments that he was jabbing and ribbing at people, ribbing at the audience, ribbing at his villains. And it's like, yeah, that's Spider-Man. He's overly optimistic or joking. He's not a serious character like Daredevil or Batman, who are absolutely serious about their craft. They don't joke around. They don't play around. Nightwing is another one who is a jokester. He's perfectly happy. We were talking about Terry McGinnis earlier. Terry McGinnis is a jokester. And these are characters who you have to think about, like, the trauma that they're going through or they've experienced. And it's something that we as people will tend to be very judgmental and quick to harp on others. When you start laughing or giggling at the sight of blood, or murder, people are like, oh my God, are you not sensitive? Are you not, how are you so insensitive? How are you so reckless? Or how are you so hateful, or whatever they want to say about you? And it's like, no, this is the moment in someone's mind where they're uncomfortable, and to cope with that comfort, they give out a chuckle, they give out a laugh, they're like, or because when you see blood and when you see gore and you see destruction, you can turn on the news if you want any of those things. You're then suddenly, as a human being, we are now faced with our mortality. And we realize that could be someone we know, that could be a family member, that could be us. And we relate to that, we connect to that. And it's like, how do you cope with that? And then you take superheroes, and they're like you and I, they're like all of us, but they're a little bit better. They're, I wouldn't say a little bit, in some cases, they're a lot better. Superman obviously being the best, but they're a little bit better than us. And so they come face to face with the worst of humanity, just like a cop. Cops come face to face with the worst of humanity every single day, or almost every single day. So when you come face to face with the worst of humanity that humanity can do, a normal reaction would be to be repulsed, disgusted, and wanting to back away and find some way of comfort so that you can proceed forward with your day. I think he just came back, right? Yeah, there he is. Okay, bringing in graphics.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let me see what's going on. The other day, I had spilled beer on my tablet. So while it'll let me get online and stuff like that, every once in a while it'll depower and start losing energy. And I'll be talking, have a good conversation that we're having right now, and I'm not realizing my tablet is losing power, even though it says it's gaining power. So I apologize for dipping in and out of the conversation to where it seems like, when it gets serious, I'm gone. Trust me, never that. To where I'm gonna have to switch tablets to do this shit with. But I'm just gonna be a listener right now because you were going on a rant because you were trying to compensate for me like dipping out of nowhere. So what were you saying, Bruce?
Well, I was just talking about superheroes coping with murder, death, loss, the worst of humanity. And I was saying how, I was going to ask you about the Spider-Man, the animated series from the 90s. I don't know if you'd seen it or not, but I remember,
of course I've seen it.
I remember growing up because that was on TV when I was a kid. Like I was a scuttlebutt when that was around.
Scuttlebutt.
I couldn't get into it, like we would watch Fox Kids for I think I was more interested in Sonic the Hedgehog, which I didn't get to catch that ever, but I was more interested in Sonic the Hedgehog on Fox Kids more than anything else. But we used to watch Fox Kids for Digimon, and then they'd have previews of Spider-Man on there. And every single commercial with Spider-Man, it's like, watch the upcoming Spider-Man episode. Every single one of them is
they really hyped that. They really hyped that.
Giving some sort of like quip, some sort of like be there or don't get caught in a web, or him making some sort of snarky comment to Vulture, or I guess Electro is the one with the whips.
You know what you want something crazy about what you just said, and I will say this officially. So yeah, pin this to me, and I said it. I prefer Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends more than I do the 90s animated series.
Is that from the 70s or 60s?
The 80s.
80s, okay.
Where the Spider-Man, of course, was the focal point, but it was Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, to where Iceman and a new character named Firestar lived in the apartment where Aunt May with Peter. And I enjoyed that more than the 90s series because the 90s series, all they did was take characters who were still relevant and base a cartoon around them. Like, if you notice in the 90s series, the Hobgoblin was in the series, but the Green Goblin really wasn't.
Yeah, and that's because in the 90s, they were doing this trend where they were picking up where the comics were at. And I personally hated that stuff, with the exception of Batman. Batman did that fine. And it's because the Batman the Animated Series said, we're not going to do what the comics are doing. Because if you remember when the Batman animated series came out, what comics was going on in Batman? Do you remember?
I think Nightfall was a few years earlier.
No, it was
but
91.
It was Nightfall because around the 90s, Nightfall became a big thing.
You're gonna come in with, hey, here's our Batman series, but we're taking Batman out immediately. We're gonna have this other guy as Batman.
You know what made Nightfall special, Bruce? From what I understand. No, I mean, I know you do. I know you do. But what I'm trying to say, my input is Nightfall was like a 32-issue arc. It wasn't a short story. Nightfall was one of the longest stories in comic book history, which culminated in Batman getting his back broken.
Yeah.
And you know what? And you know what? The cool thing about you're a little younger than me. Every issue of Nightfall, it had the Batman symbol, but it had an eclipse going over the bat signal to where every issue the eclipse got bigger to where you had to see it to where issue 24 and you would see where the eclipse was to where of course by the issue where Bane had broke Batman's back, the Batman symbol had been totally eclipsed, and that was really great comic book writing. Even though Batman got fucked over, that was really great comic book writing because
That was
with
by
32
Chuck.
issues, that tells you the storyline was 2.5 years long.
Yeah, and like I said, it was by Chuck Dixon, and absolutely fantastic. Absolutely, I love like Chuck Dixon, and Dan's probably going to roll his eyes as I say Chuck Dixon is like my favorite comic writer. Which don't get me wrong, I love Alan Moore's writing. Alan Moore's Swamp Thing is chef kiss, but
And Alan Moore Watchmen, iconic.
no. Watchmen is garbage compared to his Swamp Thing.
Whoa. Bruce, now me and you gonna have to debate for the fans. Hey, Watchmen is considered so great that Time magazine, in their top 50 novels of all time, somehow Watchmen found their way in Time magazine's top 50 novels, not graphic novels, but novels of all time. So I will have to defend Alan Moore on that.
Okay, that's all fine and good. Okay, and Swamp Thing isn't going to be on that list because his Swamp Thing run is 80 issues. 80 issues of Swamp Thing. And then I think Rick Veitch, he took over. So from like Saga of Swamp Thing was issue 21. I think he started writing 19. 19 is no. Yeah, 21 is when Alan Moore took over. And he ended, I think, at issue 120, I think, maybe 128.
I love when writers are so great that, like Chris Claremont is a perfect example for X-Men. What Chris Claremont did for X-Men is the reason why we're begging for live action X-Men movies because of what he wrote in the comic book.
Fantastic. And I saw some interviews with him the other day, or not the other day, a few years ago now. It feels like the other day. But it's like when you listen to him talk about storytelling and story writing, it's like this is why this guy's got it. It's like this is why this like people should be listening to him when it comes to a story. I don't care what's like you want,
especially
like,
when it comes to X-Men.
If you gave the Marvels movie that's about to come out, if you gave that to Chris Claremont, you say make this a good movie, he would say okay.
He'd make it a masterpiece.
Like, here you go. He would write it out. Here's what you gotta do. Boom.
You know what?
He'd be like, oh my god, this movie is genius. You know, like,
exactly, because he loved the character. Look, that's why Victoria Alonso, when she made the statement that I don't know why they're called X-Men, because there's a lot of women in the group. So the name X-Men is outdated. It's like, bitch, that tells me you don't know nothing about X-Men, because from day one, Jean Grey is an original member. So there was always women in X-Men. You look, and when they fired her, I was like, thank God. That means she will not be part of the X-Men movie anymore.
Yeah, and like I thought in X-Men 1, her intro was fantastic. Because like they started planting the seeds then that she is the most powerful mutant on the team. They planted the seeds then. But it's like, oh, she doesn't have power. She's kind of like hesitant. And she's scared because her power is really intrusive. Like she can read people's thoughts and such, you know, like she's scared. She knows her power. And, you know, in the comics, it's like they because it's early on and they know how to tell a story. It's like you see that she's weak. Like her powers are weak. She can only control.
But she possibly is the strongest one amongst, because the X-Men, let's be honest, the X-Men was a boys' club. Except for her, it was Iceman, Beast, Angel, and Cyclops. It was a boys' club. She was the only girl.
Yep. And they all wanted her. All of them. They all wanted
Only
her.
one of them got her. Only one of them got her.
And it's funny because it's like, when you go back to those first issues, Iceman is one of the most is arguably the most powerful. Beast is arguably the most powerful, and Cyclops are like the most powerful. But you see with their powers, they're just like raw, straight up, I'm strong. But you don't see there's a possibility for growth. Where Jean, you can see like the story is telling that, she doesn't have, this is a mutant who's trying to learn her power. So you already know up front she is growing. And so you're following her growth as you follow the X-Men. And then you find out in typical comic book fashion, it's like, okay, Cyclops can get more powerful, Iceman can get more powerful, Beast can get more powerful, but you're
they could,
you're
but here's the thing. They could get more powerful, but we know Jean Grey is going to get more powerful.
Yes, exactly.
And Marvel Girl, for all you no-license who claim you're Spider-Man fans and like Miles Morales, Jean Grey's original name was Marvel Girl because that's how important she was to the team on a Marvel comic. She was Marvel Girl.
Yep. Yeah, she's the Marvel Girl. Like,
she's the Marvel Girl.
And
then they changed her name because X-Men became huge. It's like, well, we can't now have a character named after our comic book line, so let's just use her real name.
Let me put in some of these chats here. We have Dan, Spider-Man trivia that always angers Spider-Man fanboys. Originally, Uncle Ben never said, "With great power comes great responsibility" in the first issue. Stan Lee wrote it as the narrator. That's true. That is the later adaptation, most likely influenced by Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
But it was something that's always been a Spider-Man since the beginning. So that was Dan. Dan wrote that shit.
Yep.
Dan, next time we get in space, Dan, I'm gonna rip you a new one, bro. Because I know you were shooting at me, Spider-Man fanboys. Yeah, I'm a huge Spider-Man fanboy.
Well, that doesn't anger you, right? Wait, that doesn't anger you, right? You do know in the first.
No, it doesn't anger me, but it's like, really, you're gonna go there? Okay, next time, because that person, I will be able to talk to physically and be like, hey, remember that time you wrote that? Yeah, I'm about to respond to you. So I'll wait till, and then, yeah, you take your whatever you take at night, your vitamins, your A, whatever. Yeah, but anticipate that the next time we talk, we're gonna talk about your Spider-Man comment. We're gonna talk about that. See, that's the saving grace that all these fanboys in this circle that attack me don't have. Yeah, that I will come directly at you.
GRAPHIX. His question or his statement was original. This is the thing that would anger Spider-Man fanboys. So, did this anger you that originally Uncle Ben never said, "With great power comes great responsibility"?
No, it doesn't anger me.
Right.
But at the same time, it says that it was included because you said it was included in the original story arc, right? Even though you physically didn't hear him say it, Peter acknowledged Uncle Ben told me that.
Taught him that, not told him, taught him.
Yeah. So it's still core to the Spider-Man character. And as much as you modernists try to change the things that have been around since before you were born, with great power comes great responsibility will always be attributed to Uncle Ben. Whether he said it in the first appearance of Spider-Man or not, it's attributed to him, and it defined who the Spider-Man character is to this day.
Yeah. So then, this is his later adaptations, most likely influenced by Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
No, not even.
Spider-Man.
Not even.
Across the greater than Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. They aren't heroes if they kill people or cause the death of a life. Nothing heroic about it. That is incorrect, but that's fine.
Who wrote that? Who wrote that?
That was Spider Morales.
Oh, okay. Well, actually not, because when it's all said and done, he's free to feel how he feels. That that he feels that Spider-Man is somebody else. I won't even acknowledge the name of the person, but he's right to feel that, and I'm right to feel like no, Peter Parker is, and I'm not gonna call him a blabbering moron because he disagrees with me. I'll just debate him to the core of why I believe Peter Parker is Spider-Man. I will never downgrade a person like you're a fucking
Yeah, but
moron.
you're going off on a
Miles
tangent
is
about
Spider-Man.
you're going off on a tangent about not what he said there.
No, what I'm saying, well, with that, okay, what did he say again? Because I'm getting drunk.
Yeah, I know. That's why I had to be like, hey, you're going off on a tangent. He said they aren't heroes if they kill people or cause the death of a life. Nothing
Okay.
heroic about it. And
No, because you know what? The Dark Knight, or no, excuse me, Batman Begins solved this altogether. Where Batman, towards the end, had Ra's al Ghul, and he said, "You're right, Ra's. I can't. I mean, I can't stop everything, and I can't save everybody, even though I'm a hero. But that doesn't mean I have to save you. I mean, I have the power to save you, but maybe I'm going to reserve the right because you deserve what you're about to get." And
yeah,
I don't have to save you as a hero. I do the best that I can to protect innocent people. And Ra's al Ghul, you're not an innocent person. And the
yeah.
same with villains. They're not innocent people. They
If
chose to do a life of crime.
if you're going with the attitude of if I can't save someone or if I cause someone death and I can't, that means I can't be a hero. Okay. That is such a defeatist mentality that goes into a communist thought process of,
Can I say something
oh,
about that, Bruce?
well, we're all,
Baby!
one moment. When you fall into that mentality of, oh, everyone is normal, no one is special, then okay, why try? Oh well, this train crushed a person. Oh well, too bad. And it's like, no, you could try. And if you don't succeed in stopping the train from crushing a person, the person still gets crushed. That doesn't change the fact that you were still a heroic. You were still sacrificing. You were still putting your life on the line to save someone. You might not have succeeded, but you tried. And that's what counts. That's what matters, is the fact that you gave it your best shot with the best intention. You have to have, being a hero isn't just, and there's plenty of arcs you have where villains have done this. They've tried to show, like the Joker. You see this in Batman 89, where the Joker's out handing money. Where's Batman? I'm doing the good thing. I'm giving people money, right? Like I'm helping the poor. I'm feeding society, right? Where's Batman? What's Batman doing, right? So the crux there is, just because you're doing something on the surface that you think is good, and the results might not yield a good result, that doesn't mean you're not a hero. What makes you a hero is the intention, the selflessness, the fact that you're like, hey, I am doing this at no benefit to myself. That's why I'm doing this. I have no interest in this for myself. I have no interest in, hey, I have nothing to gain by putting my life on the line to save someone else. I have nothing to gain out of helping someone that I don't know, and I don't know if I can even save them. I don't know. And again, that's why superheroes are fantastic, because they don't know the answer to that, but they do know they are the solution. They do know that they have to do something and try to make that difference. All right, so while GRAPHIX is gone, let me try getting some of these out here. In the 90s series, they couldn't, this is Dan, in the 90s series, they couldn't license certain characters, which is why Hobgoblin was in the place of Green Goblin, and Hydrogen Man was in the place of Sandman. Also, despite Dan Slott taking credit for it, a writer on the 90s show is actually the one who first introduced the Spider-Verse in the series finale. Of course, Dan Slott is still seen as the creator of it. Fun fact, Alan Moore wrote some old 70s/80s Marvel Star Wars comics, and man, are they freaky. I have to check that out. I have to find out which ones he wrote, because I have a bunch of them, and I've been steadily reading through them again because they're fantastic. Chris Claremont is a genius. That I think the universe should agree on. And I think earlier when I said Jim Lee X-Men, I think I meant Chris Claremont. I think he was the one. I mean, I know that run was very different or very weird with Chris Claremont and Jim Lee. I forget how there's some drama that took place there where Chris Claremont couldn't finish it and Jim Lee had to take over. But I forget how that all unfolded, how that all went down. I read it like years ago. Dan says they're called the X-Men because that's a mutant take on humans. As a species, they are not called the X-Men because men are more focused on than women. The retardation of saying the name X-Men is sexist. Yeah, and that's something I was gonna talk about earlier when we started talking about that with what's her name? I don't remember her name. I don't care to remember her name. But yeah, X-Men is basically as like neutral of a term you could get. You know, it's removing the fact of their gender. It's just like they're a human. You know, it's like they're ex-human. But, you know, the communists being who they are, they're like, oh no, we have to tear this down even further because it's too inclusive to have X-Men. We got to make this more communist based. So, and then we have Spider Morales. Taking a life from someone, even if it's a person who has evil intent, is not heroic. It is still a life, and a life we are talking about. And that's a fair stance to take. Often the villains are just misunderstood and has established arcs as to how they got there, which makes it easier for you to feel some sort of sympathy for them. Sure, but as we talked about earlier in the stream with the cowboys from Tombstone, it sounds like GRAPHIX is back. As we talked about earlier with the cowboys from Tombstone, those are just evil guys. They're evil men. You don't need an explanation as to why they're evil. They're bullies. You know, their entire motivation, their entire thought process is evil.
Yeah, they set it up from the beginning that these guys were unredeemable when they invaded a wedding and killed the husband and raped the wife. That kind of lets you know that these guys are bad guys.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like that is heroic to put an end to them, to get rid of them. And you saw the ones who you're saying are misunderstood. What's his name? The actor Steven something or other. I'm forgetting his name. His character in Tombstone. His character, as they're hunting him down, they give him the decree. Anyone wearing the reds, any cowboys wearing the red sash will be hunted down and shot.
Yep.
And Steven, whatever his name was, his character being the coward that he was, that's why he was with the gang. He was with the gang for protection because he's a coward.
Who was a real life character? Who's a real life man? I found out.
Yeah. It's based on real life people. So he took his sash, unbuttoned it while being hunted down. They're chasing him on horseback.
And threw it off.
Threw it off. I'm not one of them anymore. I swear off the life of crime. That's what he's saying when he does that.
See,
and that's like, okay, we're going to let him go.
For me, Tombstone, Val Kilmer was like,
even though that movie is not historically accurate. I want to point that out. That movie is not historically accurate.
Of course it's not.
But entertainment purposes, it's fine. You know, it's a fun movie.
Entertainment purposes, Doc Holliday was the man. Bruce, I have this little set of lines that are the greatest in movie history. Of course, I Will Be Back is up there. I'm Your Father is number one. And there's lines that when you hear them, you can you think of a movie. But the line when it comes to Tombstone, that when I hear it, I automatically think about Tombstone is I'll Be Your Huckleberry. When I hear that line, I'll Be Your Huckleberry, I think of Doc Holliday.
Yeah, I know.
And I think how about,
Everyone thinks of that, and that's like the most iconic line from the entire movie.
It is. It's the most iconic line from that movie.
Yeah, to
And Val
me,
Kilmer.
Hell's Coming With Me is mine. That one's
Yeah, that's number two. That's number two. But I'll Be Your Huckleberry is number one. I mean, there was even a rap. You ever heard of the rapper E40?
No.
Okay, he's a Bay Area rapper who he got really big in like the 2000s. But I mean, he's obviously died down now. But he had a song called "I'll Be Your Huckleberry," which obviously was a play on Tombstone. Which, and I found out, you know what a huckleberry is?
I used to know. I've long since forgot.
A huckleberry is a final nail in a coffin.
Well.
So that's why when Val Kilmer says, "I'll be your huckleberry," that's a powerful ass line. I'll be the final nail in your coffin. And I think that scene proved he wasn't he?
Yes.
Tombstone, like Unforgiven's my all-time favorite Western. Tombstone is number two. I love Tombstone because I love Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday. He stole the movie. And I like Kurt Russell. And that's why I initially watched the movie, because I'm a Kurt Russell fan. But while watching the movie, I saw how Val Kilmer stole the movie from him.
Yeah, I was the same. I was like, all right, I like Kurt Russell. I'll watch this movie. And it's like, and I like Val Kilmer. I like Val Kilmer as Batman. I liked him in Top Gun. So it's like, all right, I'll watch this. I'll see how he is.
Weird Science. No, not Weird Science. What was the movie he was in? Fucking not. He wasn't in Weird Science. That was Robert Downey Jr.
I know he's in. Like I haven't seen a lot of Val Kilmer movies. Like those.
Well, no, there's a movie where Val Kilmer was a teenager in high school, and it wasn't Weird Science, but it was something to do with science. What the fuck the name is that movie? Anyway, that was one of Val Kilmer's like biggest movies. That he was like the smartest guy in high school, but he played the role of a dumb idiot. So when people try to talk down to him, he would clown them easily because he was smarter than they were. What the fuck was that movie? Because Weird Science was Robert Downey Jr., Michael C. Hall, John Paxton.
Well, I'm going to bring it back around to what we were talking about with villains, and
My Science Project, something like that. But go ahead.
Like you take a character like Darkseid, you take a character like Apocalypse or Mr. Sinister in X-Men. Okay, you take these characters.
By the way,
and no matter how sympathetic you may think they are, or how empathetic you want to be towards them, they're bad people. And there is no negotiating and reasoning with them. And that was a part of why Darkseid killed Dan Turpin, was to emphasize to Superman, I am your worst nightmare. I am the very thing that will keep you up at night. Because I don't care. My goals, my agenda is far greater than your mortal concerns.
And your feelings. Darkseid, you know who did Darkseid from the Superman series, right?
Yeah, it was Michael Ironside.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I love Michael Ironside because scanners, for those, Google scanners, all I got to say. And the fact that he was in V, a show that I loved as a kid about the alien invasion of Earth, and he was part of the resistance to kill the aliens. Michael Ironside has been a favorite of mine since I was a child.
Nice. Well, when
I found out he played Darkseid, I'm like, are you kidding me? Michael Ironside is Darkseid on the Superman show? Loved it.
Oh, it gets better. In the animated series, he voices the Dark Knight the Dark Knight Returns Batman.
Wait a minute. Stop it. Stop the presses. Are you telling me he was Bruce Wayne / Batman in the Dark Knight Returns or the Dark Knight Strikes? Dark Knight Returns animated cartoon?
In the Batman the Animated Series, there is an episode called Legends of the Dark Knight. And in it, they talk about like alternate stories of Batman, and in those alternate stories, they go over a Batman in the future. What would Batman look like in the future? And then
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. Are you talking about Batman, the Batman cartoon?
yeah, the Batman the
Stop
animated
it!
series
Stop it!
with
Stop.
Kevin
Yeah,
Conroy.
that's one of outside of the animated. That's my favorite.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
where it was a storyline where there was a bunch of like people who were trying to find a Batcave because Mister Freeze they came back and they know Batman was the last one to defeat them, so they were looking for the Batcave. And the story has flashbacks of Batman's last battle with Mister Freeze. Are you talking about that episode?
No. No, it's an episode where I'm forgetting all the details of it, but it's the episode is literally called Legends of the Dark Knight. And they go into, like I said, they go into Batman in the future. What would it be like? And the entire episode is basically, or most of the episode, if I recall, is Batman. It's the Dark Knight Returns, the final fight of the first half of the book. Where
You're talking about the episode I'm talking about, to where it was in the future. And Batman was dead. Batman had been dead for maybe 100 years. And Mr. Freeze came back. And they're like, well, this guy who came back, Batman was the last guy to defeat him. So we need to find a Batcave to where maybe Batman left a clue on how to defeat Mr. Freeze. And well, okay, yeah. And in that episode, not to cut you off, Bruce, but okay, that is my favorite episode of the Batman series that had the Jackie Chan artwork in animation, and I loved it because when Batman showed up, and because Mr. Freeze was already doing his thing in the last battle, and Batman shows up, and oh my God, Mr. Freeze looks at Batman and goes, "Ah, the Dark Knight returns," and the whole episode was classic. I mean, Nightwing was in it, and he came and he's like, "Hey, and Batman kept calling him Robin." And Nightwing was like, look, Bruce, I'm not Robin no more. I'm Nightwing. If you can't call me Nightwing, don't call me nothing at all. And Batman goes, okay, Robin. I mean, the whole episode was, I loved it. But maybe it's a little different from what you're talking about, but it had to do with Mr. Freeze and the last time Batman fought him and how people in the future were trying to find the way to defeat Mr. Freeze because Batman was the last known person to beat Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, like I said, I don't remember the Mr. Freeze angle.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're talking about a whole different episode then.
Yeah, like I said, it's the episode is basically a carbon copy of Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, just animated in the Batman the Animated Series version.
Oh my God, classic.
Now, it wasn't the entire run. It was that final battle where Batman gets in the Batmobile with Robin or Carrie Kelly, and they're driving to the mud pit to fight the mutants.
The mutants, yeah. And you know what, Bruce? That series.
Michael Ironside voices that Batman. So
I didn't know that.
It's so good.
I didn't know that. And I love Michael Ironside. His name is brutal. Michael Ironside. Brutal.
I know you're a man of culture, so you liked Highlander, right?
Of course. And hey, Henry Cavill's the new Highlander. For those who don't know, Henry Cavill is our new Highlander.
In Highlander 2, Michael Ironside's the villain, right? Well, next time you watch Highlander 2, just imagine instead of Jack Nicholson as the Joker for Batman 89, Michael Ironside as the Joker in Batman 1989. Like,
wouldn't have missed the beat. Would not have missed the beat.
When I was watching Highlander 2 for the first time, I was like, why the fuck am I getting the vibe that Michael Ironside is playing like a futuristic Joker? Because his motivations make no goddamn sense. And he's like so fickle. Like he just changes what he wants to do whenever it's convenient for him. You know, like there's no consistency at all. And it's like, this is so bad, it's actually good.
See, here's the thing about Michael Ironside. Even when he was on a show, V, like, I don't know if you have you ever heard of V, Bruce?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I never took interest in it. I was like, eh.
Okay, well, he was at first he was a bad guy, but he was like the Han Solo of the show, to where he was kind of a bad guy, but he joined the resistance and became a good guy. So even when he plays a hero, he's an anti-hero. Michael Darkseid, he played Darkseid. I mean, god
Yeah.
damn it, he's Darkseid. I
Yeah.
mean, I love Michael Ironside, dude. I love him. Fool.
All right. So
I love his work.
we have Dan. My dad loves that line. I'll be your Huckleberry. Is his he never stops quoting it. Yep. This is for
Yeah,
Bat. Moore only wrote
that is
5
the line of the
stories.
movie.
He says, this is for Bats. Moore only wrote 5 stories in total. The Pandora Effect, Titani Throws a Shape, Dark Lord's Conscience, Rust Never Sleeps, and Blind Fury. Remember to copy this. The Batman, the same show which introduced Bargirl, he means Batgirl, before Robin, because Robin was on the Teen Titans show.
Yeah, that was garbage to me. Hold on, let me address that. That is total. I mean, I did like. I'll be honest. I like the Batman show. Behind the animated series, I think it's the best done Batman show, cartoon wise. Period. But I never really warmed up to Batgirl being introduced before Robin, because Robin was there from day one, from Batman issue 1, and Batgirl only came because they introduced her in the TV show and they made her in the comic book to keep the continuity going. So I never agreed with Batgirl being introduced before Robin.
See, I think part of the complicatedness there is that Barbara is older than Dick Grayson.
Yeah, but Robin was introduced first.
Yeah,
period.
Sure.
I mean, he's in Batman #1, you know.
But,
so, and Batgirl came about 30 years later when they made the TV series, and like, hey, look, diversity.
no,
We want a Batgirl, so they introduced her in the comics.
No, she came out in, I want to say, mid 50s, early 50s, and you're gonna love this story. Why she got created? Because in the 50s, early 50s and late 40s, people were saying Batman and Robin are gay. It was a joke. Like, kids would talk about this. And of course, of that age, people were like, no, they're not gay. Like, DC Comics was like, no, they're not gay. And again, people would still joke, are Batman and Robin gay? Like, Superman has Lois Lane, so it's obvious he's not gay. But Batman isn't really pursuing Vicky Vale. And it's kind of weird that he's,
and she's literally throwing herself at him.
So it's like, it's a little odd. Like, obviously he has to be gay. Like, there's some queer thing going on here. So DC Comics decided, all right, we're going to show you guys that
Batman likes pussy.
We're going to introduce Batwoman and Batgirl, and of course, Batman and Robin fall in love with Batwoman and Batgirl, and it's romance shenanigans ensue. But
at the same time, it worked because it kind of quelled the Batman's gay thing, even though it didn't totally quell it. Because, like I said, we got the ambiguously gay duo that still was playing off that joke, but it quelled it enough to where you thought, okay, well, maybe Batman's not gay.
Well, what ended up happening was, surprise, surprise, they found this out in the 50s. Women didn't really care, and men didn't care. So
they just want the adventure.
Like Batwoman, no one cared about Batwoman. It was like, okay, you have Batwoman has a wife now. No, not really. Oh, okay. So then what's the deal? What ended up happening was people loved Batgirl. They didn't really like Batwoman. They liked Batgirl. And that's because, why do you want like a mom type figure who's going to be nagging at you? Hey, don't go walking on that tightrope. Like, you don't want to be thinking about my naggy mom when you're fighting crime. Batman didn't nag Robin. He was like, all right, son, here's what you got to do. This criminal is going to aim a gun at you. You need to be ready to duck in case they throw they fire some shots at you, right? Hey, son, you have to mix this component with this chemical, and that will reveal whatever the hidden message is behind this rock. You know, like there was a purpose. There was a very mentorship that a reader could relate to. You could bond with it. It's great storytelling. But when you have a mom and a daughter, or a mom and a son, you just immediately go to, well, I guess she has to lecture and whine and complain. And so her character never caught on. It wasn't interesting. Batgirl, however, you definitely have some material there with a father-daughter relationship where Batman is protective of her. You get to see more of Batman's heroism in trying to protect her, in trying to educate her, trying to make her knowledgeable. And then, you know, as a kid reading comics, you're coming at a Batman comic from the idea of, hey, I want to be out there with Batman, so I'm Robin. You're inserting yourself as Robin. And so it's like, all right, now I got a cool girlfriend. I got Batgirl, you know, cool. So you're cheering for Dick Grayson to get along with Barbara. And, you know, if you're a girl, you're like, hey, I'm a little girl, and now I can partner with Batman. I can have Batman as my dad, and Batman can kick some butt for me, you know? Batman's going to be my hero, like my dad. My dad's my hero in real life. And he got back.
I had to do it obligationally. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes I'll come back and you don't recognize I'm here, so I got to do other things until you recognize I'm here.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. What's it called? You can hop off if you wanna call it. We've been going on for 5 hours.
No, I mean, no. I'm waiting for you to call it because I'm enjoying the banner between me and you, to where if you want to shut it down, hey, it was great, everybody. I had a good time, but I'm enjoying this. I like talking comic books with people who are knowledgeable. I was just talking to my roommate because he was doing something and it didn't go the way he wanted to. So you called me. I'll let you talk to him for a second. But Bruce, if you want to shut it down, or maybe bring it for another time, hey, I'm down to come again. And Spider Morales, hey, I think you're twisted, but you know what? You have the right to believe what you believe. So no matter what I say, as much as I'm going to roast you and destroy you for your opinion, you have the right to believe that. And don't let no one tell you that you don't. And with you, Bruce, hey, man, this was everything I would hope it would be. We were able to converse and just have a good time. And like I said, you would like me when I review things, and I hope vice versa. And you know what? Hey, if you shut it down right now, hey, I had a good time. If you don't, we can keep it pushing. Either way, I want to come back and talk to you again at another time about other subjects that we didn't touch on right now.
Oh yeah. I definitely there's definitely a topic I want to talk to you about. I told you about that before, so I definitely want to do that at some point. Hopefully a little bit more on track, but like I said before, I'm me, with this stream thing. The only thing it's not me is when I got to censor myself for YouTube, because
and I try to do the same, because I know eventually this video or whatever you're doing might get monetized, and you got to have certain things to have it be monetized.
On Rumble, this is why I love Rumble. Everything on Rumble gets monetized.
Knock it off. I'm going to Rumble.
Right.
I'm going to Rumble.
Like, Rumble is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I love it.
The Quartering always promotes Rumble. He doesn't really say like, hey, go to my Rumble page and see all my shit. But I'm on YouTube right now. But go to my Rumble page though. I mean, the Quartering, I love the Quartering.
Yeah, and so and it's fine to me. And as the stuff that Spider Morales is saying in chat, like, I'm fine with it. Like, I'm a free speech guy. I'm okay if you want to send your hatred towards me. I'm fine with it. Like,
and I am too, because I feel like, look, I'm so strong in my opinion. I don't care what yours is, but I will talk to you about your opinion, and we'll go back and forth. And when we both realize I'm not going to change guy's opinion, we keep it moving. But don't think you can go, Miles Morales is Spider-Man. I'll go, you know what? You're right. All these years I like Peter Parker. You're right. Miles Morales is really Spider-Man. Yeah, suck my dick and kiss my asshole. I will never say that. But you have the right to say that. You have the right to believe that. Miles Morales since 2000 whatever is Spider-Man, even though Peter Parker's been Spider-Man since 1960. But you
Yeah,
know,
but
you have the right to believe that.
it's more like if we maintain like our social bubbles where it's like we own like you and I only talk to each other, right? We're only going to confirm our knowledge base and we're not going to grow as people, right? Like
Yeah,
so
those
you have
echo
to be
chambers
willing,
that never cease.
yeah, you have to be willing to hear new ideas. You have to be willing to hear what other people say, even if you don't like what they have to say. Like, you know, I don't like a lot of communist propaganda. I don't like a lot of the stuff that that Spider Morales has said in chat. But it's like I'm fine if you know if he needs someone to talk to, like, hey, I'm here, buddy. I'm okay to talk to you. You know, like,
Like you said, I'm here, buddy. But here's the thing, Spider Morales. If you ever directly message me or talk to me about Miles Morales or Spider Man, I will not be as kind as Bruce is here. I will let you know that no, he's not, and fuck everything about that. But you have the right to believe that, and I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong for that. Actually, I am. You're wrong for believing that, but I'm not going to tell you you don't have the right to believe. And anybody who tells anybody because you don't agree with me, fuck you. I mean, it is here or there, but you can't tell a person to believe what you believe because you believe it. Let them believe what they're going to believe. And for me and you, Bruce, it makes interesting conversations when we confront them. Like, so you believe Marvel Morales is Spider-Man, huh? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah. If you don't get triggered or cry like a girl, I'm about to destroy you and tell you why Miles Morales would never be Spider-Man. And that's all I asked for. But you have the right to believe that, but I have the right to destroy you for believing that.
right. And see, like my ultimate goal, my ultimate aim is storytelling. You know, that's my objective. That's my goal here is storytelling. So, you know, and I don't like I don't like seeing repetitive work. I don't like, and it's fine like for newbie people, you know. I've seen I pointed this out with my one D&D game, and I talked about this several streams back, but something a pattern I noticed with people and character creations is I have this one friend who every single game he wants to make the same exact character. And I noted this pattern from several other people I've dealt with in the role play sphere who had the same problem. And it boiled down to they had this character concept, this character idea, this itch to do this character, to play this character. And they never get to complete the character's arc. And because they never got to complete that arc,
They bring it out to the next story.
They're perpetually stuck on that story.
Yeah, they bring it to the next story that you're going on when it's this character by this time in the story should have evolved or is dead. One of the two. But you can't keep like you can't keep saying, oh, he's finding himself through adventure. You said it the last time we played with this character.
Right. And it's like you know, my one friend who I'm thinking about, you know, he was telling me his one character's idea for the DC Comics universe. He's like, as I was planning on running a DC Comics role play, and he was telling me, he's like, I got this character idea who his plan or the character is basically a special forces dude who basically gets hit by some radiation in like Chernobyl. Like he goes into Chernobyl, gets hit by some radiation or gets radiation exposure.
Okay, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that storyline. Okay, where does it go from here? I'm feeling that Chernobyl because that's a real life thing where it could have happened. Where we go from here with the character, though?
Yeah, and so he gets some mutated powers, and suddenly he has superpowers, and he becomes like he's already has a reputation as like one of the best assassins. He isn't the world's greatest assassin because he knows there's other DC heroes or villains who have that title. But so he's like
Deathstroke. Oh, I'm sorry, I said it out loud. Did I say that out loud?
Great assassin. And
Deadpool. Copy of Deathstroke. Did I say that out loud too? Oh my god! I need to stop it.
His character is like a loner, but he's looking
Fuck
for
you, Mark.
And as I'm listening to him, I'm like, you're basically describing Deathstroke.
Yeah.
And he's like,
That's
well, no,
what I was getting from that.
You're basically describing Deathstroke. And I'm like, and that's fine. Like, don't take it the wrong way when I say you're basically describing Deathstroke.
Because Deathstroke is a great character.
Yeah. But it's like, he's thinking like, oh, this is my original character, my original idea. And it's like, yeah,
It's been done before.
Your character is basically Deathstroke, but I'm letting you know in advance
before you embarrass yourself saying this is the first time this type of character is ever created, and we got Slade Wilson.
Don't fall into this pitfall that you are filling a niche that no one else has. Like, your character should be coming
Been done.
Like when Batman took up the Batman cowl, Batman, while thinking of himself as unique and different, he was, from his perspective, he's like, I'm just a guy in a mask. Like, that's how he saw himself. I am no one special. I'm just a normal person. And Superman was the same thing. Superman's like, I'm just a guy in a cape with powers. I'm just a friend. I'm just a guy. Right? Like, Superman wasn't like, I'm Superman. I am here to save the world. That's my objective. My mission in life is save. That wasn't him. Wonder Woman's the same thing. She's not like, I'm going to save the world. It's like,
I'm going to save man from themselves.
I am a person, and I have the ability to do a thing. And from doing that thing, their reputation begins to grow and build. And we're bringing it back around to Unforgiven about reputations, but it's like, that's
exactly. Like I said,
you start out at the bottom and you build yourself up. You grow. But like I said, I started noticing this pattern where I just kept meeting player after player, who they're regurgitating someone else's idea, and I would see them then regurgitate it elsewhere. Like, they wouldn't play in my game, but I would see, like, a year later, they're still pitching the same character idea.
They're hoping to get some acolytes behind them.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I see what's going on here. They're being neglected. They're not able.
No one's buying their spill.
Yeah, they're not able to foster this desire they have. So I'm like, okay, maybe if I start talking about story writing and I start, trying to give people some advice as to tricks they could do for dungeon mastering and story writing, character development, something good will come of it. Because as I told you earlier with the captain backstabbing his own people, that had my team, my players, they were like, oh my God, that was so fucking good. And so it's like, I have story. That's like one story of several hundred that I've done. And it's like, when I'm in other people's games and I'm a player at someone else's table, it's like, I'm going to give you this example of a game I was in called Cypher. And the DM there were three of us. All right. My guy is this giant lizard reptile who's a priest.
Damn reptilian, you.
I was like a crocodile guy. It was fucking cool. So this other guy, one of my partners, he was like an ant, but he was like a firebug ant. So he's like, imagine a humanoid ant that when his mandibles parted, he had like a flamethrower breath, and he wore like a spacesuit. And then we had another guy who was, I think, like a turtle man, because the DM said to us, we're not allowed to play humans. In this sci-fi world, humans are extinct. They don't exist anymore. So Earth is now colonized by all these alien species. So we have to be non-human. Cool. So again, I'm playing these reptile people. My reptile people are at war with these fish people. And I'm now sent to this planet because I feel there's some grand purpose. My reptile guy believes God sent him here, so that he's now on this holy mission to discover whatever God wants him to do.
A religious mission.
Yes. So I'm the team's healer, and we head to this ancient tomb. Now the DM tells us, hindsight, this tomb.
That's red flag. There's red flags all around. Ancient tomb and a fantasy adventure. Okay, red
Sci-fi
flags are
fantasy.
flying.
So this ancient tomb is a shopping mall. It's a modern day shopping mall. But to us,
But
again, we're not native to Earth.
apocalyptic world.
We're not native to Earth. So there's like all this overgrowth and the glass is covered. The metal sheeting is covered by plants and shrubbery and wild mutant animals are all over the place. So we're going into this place and, you know, the last human was sighted like 100 years ago. Like that's how long it's been since anyone had seen a human. So we're, which by the way, up to that point, humans were already on the brink of extinction. So like I said, the last human sighted was like 100 years ago. So, all right, so we're going into this mall, this tomb, and where our objective is to go into this arcade and extract a data core from a server box. So it's like we go into an arcade and we're going into like the security room of an arcade to pull out a data core. So we're going through here and we come across several locked rooms. We open one locked room because our firebug guy is a tech guy. He opens the door and we come across a human girl. And
always the way.
We managed to get the data core. So we get the data core, we get the girl. And in the girl has been hiding out in this room for apparently the past 10 years or something like that. And everyone that she was with died. So she was a little girl. She was a baby when she was in this safe room, and everyone she was with died. So she's now been living in this thing by herself. And somehow
one question. I know it's not, but who's been feeding her for 10 years? That's my number one thing. How'd you get food?
In this safe room, he articulated there was a lot of food stashed in the room.
Okay.
So whoever was with her, they had gone out and they were scrounging for more food because they inevitably knew they would need to, but they also needed to check to see if the atmosphere was not polluted from the radiation or whatever bullshit thing, regardless. So I'm just going with it. I don't remember the exact details of everything, but so we're going with it. And in this safe room, the DM articulated to us, any weapon you can imagine is in here. Which my guy, because we're in the future, my guy was using a laser pistol. So he's letting us have any weapon. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go with like some, because this is like, he's setting us up. It's like a video game. He's giving us the arsenal, any weapon we want within reason, right? So it's like, all right. So my guy's going to go, because it's sci-fi future. My crocodile is going to pick up a Spaz 12 shotgun. And he's going to grab the bandolier of shotgun shells and he's going to throw that over his shoulder, like just like Terminator, just like have this fucking cool rack of shells. Just imagine this giant crocodile man holding a Spaz 12 shotgun. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. And they grab their weapons like flamethrower ammo and such. And we're like, all right, cool. And then the woman begins telling us, we have to leave. We have to leave. And we're like, why? We have to leave. We have to get out of here right now. Oh my God, it's not good. We have to leave. So she's rushing us to leave. As we go to leave, the specter demon, it's actually like an echo of the nuclear war that had happened. This thing starts trying to stalk us and then eventually attacks us. So we have to fight this ghost monster with all this ammo and weapons that we got. So we managed to defeat it. We kill it. And she's like, we have to leave. We have to leave now. We have to go. And we're like, why? We just killed the monster. We have to leave. We have to go right now. All right, so we leave. And then she's like, we get out of town. And she's like, okay, I have to leave now. Thank you for saving me. And then she leaves.
Wow.
And I'm like,
so she stopped you from investigating the area you just conquered to where you might have found something new. And then she disappears.
Yeah. And I'm like, after the game, like everyone was like, oh, okay, cool. After the game, I pulled the DM aside and I was like, what was that? He's like, what? I was like, what? He's like, what'd you think? I was like, I thought it was fine, but I was just like, what the fuck is that? He's like, well,
yeah, you pulled it from an adventure. I mean, obviously she was worried about someone else coming after, and you could have faced them, beat them, and got greater prizes.
I was like, first of all, You told us we can't play a human because humans haven't been around for about 100 years.
But yeah, here's a human.
So the first human we come across, all right, the first human we come across, she ushers us out of the building. And she doesn't tell us why. All right. And he's like, yeah, what's wrong with that? She was scared. Oh, okay. But why was she scared? He was like, I don't know. What do you
You're
mean?
you're the dungeon master. You're supposed to know.
Right. Like, what do you mean? And I was like, you could have made up any reason as to why she was scared. Like any reason at all. He's like, well, like what? I was like, I don't know. A reactor core.
Get a little shadow. Shit.
I was like, you could have said the reactor core is going to blow up and kill everyone. He's like, there is no reactor core. I'm like, make one. You're the DM. And he's like,
exactly.
Well, yeah. He's like, well, yeah. I was like, yeah. Like you.
Oh yeah, I do have that power, huh? Durr.
So then I was like, all right. So then you had us leave there for no reason. I was like, I don't know. You're the DM. Maybe he's like, no. There was you guys basically you got what you needed from there. I was like, but we didn't explore. There's like 50 other rooms in the mall that we could have explored, but you got us out of there because you made us think this woman was important and we needed to save her. And then once
you did, and she left.
After we get out of there, she just fucks off. Like, no, all right, well, quest over. Now go on to the next quest. Like,
oh my God. I hate that. People who have no imagination. Look, I'm a writer. I'm a comic book creator. That's why I get so mad about the gender and race swap, because I'm like, you could do something more original, like maybe make a black superhero who's not connected to nobody and is his own thing, like Meteor Man. People still remember Meteor Man. And that was a parody of superhero movies, but people still remember it because it was an original black superhero. That's all we asked for. Stop making Superman black. Stop making Spider-Man black. Just give me an original character that I can, like Spawn. And I go, you know what? I love Spawn because he's a great character, because, you know, Tom McFarlane doesn't advertise. I'm purposely talking over you, Mark, because you say silly shit. I'm just trying to talk over you. Spawn is the type of character that, you know, Tom McFarlane didn't advertise, oh, he's a black superhero. He just made Spawn. And Spawn ended up being an iconic hero because you have to read Spawn comics to know he's a black man, because you assume, oh, superhero, popular, he's white. No, Spawn's black as your dumbass. But because you don't know nothing about comic books, you think every popular superhero is white, when Spawn is one of the most popular superheroes of all time. I hate these SJWs, bro. They ruin everything for all of us.
But, you know, my thing of it with the guy was like, you're creating the story. You could have done anything with it. And it was funny because after it was like he kicked himself in the ass because he realized I was right. And he was like, when I told him he could have added a reactor in there, and you could have, as the DM, you could have given
repelled her.
She could have said, the moment you remove that data core, you set off the self-destruct. And he's like, but there was no self. I'm like, add one. And he's like, huh. And I was like, so now you give us the option. We can choose to A, leave and lose all of the loot in the building, or B, we try to defuse the reactor core and then we can loot, like, to save the
Which
loot.
gives us another adventure to go on.
Right. And we have the other caveat. It as Chuck Dixon would put it with Conan the Barbarian, the one Conan the Barbarian story that he loves to cite.
I'm so sick of these SJWs.
Conan is put in this precarious position where he has to choose save the girl, the hot babe, or get the gold and the money. Conan is like, which do I want more? Like Conan.
What's your money?
So, like, we have this human, this rare species, sentient species with us. Do we risk taking her in with us to the core to diffuse the self-destruct? Or do we save our losses and say, hey, look, preserving this extinct species is more important? And like I said, when I was putting it out to him like this, he's like, yeah, that would have been a really good story. It's like, yes,
it would have been.
This is why I'm mad. And he's like, yeah, okay, I understand. I was like, yeah, like you had gold here. And then you're just like, you did a fucking Jake Skywalker and just tossed your lightsaber. Doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. Look, if you have no imagination or no creative activity about you, you shouldn't be a dungeon master. Because me, as a dungeon master, oh, trust me, people will still be talking about the tales I put them on. Like, yeah, you went through this cavern, but all of a sudden, a bunch of mermaids who can live out of water approached you, and yeah, I will make some crazy shit to where, like, I remember he put me through some crazy shit in his adventure. Yeah, no. Oh, you don't want to pursue that? Okay, that's fine. End of chapter.
Yeah, and it's like, that's the thing I keep experiencing over and over again. I had this other session where this DM had us go to one town. I'm gonna shorten this one. Went to this one town, rescued this kid. Okay, I'm gonna give you the analogy here. Okay, we rescued the son of King Arthur. All right, we rescue the son of King Arthur. We bring him to King Arthur. All right. And King Arthur, who's obviously King Arthur, and we're a bunch of fucking nobodies. All right. He brings him to King Arthur. King Arthur's like, oh, you saved my son. Thank you. Here's your reward. Here. Have 100 gold pieces. Cool. Thanks. Okay. You can dismiss. Be gone. We're like, okay. And the DM's like, so now what do you want to do? And it's like, well, you know what? Maybe we should end the session today. You guys did a lot. We'll end it here. And so we end, and I had to ring that DM out because I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, what? What you did equivalently was you brought us to King Arthur, the grand leader of this region, this kingdom that we're in, who's under attack by all these demons and undead. And so we do this miraculous quest of saving his son, bringing him to him, and then you don't have anything else for us. Nothing. And he's like, well, what else would I do? And I'm like, well, you could have had Merlin or Lancelot come in to Arthur and say, because Arthur's not going to waste time with us. We're not worth his time. And all of his problems can't be solved by us. Okay. But you could have Lancelot come in and say, hey, my lord, Arthur, the scouts didn't check in from last night's post. And my runner I sent out there hasn't checked in yet either. And then Arthur and Lancelot begin having a dialogue. Well, what are we going to do? And then Lancelot sees our party. Wait a minute. You guys are the guys that rescued Arthur's son. Can you guys handle this task I need of you? I need you guys to go out, find out what happened at the outpost, find out what happened to my people. And when I told the DM this, he was like, wow, that's a good idea. Okay. And I was just like, why couldn't you think of this? Like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'd rather have you be safe than run a risk.
This is my frustration as a storyteller and as a writer.
Oh, well, I wear glasses, so okay. So if you're at Adams, you're probably about 15 minutes out.
So I guess GRAPHIX had to step AFK. I want to thank you guys. I'm gonna start winding down here so that we can close up. My throat is killing me now. It's been a long ass time since I've been speaking this long. GRAPHIX, are you there, sir?
Yeah.
GRAPHIX. Okay. I'm gonna pull him out of the stream. All right. You guys can check him out. He is on Twitter as COMIXXX Inc. You can check me out at Feral Jackaran or _Jackaran. His Twitter handle is kind of wonky. It doesn't let you tag him, so you have to actually type it in and then maybe go to his sheet or his Twitter web page, and then you can message him or tag him in something, like drag and drop, copy and paste his @ symbol. So yeah, he is working on a comic about a superheroine. I'm not going to give too much details away, but She's basically a superheroine who's tasked with defending Earth, and she has to fight an alien invasion of some kind. So he told me some more details of it, and I don't know what I'm allowed to say or what I'm not allowed to say, so I'm just going to refrain from that. But I definitely want to have him on again for some future topics, because as you guys can tell, I had a lot of fun talking to GRAPHIX. He and I mesh very well, and we both have a lot of different crazy ideas. So I had a lot of fun talking this session, and I hope what we talked about gave some insight to Good Intentions. For those of you who are new, I'd appreciate any liking or subscribing or following on YouTube or Rumble. I'm not opposed if you're interested in some of these topics, some of these things to talk about. This was probably one of the more robust streams that I've done. But if you go back to some of my older streams, they're not as long as this one. And this is probably my longest to date, almost 6 hours. Yeah, if you go back to my older ones, they're a little bit more concise. They're a little bit more targeted, even though I'm still a mess and still all over the place. It's great. It's I hope you guys have some fun reading or listening to those or having them play while you're doing stuff in the background. But yeah, I'm not opposed to revisiting topics. So I might, in a few sessions from now, 10 to 20, I don't know how many, come back to this session or come back to this topic of good intentions. It's always interesting talking over several topics I've covered before with different people, just to pick their brain and hear what they had to say. So again, I appreciate you guys who hung out as long as you have, the 5 hours, near 6 hours. And I hope you guys enjoyed. And I hope to see you again. I'm planning, I typically stream Thursdays. If I'm streaming, I stream Thursdays at 3 o'clock. I might be changing that, pushing that back further to like 5 or so. Depends on what's going on in my real life. But I'll do my best to let people know, let you guys know. I had a lot of fun. I definitely, Spider Morales, Dan, you guys were fun. I get Spider Morales, you're a spiteful or hateful person. I don't know which, but I appreciate you actually engaging and creating substance for us to talk about, because at the end of the day, I want to be able to talk to people, and I want to be able to actually engage, because that to me is the most interesting part of this. You know, you might hate me and be like, oh, I'm whatever you think I am. But, you know, my interest is in just educating people. You know, I like to teach people, help them become a better writer, even if they don't agree with my way of doing things. They don't agree with how I think. They can at least, you know, in their mind say, okay, that's what I don't want to do. You know, I don't want to follow what Crusader Jackaran does. I'd rather do my own thing. I'd rather not talk about those topics, or I'd rather follow in the steps of someone famous, like say Kevin Feige, or that other lady who wants to get rid of the X-Men. You know, like if that's what you want to do, you know, go for it. Godspeed. That's not for me. But without further ado, thank you, everyone. And I hope you guys have a fantastic night or day, depending on where you're at. Cheers.